You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the millions of Americans covered by Social Security? If so, you'll be vitally interested in tonight's commercial message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. The subject is how to build Social Security into full security. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 11 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, hijacking. Its title, The Tropical Frame-Up.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation concerns hijackers. Currently, one of the most serious law enforcement problems in the nation. Crime has always increased in time of war, and the Korean conflict provides no exception to that rule. However, hijacking has had a rise out of all proportion to other crimes. Bank robbery, for example, has advanced only 2%. But since the beginning of the war in Korea, hijackings have jumped a full 33%. That increase reflects a criminal trend which, if unchecked, will greatly impair the security of the nation's home front. Inflation and war shortages have made every truckload of goods more valuable to the rightful owner, and also to our common enemy, the thief. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large eastern city. An attractive young woman is just admitting a guest. He is one Art Graham, junior partner in the firm of Ford & Graham, specialists in interstate commerce. Hijacking.
Come in, Art.
Thanks, Julie. Where's Pete?
Inside, getting dressed.
Oh?
Want a drink?
No, thanks, baby.
Well, tonight's the night, huh?
Yeah.
What's the setup?
Oh, pretty big job.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly 4,000 cases of bonded whiskey.
Hey.
We got to knock off 4 trucks.
Well, that's really a tough order.
Well, we got it all laid out. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Shouldn't be any trouble.
How much cash will that stuff bring?
Oh, a real bundle.
That I like.
Hey, Julie, where's that big run? Oh, hi, Artie.
Hiya, Pete.
Hey, I'm glad you stopped by here, kid. I got something I want to spring on you and Julie both.
What were you looking for?
That big brown envelope, honey.
Oh, it's right over there on the table.
Oh, okay. Good. You know, there's something in here I want to show you.
What is it?
Pictures. Now sit down, both of you.
Hey, what is this?
Sit down, will you?
Okay.
Look, Artie, when you and I started in business together, we agreed that if either one of us ever wanted to pull out sometime, he could. You remember?
Yeah.
Well, tonight's my last job.
What?
Are you kidding?
I got plenty of lettuce packed away for me and Julie. We're going to get out of this larceny business for good.
What are you talking about?
Here you are, baby. Take a look at these pictures.
What's this?
It's a banana plantation.
So?
So I bought it a month ago.
What do you know from bananas?
Well, it's your favorite dish, ain't it? Bananas and cream for breakfast?
Yeah.
Well, then you got a whole plantation of them to go against.
Hey, where is this joint?
Boca Grande.
That's in Africa.
No, it's an island near Cuba. Belongs to the United States, so we don't need a passport.
It's still Africa.
Okay. Anyway, sweetheart, we're leaving on the boat in the morning. From then on, we're living like dukes and duchesses. How's it sound to you?
Well,
Oh, what do you think about it, Art?
I think it's swell.
Sure, and so will you, Julie, when you get to thinking about it. Hey, wait a minute. Look at that time. I got to go and case that warehouse where they're loading the trucks. I'll pick you up in about 30 minutes, Artie. Artie, look, build Julie up on Boca Grande while I'm gone, will you?
Yeah.
See you later.
Well, sweetheart,
if he thinks I'm going to Boca Grande, he's nuts.
I want you to leave in the morning.
Yeah. All right, what are we going to do? You got to think of something quick.
Don't the idea appeal to you? Boca Grande, a plantation, living safe and easy?
Not without you. And you know it.
And I've already thought of something.
What do you mean?
I mean, it was real nice of Pete to buy that plantation for you and me.
Huh?
He wants to retire? Okay, I'll see to it tonight that he does retire. For keeps.
At 3 o'clock that morning, FBI Special Agent Taylor was asleep at home when the phone beside his pillow suddenly went off.
Okay, I'll get up and... Hello.
Jim, this is George Wilcox.
Yeah?
Sorry to wake you, but something broke and the SAC put us on it.
No, it's all right, George. What is it?
4 whiskey trucks were hijacked on Route 1 shortly before midnight. Each of them was carrying 1,000 cases of bonded bourbon.
Yeah.
Well, so far, we've located 3 of the trucks.
Full?
No, they'd already been unloaded.
Sounds like a well-organized job.
It sure was. That's why I don't understand where that 4th truck is. The 3 we found were together.
Maybe motor trouble on the way back?
Could be. If they abandoned it on the highway, we ought to know pretty soon. There's a 3-state alarm out on it.
Did you get anything from the 3 you located?
No, but I interviewed the drivers, and the hijackers used the same M.O. as that Central City job last month.
Well, that file's still open, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So it could be the same gang.
Well, why don't you pull that
Pardon
file
me,
and...
Jim. Somebody on the other phone.
Okay.
Wilcox. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. He did? When? Oh, where was that? Uh-huh. Yes, I know the place. Oh, any ident? I see. All right, thanks. Yes, right away. Jim.
Yeah.
That 4th truck has just turned up. The state police found it in a ditch near the intersection of routes 15 and 39.
That one been emptied, too?
So far as the whiskey is concerned, but there was a body in the cab. Looked like somebody was trapped when the truck went into the ditch and caught fire. The trooper didn't examine the body. He called in to make his report and say he's standing by.
I see.
Jim.
Yeah?
I'm stuck at the desk tonight. Can you go out there?
Sure, George. As soon as I'm done, I'll head for the office.
Bon voyage, Art.
What? Oh, same to you, Mrs. Ford.
What's with a Mrs. Ford?
Lean over the rail like you're looking for somebody on the pier. It'll be better if we don't know each other.
Why?
You're supposed to be making this trip with your husband.
Oh, I already told the purser he couldn't get aboard in time.
Play it my way.
Okay, but...
But what?
Art, you don't think there's any possible chance of anybody finding out?
About last night?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's clean.
You're sure?
Chuck Baldwin took care of it. He was driving the truck Pete rode in when they hit a dark stretch. Chuck tapped out your ever-11, ditched the truck, and set fire to it.
Oh.
Morning papers even got a picture of the truck all burned and a thing about a guy's body being found inside. There goes the gangplank. Well, we'll be pulling out in a couple of minutes.
Want to hit the bar and buy a girl a drink?
We don't know each other, remember?
Ah, come on. Let's have some fun.
Look, before you know it, we'll be in Boca Grande. Just the 2 of us on that plantation. Let's save it for there. Goodbye, Mrs. Ford. Nice to run into you again.
A hijacked truck runs off the road into a ditch and catches fire. The driver's body is found. It all appears to be an accident. But special agents of your FBI do not accept the obvious. The ditch is gone over foot by foot. The truck is examined with painstaking care. And the following morning at the FBI field office.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, George.
You been out there all night?
Yeah, I just got back. We couldn't get near the truck till about an hour ago.
Well, what happened?
Well, the truck body was metal. Frankly, for a while there, I wasn't sure it'd ever cool off. I guess the killer figured the same thing.
Killer.
Oh, yeah, George, the thing is more than a hijacking. The man we found on the truck had been murdered. He died from a blow on the head.
Hmm.
Turned out to be somebody named Pete Ford.
Pete Ford.
Yeah, Ford's wallet was near the truck, and a ring the corpse was wearing had the initials PF on it.
Teletype came in this morning from the resident agent of Central City. He's worked up a lead on this Ford.
Oh, well, it's too bad we didn't get it earlier.
Odd is being murdered now. From what we can learn, he was about to quit.
Oh?
Yeah, I went over to interview Ford when this teletype came in. His bags were there all packed. The doorman told me I just missed his wife.
Oh, where'd she go?
She and Ford had tickets to sail this morning for Boca Grande.
Boca Grande, huh? You think she'd go along?
Well, she did. I radioed the ship and learned she was a passenger. But we've got nothing to hold her on.
No, that's true.
Well, here's Pete Ford's arrest record. It just came up from ident.
Thanks, George. Okay, I'll cross-check every name. We'll try to round up his gang.
Oh, brother, what a joint.
Pete was right. There's sure plenty of bananas.
I wonder when we hit the plantation.
Are you kidding? We're on it.
Huh?
If this map ain't lying, those are all mine.
Well, one thing's for sure, we'll never starve.
Art.
Huh?
Look through those trees. That house.
Holy,
Isn't it beautiful?
looks like a railroad station.
And it's ours.
Good old Pete.
Art, please.
Please what?
Let's forget Pete.
Okay with me.
What a joy for a party.
Yeah, we'll have him. You got the key?
Yeah. Here.
You want to look around out here first?
No, let's go in.
All right.
Welcome.
Pete!
Hello, pal.
It can't be.
Well, it is, honey.
We thought you... Well, I mean, we...
Too bad it didn't work.
No, Pete, put it away.
It's only a gun. You're not afraid of a little gun, are you?
Please, Pete, I didn't
Out of
know...
the way, Julie. I got some unfinished business with Artie.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now let's turn for a moment from lawbreakers to the kind of law-abiding family that's the backbone of America. I'd like to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild, George and Pamela Fairchild.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You've been married how long, Mrs. Fairchild?
Almost 7 years.
Children?
Mm-hmm. 2 boys.
Now, Mr. Fairchild, I'm going to ask you a question on a subject most men and women don't like to think about. However, it's an issue that every family with children ought to face.
Well, fire away, Mr. Keating.
Mr. Fairchild, if you should die, could your wife support those 2 boys on $120 a month? That's about what you'll get from Social Security.
$120 a month? You couldn't live on that, could you, Pam?
Well, I don't see how.
What would be the minimum amount?
Oh, I don't know. About... George, what would I need anyhow?
Gosh, I don't know.
What you two do need is this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers put out by the Equitable Society.
Fact-finding chart. What does it do?
It's a special chart issued by the Equitable Society to help you figure up exactly what income your family would need if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Say, that's a very good idea. That's something we ought to know.
You'll have the answer in 5 minutes with this Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Now, see, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. Every major item of living expense is included, so you get an answer that's trustworthy and accurate.
I think it would be fun to fill this chart out.
What do they charge you for it, Mr. Keating?
Not 1 cent. It's free. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to give you a copy. And after you've filled it in, your Equitable Society man will show you how to turn Social Security into full security. With the big head start you get from Social Security, and whatever insurance you now own, only a small amount of additional insurance may be all it's required to give you that full security. So why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? Ask him for a free copy of the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Tropical Frame-Up.
To those familiar with law enforcement, it is not surprising to find the FBI calling a special agent at 3 o'clock in the morning to set him to work on a hijacking. The men of your FBI have learned one rule for every type of crime investigation. That rule is there is no substitute for speed. Clues may disappear in a matter of minutes. The memory of witnesses may fade. The entire structure of the case is different where the criminal has a head start of only an hour instead of a day. That is why no special agent of your FBI is ever off duty. His job is never 9 to 5, but 9 to 9. 9 in the morning to 9 the following morning. For the Federal Bureau of Investigation keeps the same hours as America's army of criminals. And crime takes no holidays. Tonight's file continues on the island of Boca Grande. Special Agents Taylor and Wilcox are in the office of the island's chief of police.
And so it would seem pretty obvious that the man whose body we found in the truck was Pete Ford.
Senor, you were able to get no fingerprints?
No, we tried, but it was impossible.
I see. Now, about this Pete Ford's wife.
Well, we're not sure, but we got reason to believe that she may have been mixed up in the killing.
Oh?
You see, we uncovered evidence that Ford had a partner named Art Graham. We then learned that Graham and Mrs. Ford were better than just good friends.
I see.
And according to the passenger list of the boat Mrs. Ford took down here, one of her traveling companions was the same Art Graham.
The old story, yeah?
That's right. Oh, have you been able to get anything for us yet?
No, senor. When I got your cable, I sent a man to see if Senor Ford bought any property on the island. So far, I have heard nothing from him.
We did a little checking before we came over here.
On Ford?
No, we tried to locate Graham, but no hotel here or in San Saba had him registered.
We brought pictures of Graham, if you could distribute them.
Oh, certainly, senor.
Thank you.
Chief Brazos,
This is Gonzalez. I'm at the Hall of Records.
have you found anything yet?
Just now. Senor Ford bought a banana plantation last month. The Solano family sold it.
Oh, I know where that is. Thank you, Gonzalez. Come back to the office immediately.
Now, look, Pete, you've got to believe me. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Stop lying to me.
But I tell you, I didn't.
Stop lying to me, I said.
But I got a right to tell my side of it.
I already know it.
Okay, then, if you're satisfied with what you think, kill me. Go ahead.
All right, let's hear your story.
This is the truth, Pete, so help me.
Go on.
Well, when you didn't come back from that job, by the time morning came, I was scared stiff.
Yeah?
Yeah. And then Art came to the apartment all in a lather and said something had gone wrong and you were plenty hot with the cops right then.
Yeah?
Yeah. And he said you told him to get me on the boat and come on down here with me, to look after me until you'd cooled off and could make it here yourself.
No kidding.
Honest, I didn't want to go off and leave you, but if you thought it was best, there wasn't anything else for me. Pete, it's the truth, every word I'm saying. Don't you believe me?
Chuck Baldwin got cold feet about knocking me off, Julie, and told me the whole story.
Well, I don't care what Chuck Baldwin told you.
I do, because the way it turned out, you and Artie did me a big favor.
What do you mean?
As far as the cops are concerned, Pete Ford is a dead man.
What?
I did to Chuck Baldwin what he was supposed to do to me. Then I fixed it so the cops would think he was me.
But...
Then I grabbed a plane and come on down here to be on hand to greet you and Artie when you arrived to set up housekeeping.
Oh, listen, Pete.
Shut up. And since you and Artie did me such a big favor, I'm going to do you one now. I'm going to let you stay and keep house with Artie. But you might have a little trouble explaining to the cops why he has to lie down all the time. You know, I couldn't have been the cause of it. Remember? I'm dead.
Pete, come back. You can't go...
So long, sucker. And enjoy the bananas.
Now the long search seems almost over. The long search that started 1,500 miles from the tiny island with a hijacking. A hijacking that included a murder. Arriving at the banana plantation, Special Agents Taylor and Wilcox first examined a car standing in the driveway. There was luggage piled on the back seat. Luggage belonging to Julie Ford and Art Graham. The car contained no further evidence.
Well, let's go up to the house, George, huh?
Okay, Jim.
It's quite a place that Ford picked out.
Yeah.
Brazos was right about that storm coming up.
I hope it doesn't hit too quick.
Yeah. Oh, George, you better cover me.
Right.
Hello, Mrs. Ford.
I don't know you.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
I see. Well, what do you want here? I mean... All right, come on in.
Thank you. Go ahead, George. Now, Mrs. Ford, the reason we're here is...
Jim, look.
Art Graham.
Yeah, it's him, and he's dead. But I didn't do it.
Well, who did?
My husband.
Who?
Huh?
Nobody believes me.
Mrs. Ford, we were led to think your husband died Monday night.
But he didn't. He was in this house less than an hour ago. And he killed Art Graham.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He walked out. Maybe that's him calling. Would you answer, please? I don't want to talk to him.
All right. Hello.
This is Police Chief Brazos. Can I talk to Mr. Taylor or Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, this is Taylor speaking.
Oh, Taylor. A cable message just came from your office.
Will you read it to me, please?
You see, a body in truck identified through dental records. It is Charles Baldwin, alias Chuck. Baldwin's record shows previous arrest with Pete Ford, believed member his organization.
That all?
Si, senor.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Was that him?
Oh, that was the chief of police here. George, the body in the truck's been identified. It's not Ford.
Well, I told you it wasn't. It's Chuck Baldwin.
That's right.
Well, now you've got to believe me. I couldn't know that unless Pete told it to me.
Well, we believe you, Mrs. Ford.
George, if Pete Ford left here almost an hour ago, he might be trying to get off the island. Let's try to stop him.
That was you knocking.
Yeah. Brother, what a storm.
Yes, a bad one.
Is that your boat tied up at the foot of the pier?
Yes.
I want to charter it.
All right. Wait till I look in the book. Let's see. Well, tomorrow it's rented. Sunday it's rented. Monday...
I want it right now.
Fishing is not good in the storm.
I don't want to fish. I got to get to Cuba.
I'm sorry, mister. If I took you there, I wouldn't be back in time for tomorrow, and I'm rented already.
Your sign out there says $50 a day.
Well, that's what I charge. You bring as many people as you want.
I'm alone, and I got to be in Cuba by tomorrow. I'll pay you $500 to take me.
$500?
Yeah.
Oh.
What about it?
All right.
All right, come on.
Not now. We have to wait till the storm clears.
Huh? Well, how long will that be?
Sometimes lasts an hour, 2 hours, never more. You have your papers to get into Cuba.
Huh? Yeah, they're in my pocket.
Here. Please sign your name in the book.
Why?
It's the law.
Oh. Is there anything else before we go?
Yes, I must have your exit pass.
My what?
You don't live on Boca Grande.
No.
Well, when you came, the man gave you a blue card.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I threw it away.
And I cannot take you off the island without such a card.
I just told you I threw it away.
The police will give you another one.
Look, can't you forget about that?
I will lose my license.
Okay. I'll go get one. And if the storm's over, when I come back, we take off.
Jim, look at that rain.
I see something that bothers me even more.
Well, what's that?
That patch of clear sky out there. That storm will probably be over pretty quick.
When it is, we can pick up the search again.
Well, I'm afraid Pete Ford might be waiting for it to clear, too.
But there's only two ways he can get off the island, and we've checked the airlines and the steamship offices.
Yeah, I know.
Brazos didn't come up with any more charter services, did he?
No, none we didn't cover.
Well, then maybe Ford's going under somewhere on the island. After all, he's got nothing to go back to the States for.
That's true enough.
I doubt he'll break his neck to get to Chuck Baldwin's funeral.
Baldwin?
Yeah, what about him?
Look, so far as Ford knows, we still think he's dead, right?
Yeah.
Come on, George, let's make all those calls again.
Well, the storm's over.
Did you get the exit pass?
Yeah.
Can I have it?
When we get to Cuba.
I must put it with my papers before we go.
I said you'll get it when we hit Cuba.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baldwin. I need it now.
Okay.
What are you doing with that gun?
You wanted to see my exit pass? This is it. It's my passport to Cuba, too.
I'm not afraid.
I had a lot of guys say that. I never knew any of them who really wanted to die. You the first.
No. But you can't kill me.
Why not?
If you do, how will you get to Cuba?
Maybe I'll find another boat. I got a chance if you don't take me, but not you. Turn me down and you're dead.
I see.
This way you make yourself $500 and keep on living. All you got to do is run me across to Cuba. Now, what's it going to be?
All right. I'll take you.
Smart boy. Come on.
Hold it, Ford.
What?
I'll take that gun.
Hey, what is this?
An arrest. We're special agents of the FBI, and thank you, Captain, for stalling till we got here.
Pete Ford was brought back to the United States and turned over to local authorities who tried and convicted him on a charge of murder. All other members of his hijacking organization were rounded up and convicted in federal court for theft from interstate shipment. Special Agents Taylor and Wilcox located the charter service Pete Ford was trying to use when they checked to see if anyone employing the name Chuck Baldwin had applied for transportation. And so another case from the files of your FBI was closed. Closed with the arrest and conviction of the criminals. That result was important to you, the decent citizen, wherever you are. For crime begets crime. And if one killer is allowed to go unpunished, he might kill again. Both of Pete Ford's victims were fellow criminals. But had he not been apprehended, had he gotten to Cuba and then back to this country, his next victim might have been an innocent truck driver, a passing motorist. Might indeed have been anyone, even you.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy. If you cannot locate an Equitable agent, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Manhunt. Its title, The Stranger.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Bill Conrad, Herb Ellis, Billy Hallop, Gaylord Pendleton, and Vernon Rich. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Stranger on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Friends, if you are covered by Social Security, you'll be vitally interested in how to turn that Social Security, which is partial security, into full security. The Equitable Life Assurance Society will show you how simple and easy it can be. So listen carefully in about 12 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Manhunt. Its title, The Stranger.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is typical of many. Clues are few and far between. You will follow step by step as your FBI agents trail them down. This brings up a point we'd like to make clear to our listeners. From time to time, we receive letters asking whether these programs do not tip off criminals by revealing specific methods of crime detection, thus putting potential lawbreakers on their guard. We wish to assure you that every program is carefully scrutinized at FBI headquarters in Washington, with this point in mind. No information that would give aid and comfort to the underworld is ever disclosed. However, your FBI is grateful for your concern and interest. Tonight's FBI file opens on a main highway in a southern state. It is late afternoon as a young man stands at the edge of the road attempting to thumb a ride through a national park. Car after car goes by until a new convertible comes along and stops. The driver throws open the door.
Hop in, son.
Oh, thank you.
Just throw the bag in the back.
Okay. Feels good to be riding again.
You been waiting long?
Coming up an hour. I was just going to throw my elephant away.
Elephant?
Yeah, it's a good luck piece.
Oh.
Nearly had it rubbed clean through. Yeah. Car runs nice.
And for what it cost, it should. How far are you going?
Close to Biloxi as you come.
Well, I'm going right through.
Yeah, suits me fine.
That where you're from?
A little town close by.
Oh?
I'm glad to get back. I guess I wasn't naturally cut out for being a salesman, lugging around that heavy case.
What were you selling?
Sports clothes. Saw me an ad in a magazine. Said anybody could make $100 a week just for toting a case full of samples. It ain't so.
You got a job lined up back home?
Mm-mm.
You better start rubbing that elephant again.
I just now did. You better slow down, mister.
Huh?
Pull over and stop.
What for?
So I can drive.
I'm not tired.
Mister, you heard what I said.
Hey!
Now, don't bother looking down. The thing in your side ain't no elephant. It's a gun.
The following month, outside an FBI field office in a northern city, Special Agent Taylor greets Agent Paul Scott.
Paul, I'll save you a trip upstairs. Come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Over to the garage.
What's the deal?
Got to drive out to Lakeville. A man named Arthur Butler was shot and killed last month in a national park down in Louisiana. His car, clothes, and jewelry were stolen.
What turned up?
The car, it was abandoned in Lakeville.
Who turned it in?
Well, a woman in Lakeville named Logan wrote to the victim's widow. She said the car had been in the alley behind her house for a couple of weeks, and she wanted to buy it. Hold it, Paul. Red light.
Yeah. How'd this woman know who owned it?
Well, the car's carrying Virginia plates, so she dropped a line to the license bureau.
Any suspects?
No. It looks like Butler picked up a hitchhiker, but we've got no idea who it was or what he looks like.
Well, how about the stolen jewelry and clothes?
We're getting a complete list. Come on, we can cross it.
Yeah. Nice, easy case.
Yeah. Yeah, all we have to do is find an unknown killer who's got a month's head start. Paul, I got some clean prints off the rearview mirror. Anything back there?
No. I've gone over just about everything.
Well,
What?
the old saying's right. Cheat and the cheese will certainly show.
What?
I want you both to know that I saw this car first, and if anybody buys it, I will.
Oh, ma'am, we're not buying it. We've got permission to examine it, is all.
You must be Mrs. Logan.
How'd you know?
We're special agents of the FBI, ma'am.
Oh.
We were told about your letter to Mrs. Butler.
Well, pardon me.
Tell me, Mrs. Logan, have you seen anyone else around the car?
Oh, yes. I've been watching ever since I wrote the letter. Because to her that watches, everything is revealed. That's an Italian saying.
Would
you know,
you,
it's what-
please tell us who you saw?
There was a little boy from the next block.
Oh.
No telling what he'd have stolen if I hadn't seen him. I don't know what these youngsters of today will ever grow into. You know what they say, as the twig is bent.
Yes, ma'am, we do. Did you happen to notice the person who left the car here?
No, I didn't.
I see. Well, thank you for your help. Paul, we'd better be going.
Right, Jim.
Well, thanks, and goodbye, Mrs. Logan.
Goodbye, and I'm sorry I spoke sharply to you before. It was rude of me. But a fault confessed is half redressed.
Yes, of course.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mr.
Goodbye.
Logan. Jim, unless the killer's in the single fingerprint file, we made this trip for nothing.
Oh, maybe not.
You got another angle?
Yeah, that full gas tank. It could mean it was filled here in Lakeville.
Yes, it could.
It's worth checking. Let's cover every service station.
Charlie, gas up that truck, will you? Can I help you?
Yes, please. We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Okay.
We'd like some information.
If I got it, you can have it.
Fine. We're looking for somebody who's been driving a black Buick convertible with Virginia license plates. The car has a badly smashed left rear fender.
Virginia? Yeah.
You remember it?
Uh-huh. Came in a couple of times for gas. Never kept enough air in his tires. I remember that.
You remember who was driving?
Man, I don't know his name.
Oh, can you describe him?
Plain face. Not bad looking, not good looking.
What color hair?
Blonde.
Was he a big man?
Like a football player.
Oh. Did he ever mention anything about where he lived?
No.
Anything else you can tell us about him?
Yeah. Yeah, he had a kind of accent.
Oh?
Southern accent.
Well, that should help, Paul.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
The process of conducting an investigation is like climbing a very steep ladder. Every fact becomes another rung. Now, your FBI had rung number 1. The driver of the stolen car was a big man with a southern accent. But before the next step could be taken, another fact was needed. An important fact. The name of that man. The name the 3 fingerprints could be checked against. The name that would enable your FBI to start a manhunt. Moving around the city, a man leaves his name in various places. So Special Agents Taylor and Scott began with a list of clothes and jewelry stolen from the murder victim. They visited second-hand clothing dealers. They visited tailor shops that specialize in alterations. They went to jewelry stores, watch repair stores, loan offices, finance companies, and pawn shops.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Maybe. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Yes, sir. What is it?
Well, I'm looking for some stolen jewelry. Here's the list.
I never handled stolen goods in my life.
Just a minute. I didn't mean that to be an accusation. We have reason to believe the thief was in this area, and it's just possible he pawned some of these things here in your shop.
Well, can I see that list?
Surely.
We can check on this watch first.
All right, that'll be fine.
Okay, let's... If I'm not looking for it, my book on watches is in my way, but I... Oh, here it is.
Serial number on the watch case is 374-486.
374. It's not on that page. 374. Here's one. 374-486.
That's it.
It was pawned on the 11th of this month.
By whom?
H.W. Martin.
Any address?
Yeah, 5139 West Lincoln.
Let me write that down. Paul, the stolen wristwatch was pawned on the 11th at a hock shop on Broadway.
Oh? By whom?
Somebody named H.W. Martin. He gave an address on West Lincoln.
Well, let's go.
Oh, I've just been there. It's an empty lot.
Oh.
I ordered a photostat of the signature on the pawn ticket. Maybe Washington will be able to come up with an ident for it.
Teletype just came in.
Oh?
The prints are not in the single print file.
Ah. Now, where do we go now? We know for sure he was here on the 11th when he pawned the watch.
Yeah?
He's got a southern accent, so he's not from anywhere around here.
Well, it could mean he stayed at a hotel. Or a motel. He did have a car.
Yeah. All right, Paul, let's get photostats of registrations at every place he might have checked into the week of the 11th.
Inspiration plays a part in any investigation. But what gets the job done is hard work. Patient, laborious separating of wheat from chaff. The registers of more than 400 hotels had to be examined. Had to be scrutinized line by line, name by name. One pile of photostats followed another as the two special agents continued their search. A search for a killer who, at any time, might strike again.
Jim, will you hand me some more of those photostats?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Looks like only about a dozen more to go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jim, it's highly possible that if he used a fake address, he probably faked the name, too, so even
Paul?
if... What?
Look here. Henry W. Monroe.
Hey, that's close to it.
Yeah. Where's that photostat of the signature off the pawn ticket?
Oh, here.
No. Thanks. Hey, look at the HW and the M on this.
Mm-hmm.
Now compare them with the initials in Henry W. Monroe.
They're the same.
Yeah. He's at the Hotel Majestic. Let's get a warrant and get over there.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now let's turn from underworld characters to the kind of good American people who never get into trouble with the law. I'd like to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Edward Turner.
Good evening.
Hello.
Mr. Turner, a little earlier on this program, I promised to show our listeners how to build Social Security into full security. I'd like to illustrate how this can be done in your particular case.
Well, that's something I'd surely like to be able to do.
It may be easier than you think. Now, let's see. You have 2 children. If you should die unexpectedly, your wife would get about $117 a month from Social Security. Mrs. Turner, how much more than $117 a month would you need to support your 2 children?
Well, I really couldn't say.
What do you think, Mr. Turner? How much more than $117 a month would your wife need to keep those children of yours well-fed, well-clothed, and well-housed?
Oh, it would take quite a while to figure that out.
No, you can actually get the answer in 5 minutes with this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers published by the Equitable Society.
Fact-finding chart. How does it work?
It's a special chart issued by the Equitable Society to help figure up exactly what income your family would need if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Say, this chart is just what we need.
The idea of the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers is to simplify the problem. Now, see, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. Every major item of living expense is included, so you get an answer that's trustworthy and accurate.
Ed, we really ought to get one of these.
Where can I buy one, Mr. Keating?
You can't buy it. It's free. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to give you a copy. And after you've filled it in, your Equitable Society man will show you how to turn Social Security into full security. With the big head start you get from Social Security and whatever insurance you now own, only a small amount of additional insurance may be all that's required to give you that full security. So ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy of the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to Equitable.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Stranger.
Most decent, law-abiding citizens are interested in cutting down the tremendous number of major crimes committed in this country each year. For one example of how each of you can help, you need go no further than the case being dramatized for you tonight from the files of your FBI. Exercise caution in picking up hitchhikers. Time and time again, that advice has been given to motorists throughout the nation. Yet not a week passes that an innocent person is not robbed, beaten, or killed by some highway marauders. Law enforcement agencies like your local police and your FBI can attempt to apprehend criminals after they have committed their vicious acts. But you, the public, can do more than that. You can help prevent crime. Because it is so important, we repeat the advice given earlier. Exercise caution in picking up hitchhikers. Heed that advice. It may save your life. Tonight's FBI file continues in the lobby of the Hotel Majestic. Special Agents Taylor and Scott approach the clerk's desk.
Hello there.
Okay. Hi.
Did that register help you?
Yes, we think we found the man we're looking for. His name's Henry W. Monroe.
Monroe.
That's right. He checked in on the 9th.
Let's look at the rack. Oh, yes. Room 793.
Is his key in the box?
It doesn't matter. He checked out.
Oh, when?
The 15th. Paid his bill in cash. Here's his card.
Thanks. What does this letter C mean?
He got the commercial rate on his room.
Oh?
How come?
I don't know, but I can find out. We keep a separate book on commercial customers. Now, let me see. Monroe. K-L-M. Oh, here we are. Henry W. Monroe. Arex Clothing Corporation, Los Angeles, California. He registered as a salesman.
No street address?
No, sir.
Maybe Los Angeles is all we'll need. Thank you. Come on, Paul. Let's get a teletype to the L.A. office. Paul, here's our answer from Los Angeles.
Oh, they locate that clothing company?
Yes, and Monroe used to work for them.
Used to?
Yeah, he applied for the job by mail and was sent a sample case and credentials. He made 3 sales, got the cash in advance, and never turned in the orders.
Well, that figures.
They also sent us a physical description on Monroe.
Did it match?
Yeah, perfectly.
Where'd they get it?
From his application, which also carried a small passport picture, and the picture's on its way now by airmail.
Did they know where he was from?
Yeah, Springfield, Mississippi. The police there have already been contacted.
Good.
Now, let's see here. I think our next angle ought to be cleaners and dyers.
Here?
Yeah. Monroe was about the same size as Butler, so he might have decided to keep his clothes.
Okay. I've got a list of cleaners and dyers here on the desk.
Oh, great. I'll get it for him. Taylor speaking. Yeah, that's right. Fine. Yes, I see. They don't, huh? All right, thanks very much. That was the wire room, Paul. The Springfield police checked Monroe's family. They got a card from him last week. He's working here, but they don't know where.
That makes the dry cleaners a good angle.
Yeah, let's start checking them.
As an investigation continues, more avenues of work open up. Each cleaner and dyer in the city received a description of the stolen clothes. And at the same time, Agents Taylor and Scott were following up other possible leads. A clue rarely walks into an FBI office. For the most part, it comes after a session of labor. A session like the one put in searching the hotel registers. A session like the one being put in now where other lists were being checked. Employment records, newspaper subscription files, the rosters of different clubs. All that to find one name, Henry W. Monroe. Occupation, murderer.
Paul, that list of cleaners paid off.
Wow. One of them call in?
Yeah, he cleaned the camel's hair coat last week, and he's positive it's the same one.
Where's Monroe living?
Well, that he didn't know. The cleaning was done for a man named Roberts, an old customer of his whose description doesn't match Henry Monroe's.
Well, where does this Roberts live?
Out near the ballpark. Let's go see him.
Wait a minute. Oh. Yeah,
We'd like to see Frank Roberts.
he ain't home.
Are you Mrs. Roberts?
His sister.
We're special agents of the FBI. You know my credentials.
Oh,
You expect your brother back?
sure.
When?
I don't know. He goes out when he gets up, and he comes home when he gets tired.
You have any idea where we can find him?
No,
May we come in and wait?
sure.
Thank you. Good.
Thanks, Jim.
Paul, look at that coat there on the rack.
Yeah.
Oh, miss, is this coat your brother's?
Uh-huh.
You mind if we look at it?
Go ahead.
Thanks. Here's the label. Arthur Butler. Miss Roberts,
Yeah?
do you know where your brother got this coat?
Mm-hmm. Off some guy.
Who was it?
Guy who dated me.
Oh, what's his name?
I don't know. I don't remember.
But you said you went out with him.
'Cause he was a friend of my brother's.
Well, can you tell us anything about him?
He was a creep.
Was he a big man, blonde hair?
Yeah, that's him.
And did he sell your brother the coat?
No, he swapped it.
Oh, for what?
An elephant.
What?
Now, look, Miss Roberts.
I don't mean a real elephant. It was a little one made out of ivory. My brother got it in the army in Africa. This creep thought elephants were lucky.
Would you know his name if you heard it?
Try me.
Was it Monroe?
Yeah, that's it. Hank Monroe.
You know where he lives?
He had a room near the river someplace.
Do you know the address?
No,
Did he ever tell you where he worked?
no.
Well, have you any idea at all where we can find him?
I already told you. He's a creep, and I got no interest in creeps.
Oh, thank you, Miss Roberts. Thank you very much.
A room near the river. That's a lead, all right. But the streets running back from the river were populated by hundreds and hundreds of rooming houses. Again, the wearied job of searching through haystacks began for the two special agents. They were aided by a picture that arrived from the Los Angeles field office. A picture of Monroe. Copies were made and a trek through the streets begun.
Do you know this man?
Up one block and down the next, to rooming house after rooming house. Always the same question.
Do you know this man?
Whatever the answers, the meaning was the same. Henry Monroe doesn't live here. By now, there was only one more block to cover, so Agents Taylor and Scott took alternate houses, still asking the same question.
Do you know this man?
Yes.
Fine.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI, ma'am. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Is Mr. Monroe in?
He moved.
Oh, how long ago?
2 days.
Well, is he coming back?
I don't know, but I wouldn't think so. All he's got left in his room is junk.
Well, would it be possible for me to see that junk?
Of course. Come right in.
It's almost 2 a.m., Jim.
Yeah, I know.
This makes it look like Monroe has really moved.
Well, let's give him another half hour, huh?
Sure. We should have brought along one of those little elephants we saw in his room. We could use some luck.
There's a car coming now, Paul.
Yeah.
Slowing down. It's not him.
No. This reminds me of a surveillance I was on with Newcomb. We stayed in front of a rooming house like this.
Hold it. Someone coming.
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks.
Here's a light.
No, I don't want to smoke it. I thought we'd use it. Big guy.
Mm-hmm.
Cross your fingers.
Well, what do you have?
Hey, Bud.
Me?
Yeah. You got a match?
Yeah, I think so. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Thanks, Monroe. I thought you'd come back for those elephants.
Who are you?
FBI. We've been waiting for you.
Henry Monroe was tried and convicted in federal court on a charge of murder on a government reservation. One of the reasons your FBI cooperates in bringing you these dramatizations is that it hopes to teach decent people methods by which they can prevent crime. It also hopes to discourage those who might be tempted to commit an unlawful act. Any of that group now listening would do well to remember the thoroughness of the search made by your FBI in this case, and to reflect upon the fact that this was not an unusual investigation. Every crime is worked on this way, both by members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and by local law enforcement officers. For these are men who take pride in their title of public servant, who keep working on every case until justice has been done.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, false accusation. Its title, Citizen Caldwell.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Betty Blythe, Joe Forte, Isabel Jewell, Charles Maxwell, Paul Richards, and John Stephenson. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Citizen Caldwell on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you covered by Social Security? Then you'll be vitally interested in the idea of turning your Social Security into full security. Your Equitable Life Assurance Society representative will show you how simple it can be. So please listen carefully in about 13 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Loyalty Investigation. Its title, Citizen Caldwell.
In times of stress, times like today, ordinary words take on different meanings to different people. Take the words loyalty investigation, for example. There are some who regard the current government employee investigations as witch hunts. Some feel they do not go far enough. Others are not clear as to how the FBI goes about such investigations. Tonight's program will answer those and other questions about loyalty investigations. Of approximately 4 million government employees whose records have been checked by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in about 18,000 instances, information was discovered which warranted a full field examination. This is the case history of one such investigation. Tonight's file opens in a small apartment on the south side of Chicago. A man who appears to be in his early 40s is sitting quietly on the sofa. He leans forward to light his pipe, then resumes staring into space.
Tom? You've been 40 miles away from here all night. What's wrong?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
About what?
I ran into Mr. Bentley yesterday. There are openings at the department.
But you've got a job.
Well, it's not like civil service. He wants me to take the exam.
You said you liked working at the plant.
I know, but if I go back to the department, those 3 years I worked there before the war would count. And so would the 4 I was in the Army.
Count for what?
Retirement.
You're too young to be thinking about that.
I'm 43. If I take the exam and pass it, I'm on permanent status. It'd make things a lot easier.
I'm not worried.
Well, it's good to look ahead.
If you go back to the department, you might be there a month and be transferred 1,000 miles away.
Clara, are you set against me going back?
No.
You mind if I do?
Tom, I'm old-fashioned enough to think that's a man's decision to make. You do whatever you like.
The following month at the Chicago FBI field office, Supervisor Baker, in charge of the unit handling government employee loyalty investigations, is at his desk when Special Agent Jim Taylor enters the office.
Hello, Taylor.
Morning, Mr. Baker.
I've got an assignment for you.
All right, sir.
Washington recently received this anonymous letter. It's about somebody named Tom Caldwell who's up for a job with the Department of Supply. Now, the note says he used to go in and out of communist headquarters, 1946, 7, and 8. Also says he was a party member, and as an officer of the Machinery Workers Guild, he followed the party line.
Pretty specific.
Yeah, well, these are things that can be nailed down. I checked our file on Caldwell, but there's nothing to substantiate the charges. Apparently, his record is clean.
Oh, do we have the loyalty form that he filled out?
Yeah, that's why Washington referred the matter to us.
No.
Caldwell says he enlisted in the Army the day after Pearl Harbor. He served overseas. Claims to have the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart with 2 clusters. Honorable discharge, December 1945. Says he also had 3 years with the Department of Supply before the war as a temporary employee.
No, I see.
The record section has nothing on Caldwell, and his name has never turned up in any of our files on the party.
Well, then all we've really got to work on is that letter.
Yeah, that's all so far. See what else you can find out.
No FBI investigation is ever a one-man job. By its very nature, a full field investigation, such as this one is, can only be handled by a tightly knit, smooth-operating law enforcement organization. For example, wires were sent to 3 other field offices in Boston, Milwaukee, and Cincinnati, where Caldwell had previously resided. In Washington, FBI headquarters notified the Civil Service Commission that an investigation was being conducted. An investigation that was digging deeper, ever deeper into the background of one Thomas Caldwell. An investigation for one thing, the truth.
I've got some information on Caldwell.
Good, let's have it.
He works as a traffic expert at the Arcadia Manufacturing Company.
You been there long?
Yes, since he got out of the Army. I talked to his boss at Arcadia. He gave Caldwell an A1 recommendation.
Had Caldwell told him about the government application?
Yes, the boss helped him fill it out.
Well, he was above board on that.
Yeah. He belongs to a union called the Machinery Workers Guild. Back in 1946, he was their treasurer.
He's still active?
Yes. Yes, he's married. His wife's maiden name was Clara Johnson. He doesn't have a police record, and there was no derogatory background on the wife.
You find out anything about Caldwell's friends?
Well, I've located one so far, his best pal. It's a man named Arthur Perry. I have his address.
Have you interviewed him?
No, sir. He's been out of town. He doesn't get back till this afternoon. And I have to check another angle in his neighborhood at 12:30, so I'll catch them both on the one trip.
All right, and hand in your report on those interviews when they're finished.
It's open. Come in. You can clean up the... Oh, thought it was a maid.
Are you Arthur Perry?
That's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI, Mr. Perry. Here are my credentials.
Hmm?
Oh, would you rather I waited until you got unpacked?
Oh, no. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, I'd like some information about a friend of yours.
Which one?
Tom Caldwell?
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
What kind of trouble could Tom have gotten into?
Well, none that I know of, but he's applied for a government job. We're investigating him.
Save your time.
How long have you known him?
We were overseas together. Take my word for it, he's okay.
Well, what can you tell me about him?
Some people don't like him. He's no soft soap artist. If you do something that strikes him wrong, he tells you about it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're interested in his politics, huh?
No. No, his political beliefs are of no concern to us.
Well, anyway, he's never voted a straight ticket in his life. He boasts about it. He votes for the man, not the label.
Oh, I see.
He's strong for civil liberties and for labor, but he's no communist or fascist.
You're sure of that?
Positive. Tom was against the Nazis, and he's against the commies. Oh, I know. You must have heard about the petition.
What petition?
Tom and Clara signed a thing, and got me to sign, too. It was about a group of overzealous citizens beating up some commie organizers.
Mm-hmm.
Tom said he was against the communists, but he was also against lynching, and he wanted to say so.
Well, that's understandable. Please go on.
Let's see. He goes to the church on the corner every Sunday, and he belongs to the same vet's outfit that I do. Anything else you want to know?
No, not right now. Thanks, Mr. Perry. I appreciate your taking this time out, and so should Caldwell.
Special agents of your FBI don't spend their careers behind mahogany desks. They interview. They develop new leads. They start with a slip of paper containing a man's name, Thomas Caldwell. Soon it's the Caldwell file, as agents talk to the minister of his church, to his neighbors, to a man with whom he once worked, to members of the veterans group he joined. Reports are written after each interview, written whether they seem important at the time or not. For the agent's job is not to judge, but to collect information, to collect the facts, as many facts as possible. And the search for facts concerning Thomas Caldwell takes Special Agent Taylor to see the head of the Machinery Workers Union.
Well, come in. Come in and sit down. I'm sorry we're out of red carpet.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Morgan.
We always try to be pleasant to the Gestapo.
The FBI is no Gestapo, and you know it.
I wish I did.
We haven't got that kind of power, and we don't want it. Mr. Hoover is on record on that point.
Now, can he prove it?
Well, this isn't a place for that, but I'll answer your question. Yes, he can prove it. Congress wanted to give the Bureau the power to clear people under the National Science Foundation bill. Now, you look at the congressional record and see the stand that Mr. Hoover took against that.
Why?
We don't clear anybody. We investigate. We get the facts.
Why are you here?
I'd like some information on one of your members. His name's Tom Caldwell.
Caldwell, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that proves what I've always said. You guys apparently don't know a communist from a liberal.
I'm sure we do.
So you're investigating Tom Caldwell to prove it. I know. You found out he went on a couple of picket lines.
No, we're checking on Caldwell because he's applied for a government job.
Well, he'll never get it. He's a good union member.
That makes no difference in our report.
What kind of information do you want from me? You want to know if he's behind in his dues?
I understand he's been active in union affairs. I thought you might be able to tell me something about him personally.
Sure, I'll tell you. Subpoena me. Do this in court.
There's nothing to go to court about, Mr. Morgan. Caldwell hasn't committed any crime. Even if he were a communist.
He isn't. That's my statement. You want me to sign it?
No, thanks. I guess I might as well go.
If I can be any help to you again, please call on me.
I will, Mr. Morgan. I certainly will.
Taylor, you doing those reports?
Oh, yes, Mr. Baker.
Well, hold them up for a little while. I've got a new lead for you.
Oh, what's that, sir?
Well, I talked to one of our undercover men today about Caldwell. He said a man named Pete Nelson might be of some help to us.
Oh, and who's Nelson?
Well, he's a communist who wants to leave the party. Our man thinks he'll talk. Well, here, you can reach Nelson at this number. It's a barber shop where he works.
Thanks. I think I'll call him now. Did this undercover man have anything on Caldwell?
No, but he wasn't in Chicago when Caldwell allegedly was active in the party.
Hello.
Pete Nelson, please.
Speaking.
Oh, this is Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Yes?
Can you talk where you are?
No.
Well, I'd like to meet you someplace.
All right.
Where?
You say you'll be at the Hotel Capitol, Mr. Jones?
Oh, I see. That's where you want to meet me?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Can you make it tonight?
Yes, I think so.
All right, I'll be registered there in the name of Frank Jones. You come right up to the room.
Clara?
I'm in the kitchen.
Okay.
Dinner will be ready soon.
No hurry.
Say, are you running for something in the union again?
No, why?
Lots of mail for you today. It's over there.
No.
Well, aren't you even going to look at it?
Maybe later.
Are you sick? The mail's usually the first thing you reach for. They're from out of town. Milwaukee, Cincinnati, and 2 from Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, Tom. I've never meddled in your affairs. I'm not starting now. But you're busting out of your skin with something.
Well, it's nothing.
Look, if you don't want to talk to me about it, don't. But talk to somebody. You haven't been yourself now for a week.
Clara, sit down.
I can't. Dinner will burn.
This is more important.
What is it?
I'm being investigated.
By who?
The FBI.
For the job?
Yes, it's a loyalty investigation. That's what those letters are about.
How do you know?
I got phone calls today at the office from old friends in those cities. The FBI has been around to question them. They've spoken to my boss at the office, to Art Perry, to lots of other people.
Well, Tom, I can't see anything wrong in the government investigating people, so they'll be sure no communists are working for them.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Then why work yourself into this kind of a state?
Because they're investigating me. Why? Clara, I joined the party in 1946.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps protect our nation against crime and criminals. But now I want to talk about another kind of security. We have with us here in the studio Mr. and Mrs. James Bush.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Bush, on previous programs, I've been telling about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. I hear you sent for this chart, and I'd like to have you and your wife tell our audience how it helped you solve your security problem.
Well, the way I figured it, Mr. Keating, if something happened to me, about all Martha and the children could expect from my Social Security was about $117 a month. And it doesn't take a genius to figure that $117 wouldn't be nearly enough to keep a mother and 3 kids living comfortably.
That's right.
And that's why Jim got so interested when he heard you talking about the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers and the way it would show us how to turn our Social Security into full security.
And did it?
Oh, yes, indeed. Jim and I worked together on the chart, and it didn't take us more than a few minutes to learn exactly just how much we would need to take care of the children and me if Jim weren't here to look after us.
Yes, the chart guides you every step of the way with easy-to-understand pictures. And every major item of living expense is included to give you an answer that's trustworthy and accurate. Right, Mr. Bush?
That's right, Mr. Keating. And I certainly want to thank the Equitable Society for giving us this very valuable help.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Bush. Yes, friends, now at last you don't have to guess about your family's future financial security. Now you can find out just how much you need to turn your Social Security into full security simply by getting your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers published by the Equitable Society. With the big head start from your Social Security, plus whatever insurance you may have, only a small amount of additional insurance may be all that's needed to enable you to build Social Security into full security. So why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? Ask him for your free copy of Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Citizen Caldwell.
In connection with tonight's case history, we bring you a message from the director of your FBI, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Hoover's words are, and I quote, "The Communist Party in this country has adopted the technique of the big lie. They try to smear everyone who disagrees with them by labeling those people fascists. They look upon the real liberals of the nation as their sworn enemies, and at the same time seek to corrupt liberalism in every possible way. Other people, equally as mistaken, sometimes attempt to smear all liberals by labeling them as communists. Some even set themselves up as self-appointed investigators of their fellow citizens' political beliefs. Don't make that mistake yourself. Vigilante action and witch hunts are never any help. They only aid the communist cause by pitting loyal Americans against other loyal Americans. We need no vigilantes or secret weapons to defeat communism in this country. Your civil liberties are at stake in this fight to keep America free of communism. Contribute to the protection of those liberties. Don't call names, and don't investigate on your own. If you suspect anyone of espionage, sabotage, or subversive activities, look for the number of your nearest FBI field office on page 1 of your local directory and call it. The men of your FBI are trained to do the job. Tonight's FBI file continues in Agent Taylor's room at the Hotel Capitol.
Just a minute.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, that's right. Come on in. Sit down, please.
Thanks. Are we alone?
Yeah.
You see, it mustn't get out that I talked to you.
No, it won't.
And my name mustn't be used.
Well, if those are your conditions, I won't mention your name in my reports.
All right.
Now, I understand that you want to break with the party.
Well, I'm here. Doesn't that prove it?
Here, take a look at this picture. You recognize him?
Yes, it's Jeff Caldwell.
Jeff?
Yeah, that's his middle name. It's Thomas Jefferson Caldwell. He used to be in my cell.
Where?
Here in Chicago in 46 before I was transferred.
Will you sign a statement to that effect?
Sign? If it even got out that I talked to the
All
FBI...
right, will you appear before a board and testify?
No, sir.
Well, then all we've got is your word. We need proof.
Caldwell's party name was Jeff Carson. Maybe that'll help you.
Can you prove that?
Maybe.
When will you know for sure?
Tomorrow.
All right. I'll keep this room. You call me here and leave a message. Baker, did you want to see me?
Yes, Taylor, come in.
Thanks. I've almost finished those reports.
Let them wait for now. I got a teletype from Washington.
On Caldwell?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mr. Hoover wired that we have records of a man named Jeff Carson belonging to the party during the years 1946 through 48.
Oh?
But he wants proof Caldwell and Carson are the same person.
I see.
I called our undercover agent and told him we needed definite evidence from Pete Nelson.
Oh, can we get it?
Yeah, I think so. Our man called back a few minutes ago. You've got a date with Nelson for 3 o'clock this afternoon.
At the hotel?
No, in the last row of the reading room of the public library.
Uh-huh.
Nelson will sit down next to you and leave a magazine on the table. Inside the front cover, you'll find an envelope. Bring it back here, and I'll wait for you.
Even on a rush job, an FBI special agent must practice one thing: patience. Agent Taylor waited that afternoon at the library. A half hour, an hour, 2 hours. Finally, it paid off. Nelson arrived. He left an envelope in a magazine. It contained an application for membership into the Communist Party. It carried the signature Jeff Carson. It was sent to Washington to be studied. A report came back. A report from the documents section. A report on the handwriting of Jeff Carson and Thomas Caldwell. A report which said they were the same. Now there was proof. Some proof, but still not enough. So the file remained open. Open until one question was conclusively answered. Is Tom Caldwell a communist?
Have a chair.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, you still on Caldwell?
Yes, sir.
Why come back to me?
Because I've done some checking since I was here last. You've cleaned this union up. When you took over, it had a solid communist core. Now that's gone. Your members tell me that you're responsible.
Huh? That's nice to hear.
You'd know if an officer of the outfit was following the party line, wouldn't you?
You mean Caldwell or just any officer?
Oh, I mean Caldwell.
Did he follow the party line?
Mr. Morgan, as I said, I came back because I don't think you would knowingly shield a communist. I have certain information about Caldwell, and I'm trying to double-check it before I finish my report.
And you want my help?
If you'll give it to me, yes.
All right. Caldwell joined the party in 1946.
Why didn't you tell me that the last time?
I was trying to protect him. That's why I figured I might get you mad enough to stop checking on Caldwell and begin investigating me.
Why protect him?
Caldwell never really was a communist. He joined the party on orders.
Whose?
Mine. When I became head of this union, the commies drove me nuts. They were trying to take over. It looked for a while like they might make it. I had a meeting with Caldwell one night. I asked him to join the party, and he turned me down.
I see.
I kept on working on him, and finally he agreed to do it. For almost 3 years, he tipped me off as to what they were up to, and at the same time used his influence to get them to move slow. I take a lot of credit for ridding this union of commies, and I think I deserve it. But the man who really helped me most was Tom Caldwell.
Will you put all that into a signed statement?
Yes, of course I will.
By the way, did anybody else know about Caldwell joining on your orders?
Yes, Hal Whitfield was the vice president in those days. He was in on it.
Where's Whitfield now?
Working in San Francisco. I'll get his address for you.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Taylor, I want to apologize.
For what?
One reason I didn't talk to you when you were here last time is, I wasn't sure you'd understand.
Well, understanding's not our business. We don't make recommendations one way or the other. We just try to get the facts. They speak for themselves. Mr. Baker, here's the complete report on Caldwell.
Oh, thanks, Taylor.
You know, he's lucky you sent me back to see Morgan.
Well, the thing didn't add up. Especially after we got these other reports here. Boston, no evidence of communist activity. Milwaukee, no evidence. San Francisco, no evidence.
Oh, have you heard from San Francisco?
Yeah, this morning. Whitfield was interviewed and confirmed Morgan's story in every detail. And the lab reported that the sample of Pete Nelson's handwriting you submitted matched the writing in the anonymous letter.
That ties into the facts developed that Nelson and Caldwell wanted to marry the same girl.
Yeah. Well, I'll sign the report and get it off to Washington immediately.
Tom?
Yes, dear.
What are you doing home?
I quit at the plant.
Quit?
You better get dressed. We're having dinner downtown.
But
I start at the department tomorrow.
Huh?
Here. Read this.
The Department of Supply Loyalty Board has cleared Thomas J. Caldwell, and he is hereby notified that his period of employment starts immediately upon reporting. Tom, they didn't find out.
Yes, they did.
Well,
Harry Morgan told them about it, but the FBI report explained why I joined.
oh.
Now, take it easy. That's the girl. You know, Clara, you never really appreciate democracy until you see it work, until you see it do this kind of a job.
You'll have to write Harry Morgan a thank you note.
I already have, and I also sent one to J. Edgar Hoover. I hope you don't mind. I thank Mr. Hoover for both of us.
To Tom Caldwell, the investigation you have just heard dramatized was of utmost importance. On it depended his entire future. To your FBI, it was one in a long line of thousands upon thousands of similar full-field investigations. But, as you have heard, it was conducted as fully and as earnestly as if it had been a search for a mad killer. Your FBI has been criticized in the past for paying any attention to the anonymous letters which flow into its offices every day. Its policy on those letters is the same as on signed affidavits. Everything which comes to your FBI is filed. To assume the right to file one letter and discard another would be undemocratic, for then it could lead to keeping only those letters which reported on certain people and not keeping those which reported on others. No such ability to scan a piece of paper and instantly to determine the truth or falseness of its message is assumed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It never will be. Your FBI operates to collect only one thing: facts. For it is a firm believer in the biblical prophecy that the truth shall make you free.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy. If you cannot locate an Equitable agent, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Racket Control. Its title, The $1 Million Question.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Whitfield Connor, Bill Conrad, Sam Edwards, Herb Ellis, Lou Merrill, and Jeanette Nolan. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The $1 Million Question on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you're covered by Social Security, you will certainly be interested in a plan for turning your Social Security into full security. The Equitable Life Assurance Society will be glad to show you how simple that can be. Interested? then please listen carefully in about 14 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Racket Control. Its title, The $1 Million Question.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation points up an alarming condition existing in our country. While our forces fight on foreign shores to protect our precious heritage, criminal forces within our own borders are trying to strangle it, demanding protection money from those conducting legitimate businesses. Your FBI says that protection money, like blackmail money, is unnecessary. Law enforcement agencies can and will give adequate protection. But businessmen must cooperate, must reveal the facts as they know them. Then and then only will this vicious underworld practice be wiped out. For criminals fear exposure almost as much as they fear bullets. Right here and now, your FBI pledges all legitimate business enterprises its full support in the fight against graft, corruption, and exploitation. Listen tonight to an example of what we mean by this. Tonight's file opens in a large eastern city. Over the entrance to a building in the warehouse district is a sign which reads, "Our trucks move anything, anywhere, anytime." A middle-aged man sits in an office on the top floor of that building. He is just greeting a visitor.
Come right in, sir.
Thank you.
My secretary tells me you're with the FBI.
Yes, that's right, sir. My name is Taylor. Here are my credentials.
I see. Have a chair, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks.
What can I do for you?
Well, sir, I'd like some information.
I'd be glad to help. What is it?
A hoodlum named Joe Russell was arrested this week by the police. The prosecuting attorney got permission to examine Russell's bank records. Now, they showed that your trucking company and quite a few others paid Russell a sum of money every month. The FBI was called in when it developed that most of the companies use their trucks interstate.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Well, simple arithmetic showed the amount each trucking company paid Russell was equal to $25 a month for every truck.
What does that prove?
We've got a case of interference with interstate shipments against Russell. It's an open secret that all of you pay him that money for protection. The United States Attorney needs more, however, than an open secret for evidence. He wants proof, and that's why I'm here.
How can I help you?
By giving me a signed statement that Russell extorts the money from you, and then by going to court to substantiate your statement with testimony.
Mr. Taylor, I'm afraid I can't do that.
But we know that you're giving Russell that money.
We pay him because he helps us in our business.
Oh, and how?
We used to have accidents before we signed with him. Since then, we haven't had a single one.
All right, sir. Will you put that much into a statement?
No, and I won't testify. Look, what do you want from me? I'm not a criminal, and as far as Russell goes, he's nothing. Go catch a big fish. Arrest Alex Butler. He steals more than 20 Joe Russells.
Can you help us prove that?
No, but there must be people who can. Why don't you find them and stop bothering the small fry?
Mr. Ramsey, can I have a few more minutes of your time?
What for?
I'd like to tell you a story, sir.
All right.
About 25 years ago, a young man named Bill Coleman joined the police force here. A few nights later, he was walking his beat when he came to a small candy store, or what had been a candy store. Now the counter was smashed, every window broken, and the owner was crumpled unconscious against a wall. Bit by bit, Officer Coleman got the story. Every shop on that street was paying $1 a week to a young hoodlum. The officer got a description of a petty larceny thief named Curly, whose hangout was a pool room just a few blocks away.
Hey, nice shot, Curly.
Bank the 6-ball. Well, that's game, Jack. Pay me.
Okay. Now, how about a return? Huh?
You got any more dough?
No.
Hang up your cue.
Wait a minute. I'll put up some info.
On what?
Streets you can get for yourself real easy. 20 stores on it. They're paying $5 a week now. It's 100 smackers. I'll put them up. You put up $10 cash, huh?
What are the stores? What street?
Curly, I'm no dope. You say it's a deal, and I'll tell you.
It's a deal.
They're on Broadway between Spring and Main. Pete Harper's got that block. He was picked up last night. Word is he'll get 6 months. By then, you could have the block organized so good and never get it back. Well, you buy it?
I buy it. Here's a cue ball. You break.
Cop just come in.
Yeah, I see him. Hello.
Hi.
Your name Curly?
Uh-huh.
I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
You beat up a candy store owner over on Wilson Street last night.
I wasn't near Wilson Street last night. I went to the movies with this guy here.
Oh? What'd you see?
The big parade. Yeah, the big parade.
I hear you collect from every store on Wilson Street.
Collect what?
Protection. The candy store didn't pay you this week, so you went in and beat up the owner.
How could I? I was at the movies.
Can you prove that?
Can you prove I beat the guy up?
I might. The victim is at Memorial Hospital. I'm going over there now. If he talks, I'll be back. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, officer.
Well, how do you feel?
Fair.
Well, you got a pretty bad beating.
The doctor says I'll be all right.
What happened last night? Who did this to you?
I don't know.
Now, look, sir, I'm here to help you.
Then do me a favor. Forget the whole thing.
Why?
I don't want any more beatings.
But you don't have to pay protection.
Officer, you're a young man. You don't understand these things. I didn't pay. That was a mistake. I don't make another one.
Do you know a man called Curly?
Who?
You know who I mean.
Yes.
He's the one who beat you up for not paying.
I didn't say that.
But he
Now,
is...
look, officer, I don't make trouble for you. Don't make trouble for me. Please leave me alone.
Well, Mr. Ramsey, that started Curly's career. His one protection block became 2 blocks, then 3, then the entire neighborhood. When he was finally arrested, Officer Coleman picked him up for assault and battery, and Curly was sentenced to 6 months. By the time he got out, someone else had taken over his protection racket, but Curly didn't care. He had enough money by now to set himself up in a new business. He became a bootlegger. He was only doing fairly well with his whiskey trade till one night at a dance hall.
Curly!
Oh, hiya, Ruthie.
Oh, I didn't see you come in.
No, I just got here.
That's a new band tonight. We sound good, huh?
They're okay.
Well, are we going to dance?
I'm supposed to meet a guy here.
Oh, come on. He'll find you.
Well...
Come on. You been busy or something?
Why?
Well, you haven't been around.
I've been working.
I hear you got a new car.
Yeah, Marmon Roadster.
No kidding. Oh, I'm sorry, Curly.
That's okay. I guess I'm a little too tricky for you. I'll stay with the straight stuff. Curly? Oh, hiya. Come on, this is the guy I'm supposed to see.
You been here long?
No. You know Ruthie, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Hi.
Hi.
Get lost a minute, honey. I want to talk to this guy.
Oh, but Curly,
I'll be back. Come on, Jack. What'd you want to see me about? The farmer just got knocked off.
So I'll get my stuff from somebody else?
That ain't why I come. I want to sell you some information.
Like what?
A customer the farmer had. Big one. You can move in if you work fast.
What's this information worth?
10%.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's the West Side Club. We got 3,000 members. The farmer was moving 20, 30 cases a day into the place.
That much?
Sure. Manager's got a racket on the side. Sells the members booze to take home.
What's the manager's name?
Morgan. Tomorrow, every guy in town will be trying to make the connection. You, buy it, Curly?
I buy it. Is this Morgan at the club now?
Yeah?
Look, you go dance with Ruthie, huh? I'm gonna go see him.
Curly went to see Mr. Morgan, but so did another bootlegger. Curly made the deal to supply the club's whiskey, but his competitor never stopped trying to steal the business away. Never stopped, that is, till Curly murdered him. Officer Coleman went to work on this case. Slowly, surely, he collected evidence. Finally, he needed only one more element. Proof that Curly had the whiskey concession at the West Side Club.
Oh, sit down. Have a seat, Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Well, now, what can I do for you?
Well, I'd like some information. I understand this club gets its whiskey from Curly.
Whiskey?
Yes, Mr. Morgan.
We don't buy any whiskey. That's against the law.
No, I'm not a revenue agent. I'm here investigating a murder. Everything I've learned so far adds up to the fact that Curly committed the crime. The motive has to be the whiskey concession here. If I get a statement from you, I think we can get a conviction.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant. I don't know anything about whiskey being sold around this club.
I just came in through the dining room. How come everybody's drinking?
Well, after all, this is a club. If a member keeps a few bottles in his locker, we really can't stop him, now can we?
Mr. Morgan, you're not being very cooperative.
Well, I'm telling you all I know.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
Oh, are you leaving?
Yep.
Well, drop in again anytime. You're always welcome.
There was another opportunity to stop Curly's progress, Mr. Ramsey, and once again it failed because a man who could have indicted him refused to help. Well, in a few years, Curly controlled the bootleg whiskey business here, and he should have been satisfied, I guess, but he wasn't. He respected Jack Moody, and Jack told him the thing wouldn't last, and that worried Curly. Then one night he took Ruth Dawson to the old arena to see the six-day bicycle races.
Curly, why are they riding so slow?
The judge waved the red flag. That means nobody can steal a lap now.
What's with that guy singing?
He's a song plugger. They're always at these things.
I could stand a hot dog.
Well, I'll grab the guy when he comes around.
50 for a sprint. $50 for a sprint, offered by the gentleman in box 83. All right, riders, line up.
There they go.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, that's Torchy Peden.
Come on, Torchy.
Come on, Torchy. He'll win it.
Oh, here comes that old man.
Oh, McNamara. He can still ride.
Hang on, Torchy, hang on.
There, you see, I told you.
Hi, Curly.
Oh, come on in. Sit down.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi. Sit here.
Where you going, honey?
For that hot dog. I'm hungry.
Okay. Hey, Jack, you should have been here before. I put up 50 for a sprint, and I got a cheer like I was Jack Dempsey.
Yeah, look, kid, I got a hot deal for you.
No? What is it?
10%?
Okay.
I know where you can buy a snatch. A real good one. The guy's been fingered for a month. You can buy the schedule he lives by, the hideout, the muscle, everything but 10 G's.
It's a lot of cabbage.
No, not for this man. You get as much ransom as you want to ask for.
Who is it?
Old man Adams.
Hey.
Yeah. How about it?
Well, it sounds okay, but I never fooled around with that kind of a deal.
Look, booze ain't gonna last forever, you know. But there'll always be rich guys like Adams around. You got an organization working at it, you can do one a month. I'd say 100 G's a crack, that ain't bad.
Yeah, I know, Jack.
Look,
but,
Curly, we've been friends for a long time, right? That's why I brought you the deal first. But I can't stall the guys who own this mark too long. Adams is going on a trip next week. The snatch has to be made by tomorrow night.
Well, that doesn't leave much time.
It's all set up. The only thing you gotta do is just nod your head. That'll work, huh?
Look at that Georgette.
Curly, I gotta know right now. You buy it?
I buy it.
Come on, George! Get it!
In just a moment, we will bring you the conclusion of tonight's case, which shows how the men of your FBI do their job of promoting national security. Now I want to talk about another kind of security. I want to talk about turning Social Security into full security. And just to prove how easy it is to do that, I've asked Mr. and Mrs. James Drummond to help me. Mr. and Mrs. Drummond.
Good evening, Mr. Keating.
Good evening. Mr. Drummond, before the show, I gave you a copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers put out by the Equitable Society. Will you tell our audience what you and Mrs. Drummond have learned in that short time with the aid of the fact-finding chart?
Glad to, Mr. Keating. I've been wondering for years how Marge and the boys would get along if something happened to me. I knew the money from my Social Security simply wouldn't stretch far enough to let them live decently.
That's true, Mr. Keating. Well, we never knew before just how much money it would take. All we knew was that $110 a month doesn't go far these days. And that's what we get from Social Security.
Mr. Drummond, did the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers help?
Oh, you bet. For the first time, I knew exactly how much money Marge and little Joe and Jimmy need to get along without me.
Show Mr. Keating how we worked it out, Jim. See, here's the answer we got from the fact-finding chart.
Well, I knew you'd get the answer. The fact-finding chart covers everything.
How much does the chart cost, Mr. Keating? I'd like to tell my friends.
Not a cent. It's free. No obligations. Representatives of the Equitable Society are glad to give a copy to any man or woman who is interested. This chart guides you every step of the way with easy-to-understand pictures. The answer is trustworthy and accurate, and you learn exactly how much extra income you need to turn your Social Security into full security. Your Equitable man will be glad to show you how to accomplish that. Remember, you've already got a big head start with your Social Security and whatever insurance you may now have. Only a small amount of additional insurance may be all that's needed to give full security. So why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? Ask him for your free copy of Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The $1 Million Question.
After the influx of kidnappings in the late 20s and early 30s, the federal kidnapping statute was passed by Congress. This gave your FBI jurisdiction in those cases where an interstate element was present. Within a few years, kidnapping ceased to be a major law enforcement problem. Noting your FBI's success in that and other fields of crime over which it has jurisdiction, some people have raised their voices to demand a national police force, a master overall law enforcement agency whose authority would extend to every corner of the nation. Your FBI is against any such proposal. America needs no national police force. The federal government can never properly substitute itself for local self-rule. The experience of other people in foreign lands who suddenly found themselves living in a totalitarian state discloses that the trend always started with people in local communities being unable or unwilling to take care of local situations. The experience of your FBI has been that our present setup of local, county, state, and federal law enforcement agencies works best. Works best for police officials and for you, the people. Tonight's FBI file continues in the warehouse office where Agent Taylor sits with Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Taylor, I don't see what the story of this man Curley has to do with me.
You let me finish it, sir, and I think you'll see.
Go ahead.
Well, Curley maneuvered that kidnapping and got $100,000 ransom. Bill Coleman heard a rumor and started to investigate. He questioned Curley and got a complete denial. Coleman's next stop was the victim, but he had no comment to make. As far as he was concerned, the matter was closed. So you see, once again, a man who could have stopped Curley refused to, and by refusing, allowed him to continue his career. A short time later, Prohibition was repealed. That was December of 1933. Curley took it easy for a while. Then in May of the following year, he took Ruth and Jack to Louisville to see the Kentucky Derby.
I'll never be able to read a racing form.
I told you what to do. Bet on Discovery.
I already did. I just wanted to know why.
The cashier won't ask you when you give him the ticket.
The horses are reaching the gate.
Where's Jack with those jewelers?
He'll be here.
Curly, this Mata Harry's a girl horse, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But don't get any ideas. Fillies don't win this race.
Oh, here we are, kids.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
Thanks, pal.
That tastes good.
It's now post time.
Curly.
Yeah.
Want to talk to you about something.
All right, don't tell me you're going to tout me on cavalcade.
No. It's business.
Well, look, the race is going to start in a minute.
Look, it's a big deal, Curly.
Okay. What is it?
Gotta nod your head first, kid. 10%?
Okay. What's the deal?
Well, I've been thinking. Look, the bookies back home are killing each other off.
So?
Well, if a guy stepped in, put out the fire, he could make a club. You know, a guy like you. Make yourself like the George Landis of bookmakers. They pay you a piece of the action, you protect everybody's territory for them.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they don't like it, who are they going to run to? Pretty smart setup, huh?
Yeah, it's not bad.
You, buy it?
I buy it.
And now...
Now, Mr. Ramsey, Curly had something he could use his organizational talents on, and he did. Before anybody realized what was happening, he was collecting from every book in town. He was also moving into legitimate businesses. He bought a company that made jukeboxes, then he took over an outfit that distributed cigarette vending machines, then an automobile agency. They were all profitable because Curly had found a new formula. Use Prohibition strong-arm methods in legitimate business, and it paid off. Nobody could arrest him because he wasn't the legal owner of any of the outfits. Each had its own frontman. Curly merely pulled the strings and collected the profits. He operated from a suite of offices in a downtown skyscraper. One day, Jack Moody came to see him.
Good morning, Mayor.
Huh?
You want to be mayor?
That'll make sense, will you?
I was just over the second ward. Norton's having trouble.
Now, what kind?
Well, the primary's coming up next month. There's going to be an opposition ticket.
Oh.
Wheeler's putting up a slate of his own.
Wheeler might give Norton more than just trouble.
He knows it, and we can make a deal.
Like what?
Well, Norton figures with $20,000 he can keep control. In return, he'll give you 3 places on the ticket. You name the men, he'll run them.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough.
Look, I was kidding about the mayor's job, but you could be a councilman for sure.
No. I stay out of the picture.
Huh? Whatever you say.
See Norton, though. Tell him he's got his money.
Okay. Call you tonight.
Wait a minute.
What?
I just happened to think if Norton will give us 3 men for 20 G's, maybe Wheeler will, too.
What?
Give them both 20, and we got a winner either way.
Well, that's how it started, Mr. Ramsey. Curly got control of the second ward in that primary 5 years ago. The next year, he picked up 3 more districts, and his machine will probably carry every office in next week's election.
I don't know anybody named Curly in local politics.
Well, you wouldn't, sir, for a couple of reasons. In the first place, he still stays out of the picture.
Come in.
Hello, I'm looking for...
I'm here, Bill.
Oh.
Mr. Ramsey, this is Chief of Police Coleman.
How do you do?
Hello.
This is the same Bill Coleman who was the officer in my story.
Oh.
How'd you make out, Bill?
Well, Butler said if I make that arrest, he'll have my job.
Mr. Ramsey, he's talking about Alex Butler. You see, Curly is Alex Butler.
The man you've been telling me about?
That's right, sir. A lot of people had a chance to stop Alex Butler while he was working his way up from being a cheap hoodlum to the man who runs this entire city. Nobody did, though.
Well, there's nothing I can do about Alex Butler.
No, but I came up here to question you about a petty larceny chiseler named Joe Russell. 25 years ago, Curly was where Russell is now. But you've got a chance to stop Joe Russell before he becomes another Butler. Well, sir, what's your answer?
I'll testify.
Joe Russell was convicted in federal court of violating the anti-racketeering statutes and sentenced to a federal prison. In addition to being the case history of a hoodlum, tonight's case from the files of your FBI told the story of how some political machines are born. It is unfortunate that some communities in every part of the nation find themselves ruled by such machines. However, that situation can be remedied. Throughout most of the country, this coming week will see an election being held. You, as a citizen, have a responsibility and a duty to vote in that election. In local contests, the smaller the number of votes cast, the fewer are needed to control the result. No political machine in our history has gone through the years without defeat, and they invariably met that defeat when the voters of a community turned out en masse at the ballot boxes. If there is an election in your community this coming week, do your duty as an American. Study the candidates and the issues. Then vote.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy. If you cannot locate an Equitable agent, send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, allotment swindle. Its title, The Traveling Bride.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Herb Butterfield, Walter Catlett, Bill Conrad, Betty Lou Gerson, Wally Mayer, John Sheehan, and Charlie Williams. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Traveling Bride on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Friends, your Social Security takes you a long way toward full security, but not all the way. That's why you'll be interested in the Equitable Society's plan for turning Social Security into full security. So, in just 13 minutes, listen carefully. At that time, we have an important message on this subject from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Allotment Swindle. Its title, The Traveling Bride.
The basic purpose in bringing you this series of official broadcasts from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is to acquaint you, the honest citizen, with the criminal. It is imperative that you know as much about the criminal as possible, because only one person can eliminate crime from the face of America. That person is you. Ask the average businessman about conditions in his particular field. He will tell you about the latest trends, the outlook for the future, and the competition he faces. Ask the average person, be that person man or woman, about crime in the community, and you will most likely be answered with a shrug of the shoulder or a blank look. Yet everyone, no matter what his or her business, should have the facts of crime at his fingertips. For crime is a part of our everyday life, as close to every American home as dust in a rug. Tonight's FBI file opens at an amusement park in a large West Coast city. It is early afternoon as a good-looking young man in a sailor's uniform walks past the merry-go-round and heads toward one of the concession stands.
Okay, sailor, try your arm. 3 balls for a dime. Hit the bullseye and give the pig a bath. Here we are, action every minute, only a dime, 10 cents. What's that? 3 balls, 1 dime. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, kid. I'm a patriot. Take 1 ball free. Go ahead. Where's Nora? Son, I got no time for games. I'm a busy man. Play or keep moving. Okay, folks, 3 balls for a dime. Give the pig a bath.
Mister, a girl used to come down that chute. And I gotta find her.
Who?
Nora Young, the girl who used to work here.
Oh, that was last year. All right, lady, let your boy have some fun. 3 balls for the 10th spot of $1. Hit the target and give the pig a bath.
Mister, where is she? Where's Nora?
How should I know?
But she worked here last year.
A lot of dames worked here last year. I was changing dames more than I was changing shirts.
Look, I gotta find her. She's my wife. Here's her picture.
Yeah, she used to work here.
You know where she is?
Let's see. She used to go to see an agent who was trying to get her a dancing job.
What's his name?
Brooks, Cook, something like that.
Where can I find him?
He's got an office in the Central Building.
You sure?
Sailor, I was never sure of anything with those dames. That's why I switched to pigs. All right, folks, 3 balls for a dime. Hurry over here. Hey, y'all. Hey, come on.
And I know that none of you men at this luncheon have to be reminded that all of us are facing this law enforcement problem together. That's why this meeting was called. I know you all want to help. And if there's anything the sheriff's office can do for you, call on us. We're open for business 24 hours a day. Now, before we adjourn, I'd like to ask a man most of you know to say a few words. Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I can only echo the sheriff's invitation. If any of you run into any evidence of the violation of a law over which we have jurisdiction, why, we'll give you all the help we can.
This meeting is now adjourned.
Oh, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
You going back to headquarters?
Yep. You want a lift?
Yeah, please. See, I wasn't here during the last war, but I understand that there's more servicemen's complaints now.
Well, there are at least as many.
Huh? How do you account for it?
Well, the people aren't aware that these men in uniform are their boys. During the last war, we had canteens, free shows for servicemen. Folks were inviting soldiers home for a home-cooked meal. Today, the man in uniform is just another stranger. He's on his own.
Well, let's hope it doesn't take a full-scale war to make people change. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Yeah, thanks. My car's down this way, Jim.
Fine.
You going to be in your office later?
Yeah, all afternoon.
I might be over to see you. A case came in this morning that could have an FBI angle.
Huh? Well, if it has, you let me know. We'll work on it together.
Occasionally, an old-time crime is modernized and streamlined for use today. But for the most part, little originality is displayed by criminals. As an example, the wartime crimes of World War II are again becoming popular. Some of the victims of these crimes are civilians. Some are young men in uniform, like the sailor who went to the amusement park looking for his wife. The sailor who searched the corridors of an office building looking for a certain small-time theatrical agent, and finally found him.
Well, come in, sailor.
Are you Mr. Brooks?
Yes, and don't tell me what you want. I know. Your ship is putting on a show and you need some acts. Okay, I got a pip for you.
But I...
This is an alligator who plays the saxophone. And wait till you get what he does for a finish. Anchors away. Ha ha! Pretty good, huh?
I'm looking for Nora Young.
Son, you never saw me before, did you?
No.
Believe me, I'm your friend. You don't want Nora Young's act.
Yeah, but
Now, look, how about Scuffy the Seal? He not only plays a horn, but he does imitations. Now, wait a minute. Don't take my word for how good he is. Listen to what Variety has to say. Scuffy the Seal was Sacco in a 10-minute turn that drew boff reaction from crowded houses. How about that? How many other seal acts ever got a notice like that, huh?
Mr. Brooks, I'm trying to find Nora Young. She's my wife. I married her just before I shipped out last year. Now I can't find her.
Well, now, there were 2 soldiers up here this week looking for her, and they both gave me the same story.
What were their names?
I don't know. I don't even know yours.
Seaman First Class Eric Wheeler.
Yeah, but they said they were married to Nora, too.
They're lying. Where is she?
Oh, I got her a week in a rag bag.
What?
A cheap carny. She and a dame named Gladys Harding are doing a 2-act. They start tomorrow. Lucky Bill's Carnival.
Where?
Riverdale.
Thanks.
Wait a minute, sailor.
Yeah?
You want some advice?
What?
You'd be better off with the seal.
Nora, you rehearsing the human fly bit?
Huh?
What are you doing halfway up the wall?
Taking down my pictures?
You're supposed to be packing.
I am. Gladys, look at this one. Ain't he cute?
Divine.
He's the first one I ever married.
No other cigarette can make that statement. Now, come on down.
Help me move the bureau.
What for?
I've got to get those other pictures.
Why?
They're my husband's.
So?
So I want to keep their pictures.
You got a heart like an open manhole. Look, finish packing. Your train leaves in an hour.
Hold this one, will you?
Sure. It'll make me feel like a bridesmaid. All right, now you got 'em all. Go get dressed. You grab the train, and I'll meet you at the Carney as soon as I can.
Gladys, I can't go there alone.
Call the Army. Tell them how many soldiers you're married to, and they'll give you a military escort.
But I never worked at Carney before.
Honey, it's healthy burlesque. You do the same dances, only there's more fresh air.
There are supposed to be 2 of us.
Oh, tell them I'm sick. I missed the train. Anything. I'll take off as soon as I pick up the allotment check.
I still don't see why we have to play the Carney at all.
Soldiers flock to a Carney. And we're in business for you to marry soldiers.
But
Nora, I ain't making this up. I worked these same towns this way during the last war.
I suppose the soldiers at this place are getting ready to go overseas, too.
That's right.
The minute I marry anybody, he's gone.
That's why they call them ports of embarkation. Now get dressed and catch that train.
Morning, Jim.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
I think I've got one for you. A serviceman's allowance violation.
Well, here we go again.
3 servicemen have been to see me in the last couple of days. They all married just before going to Korea. They're back home now on rotation, and none of them can find his wife.
What makes you think it's a swindle?
From the descriptions they gave, it sounds like they all married the same girl.
No?
I picked up photostatic copies of their marriage licenses. Here, take a look.
Okay.
The bride's first name is Nora on all 3.
You know, just offhand, I'd say this was the same writing?
Yep.
But I'll have the lab check for sure.
The police have no records on any of those names, neither have we.
Well, maybe Washington has. And I'll also request them to contact military authorities, compare the endorsements and all the government allowance checks.
Good.
Oh, were any of the checks delivered here?
1. I went to the address, but there wasn't anybody home.
Uh-huh. Now, where are the 3 husbands?
Here. Here are their names and addresses.
All right, thanks. I'll get that teletype off to Washington, then I'll go interview them.
And that's why I'm telling you, folks, we got the greatest show on this midway, the greatest show you've ever seen. And in addition, at no extra charge, the biggest, the best collection of the most beautiful girls you ever witnessed.
Mister.
Go away, girlie, I'm busy. Folks, You say you can't afford to see the show. You say it'll cost you too much. Don't be silly, friends. Friends, that's where you're wrong. The cost is one quarter, the fourth part of $1.
Mister, are you Lucky Bill?
Sorry, sister, no jobs open.
I'm Madam Calypso.
Look, folks, if you want to see the show, buy a ticket. Huh? Who'd you say you were?
Well, my real name is Nora Young, but I dance under the name of Madam Calypso.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Where's your partner?
She can't get here till tonight. She's sick.
Well, ain't that just too bad? I'm supposed to be putting on a girl show, so 2 dames take it on the Duffy, and your partner don't even come in. What does she want me to do? Ad-lib the girls?
I know the dances.
Well, okay, honey. Work alone. You work alone when she gets here. Dress in the tent back there, and you better hurry up, too. You'll be on in about 5 minutes. This way, folks, this way. The greatest show, the most stupendous show you've ever seen in
Nora.
Broadway.
Huh?
Come in and watch the
Nora,
girls do the
I
dance.
found
It
you.
won't cost
Let me go.
$5.
Nora,
All it'll cost is
I'm Eric, your husband.
Oh,
Why didn't you answer my letters? I kept writing, but they all came back.
how did you ever find me?
I went to see your agent. And Nora, 2 soldiers told him you were married to them, too.
They're crazy.
That's what I told them.
Hey,
Gee, I missed you so
what's the
much.
idea? Ain't you getting dressed? I told you. You're on in 5 minutes, so quit gabbing with sailors.
But he's my husband.
I don't care about that. Come on, go on. Get ready. Get
All
ready.
right.
Nora, wait.
Stay out of this, boy.
But I gotta talk to her. Nora, come home with me. You never met my folks, and...
Now you're on in 4 minutes.
Eric, I have to get dressed.
Don't stand here telling him about it. Go and do it.
Don't you want to go with me?
Sure, but...
Come on, get dressed. Get dressed now or you're
Eric,
fired.
I'll see you later.
Hold it, sailor.
I want to go back there with her. Nora! Nora!
Look, son, the only way you're going to see her in the next half hour is with a ticket.
In a few moments, we will return to tonight's case, which shows how the vigilance of your FBI promotes national security. But there's another kind of security you need that's just as important. Future security for your family, regardless of what happens to you. That's why I want to tell you how easy it is now to turn your Social Security into full security. To help me do this, I invited Mr. and Mrs. William Thompson to come to our program. Their problem may be the same as yours, and the answer is just as easy. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, first of all, Mr. Thompson, what is your principal worry?
Well, if something happened to me, how would my wife and children live? The Social Security would only be about $110 a month, and with prices the way they are, $110 wouldn't be enough to keep the home going. But just how much do they need to keep our home going if I'm gone?
That's easy. This fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers will give you the answer in 5 minutes.
How does it work?
You see, it's a special Equitable Society chart that helps you to figure out exactly what income your family would need above and beyond your Social Security if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Well, it sounds good.
Just look it over. You see, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. Every important item of living expense is included, so you get an answer that's accurate and trustworthy. It takes the guesswork and the worry out of planning for the future.
Well, where could we get a copy of this chart, Mr. Keating, and how much does it cost?
Not a cent. It's yours free. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to give you a copy. And after you've filled it in, your Equitable Society man will show you how to turn Social Security into full security.
Well, doesn't that run into a lot of money?
It probably costs less than you think. You see, your Social Security gives you a big head start. And you may have other insurance, too, that will help. So actually, only a very small amount of additional insurance may be all you need to give you that full security.
Thank you, Mr. Keating.
Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson. Yes, friends, it's just as easy and simple as that to find out how to turn your Social Security into full security. So why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative now? Ask him for your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, or drop a penny postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Traveling Bride.
In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have seen 2 female criminals at work. You have also witnessed the wheels of 2 law enforcement agencies begin to mesh in an effort to apprehend them. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has always operated on the belief that a woman simply because she is a woman, has no more right to break the law than a man. However, there have been sentimentalists who felt that pitting an organization like your FBI against a woman was unfair. Those people have ignorantly tried to aid every woman criminal. For a great number of those women would probably never have engaged in crime if they knew they'd share equal punishment with men when caught. Your FBI hopes through this series of programs to enlist each of you as a volunteer in the army of decent people fighting crime. As a soldier in that army, you should know the facts. One of those facts is this. Nationwide police records show that the number of women engaging in serious crimes like murder, robbery, and assault grows greater year after year. It is therefore time to replace our native chivalry with common sense and fight crime wherever we find it, no matter who the criminal might be. Tonight's FBI file continues later that afternoon at Sheriff Al Austin's office.
Sheriff, I think I've got something. I went by that address where the girl was getting her check, and it was picked up this morning.
Then she's still here, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. Something new has been added. The girl who picked up the check doesn't answer the description that we got from the 3 servicemen.
What?
Yeah, that's right. This was an older girl.
Well, what's her name?
The janitor didn't know. He just used to hold the check each month for this girl to pick up. I sent her complete description along to Washington.
Fine.
Oh, and Sheriff, all 3 marriage licenses showed the same first name for the bride.
Nora.
Yeah, so it'd be my guess that that's the right first name anyway.
She used it when she worked, too.
Oh?
Those servicemen I spoke to told me where they met her. One picked her up when she was a taxi dancer at that Daisy Bell ballroom.
Oh, that's a real nice place.
Yeah. The second met her when she was a waitress at a drive-in on Brewster Drive, and the last one caught her while she was a chorus girl at the Mason Street Burlesque.
Nora gets around.
None of the places had any idea where we might locate her now.
Well, looks like our best chance is finding out who Nora's friend is. Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Maybe this friend worked at one of those places, too.
It could be, Jim.
All right, I'll check and call you if I get anything.
Welcome to our happy home.
Gladys, I'm so glad you're here. Wait till I tell you what happened.
I know. I saw the boss and chilled the beat.
I don't mean that.
And say, I heard about you meeting a sailor. Good work, kid.
Gladys, please listen to me. We're in trouble. I was just going on for the first show, and this sailor comes running up. And who do you think it was? My first husband.
Huh? What's he doing here?
He came looking for me, and I made a date with him.
Oh, no.
I had to.
Why? Was his morale low?
No, but after all, I am married to him.
Look, I'm passing a new rule. From now on, you can't go out with anybody once you've married him.
That's not fair.
You want to be fair or rich?
Can't I even go out with Eric once? I like him.
Make him your pen pal.
You told me not to write to any of my husbands.
Oh, forget it. Where are you supposed to meet him?
I guess he'll be hanging around out front.
Get him.
Now?
Yeah, and bring him back here. The 3 of us better have a real heart-to-heart.
An investigation is almost like a jigsaw puzzle. But here, the pieces are not spread on a table waiting to be picked up. FBI headquarters 3,000 miles away in Washington, D.C. was busy on this case. All allowance checks mailed to Nora Young under her various aliases were obtained and examined. The endorsement handwriting matched perfectly. Now there was no question that an allowance swindle was in progress. But one piece of the picture was still missing. The piece showing where Nora Young was now.
Sheriff Austin.
Jim Taylor, Sheriff. I've got the name of Nora Young's friend. It's Gladys Harding.
Where'd you dig that up?
At the burlesque house. She worked there as a chorus girl with Nora. They quit to do an act together. Oh, pardon me, Sheriff. You want me, Tommy?
Teletype you, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, thanks. Sheriff, hold on a second, will you?
Okay.
This wire just came in from Washington. Wait a minute, I'll read it to you. Identification made of suspect described your wire named Gladys Harding.
Good.
As record for defrauding government in connection with servicemen's dependents' allowance checks. Her complete file's being teletyped. Well, Sheriff, the minute it gets here, I'll come over and see you.
Nora, why do we have to wait here?
Because Gladys told me to bring you back to the tent so she could meet you.
No, I don't like this whole thing.
No, Eric.
Well, I mean it. You dancing in front of all those people in a veil.
It's all right. I'm not cold.
Oh, I see. It's you two again.
Hello.
Well, where's your partner this time?
I don't know.
Well, find her. The next show's about ready to go. And look, as a favor, will you please try to dance this time like you were both alive?
Nora, I thought maybe after you met my folks we could...
Please, Eric, not now. I've got a lot of other things on my mind.
I don't see what could be more important than us.
Brother, the whiskey they serve out there will make me vote dry.
Gladys, this is Seaman First Class Eric Wheeler.
I'm Stripper First Class Gladys Harding.
Hello.
So you're the all-American boy. Pull up a battleship and sit down.
He wants me to go away with him.
Why?
I don't like the idea of Nora working here.
We tried to get other jobs, but every church choir was full.
Eric saw the show, and he doesn't want me to go out on the stage again.
Oh. A critic, too.
Nora, I've got a little money saved up. We'll have enough.
For what, a starvation diet?
Miss Harding, you're trying to make this a joke, and I don't like it.
Well, the boy has a temper.
And don't call me a boy. Nora, I've waited around here long enough. You've got to tell me now whether or not you're coming home with me. Don't walk away. Can't you answer me?
I don't know what to say.
Well, I do.
Gladys, you hit him.
Forget the play-by-play. Let's pile him into the trunk and take off.
The continental United States covers an area of more than 3 million square miles, an area that makes every search a long, arduous task. In this case, FBI headquarters in Washington continued to help, continued supplying vital information, supplying news that all of Nora Young's previous allowance checks had been cashed by Gladys Harding, supplying a resume of Gladys Harding's World War II allowance racket. Then, theatrical agent Joe Brooks was located and interviewed. He told about Lucky Bill's carnival.
Son, you feel a little better now?
Yeah.
That's a bad bruise on your skull.
Feel strong enough to tell us what happened?
I was talking to my wife. She started to walk away. I turned to talk to her, and this Gladys hit me.
Then you were married to Nora, too.
Two?
We're looking for your wife and Gladys Harding. They're working an allowance swindle.
So that agent was right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, son.
You know where they went?
No, sir.
Did you hear them mention any city, hotel, train?
Bay City.
Oh, what about Bay City?
Nora said they were there last month.
I'm afraid knowing where they've been won't help much.
Bay City. I think there was something about Bay City in Gladys Harding's record, Sheriff.
You got that sheet with you?
Yeah. Here it is.
There's Bay City.
Yeah, and this may tell us where they are now. Come on, Sheriff.
Gladys, let's go back to town.
We just got here.
I know, but I don't like amusement parks.
We're here for work, not fun.
I won't do it.
Huh?
I can't slide down another chute into that cold water.
Oh, well, you won't have to. We'll work out of the dance hall.
Oh, that's good.
And the guy who gave us directions to the dance hall must have thought we meant Roseland in New York.
Let's go in there and rest.
The fortune tellers?
Uh-huh. We'll find out if we came to the right place.
Nora, when we get back to the hotel, I'll tell you fortune for nothing.
Can you?
The hard way with a tea bag.
Oh, Gladys, there's the dance hall.
The first thing I'm going to do is request a waltz.
Look at all those servicemen.
Smorgasbord.
Huh?
Skip it.
Oh, look, those two men are coming over here.
I'll handle them.
Good evening.
Sorry, Bud, we don't dance with civilians.
Yeah, Jim, they're the girls, all right.
I'll put it plainer. Take off. Blow. Get lost.
We all will, Miss Harding, as soon as we serve these warrants.
Gladys Harding and Nora Young were convicted in federal court. Both were sentenced to a federal prison for women. These two female swindlers were apprehended because Special Agent Taylor noticed something in Gladys Harding's record. noticed that during World War II she followed a regular geographical pattern, a pattern that took her from one port of embarkation to another. He also noticed that she was following the same pattern. So he and Sheriff Austin sped to the next city on her list and headed for the dance hall at the local amusement park, which was another part of her modus operandi. That observation brought to a close another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, brought it to a close and protected a few more servicemen from these particular criminals. However, other swindlers are at work this very minute in every part of the nation. Neither your FBI nor any local law enforcement agency can prevent those parasites from attempting to get easy money from you, the decent citizen. Only you can do that. Do it by following one simple rule. Always be alert.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Jailbreak. Its title, The Unwilling Host.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Walter Catlett, Richard Crenna, J.C. Flippen, Alice Reinhardt, and Gil Stratton, Jr. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unwilling Host on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. To you from Hollywood. To you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the millions of Americans covered by Social Security? If so, you will be vitally interested in tonight's commercial message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. The subject is how to build Social Security into full security. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 12 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Jailbreak. Its title, The Unwilling Host.
The latest issue of the Uniform Crime Survey, issued by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, unfortunately shows an increase in the number of crimes. An increase large enough in certain respects to call one important fact to your attention. All the law enforcement agencies in the world cannot cope successfully with criminals at the rate society is now producing them. However, progress can be made, must be made. Too many crimes reported in the current survey were committed by those 30 years of age and under, and a study of their previous records revealed a large proportion with a background of crime, a background of juvenile delinquency. The responsibility for these men and women rests in most cases in the homes from which they came, homes where the parents were too busy, where parental guidance was evaded or never even thought about. If you are a parent or a childless but decent citizen, look about your community. Help improve the moral outlook and character of your younger neighbors. The work you do will pay off, will be rewarded in less crime, and thus in greater safety for you. Tonight's FBI file opens on a busy street in a large Midwestern city. A young man walks along the row of stores, looking at each window for a name. Near the corner, he comes to a record shop, pauses in front, and enters.
Can I help you?
This Jimmy Warren's place?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to see him. I'm an old friend.
He's sleeping.
Oh. Well, if you tell me where he lives, I'll go over.
We live in back.
We?
I'm his wife.
Oh. Oh, well, then would you, please go back and wake him?
Did you want some records?
I want to see Jimmy.
Oh, pardon me. I guess his door's stuck again.
Wait, it isn't stuck. I locked it.
What for?
I wanted some privacy.
Annie, I think you ought to go up. Roy.
Hello, Jimmy. Good to see you again.
When'd you get out?
Day before yesterday. You better turn that thing off.
Oh.
Jimmy, who is this?
He was in jail with me. Roy, I thought you were in for good.
I didn't leave with the warden's best wishes.
You busted out?
Yeah, that was the general idea.
Why'd you come here?
To see you.
Well, if you want money...
No.
What do you want?
I'd like to stay here for a while.
Roy, we got 3 small rooms in back. It's hardly enough for us.
Let him stay.
What?
He can use the storeroom. Take him back there.
The following day, at the local Red Cross blood bank, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is drinking a cup of coffee after having made his donation when Police Detective Dick Hopkins comes into the small anteroom.
Oh, hi, Dick.
Oh, hello, Jim. This cot empty?
Yeah? How about a little coffee?
Swell.
I'll get it. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Running into you saves me a trip to your office.
Oh, what'd you want there?
We might be on a case together.
Hmm?
The railroad police found a freight car in the yards this morning with a man's body. His outer garments had been removed, and in the corner of the car they found a prison uniform. Turned out to belong to somebody named Roy Carter.
Roy Carter.
Yeah, he escaped 2 days ago from Sheridan.
Now, how would the FBI get in on it?
I think you had a detainer on him.
What for?
Bank robbery.
Local?
No, he's never worked this part of the state, so far as we know.
Maybe you were just passing through.
I don't think so.
Why not, Dick?
One of the prisoners at Sheridan told the warden that Carter intended visiting an ex-inmate who lived here.
Any idea who that was?
No. But, wait a minute. This torn piece of paper was found in the boxcar. It says Market Street.
No address?
No. Probably on the other half. We looked for that, no trace of it.
Well, I'll get a copy of Carter's writing, have the lab checked to see if he wrote this.
Fine.
Oh, have you been in touch with the prison?
I wired him as soon as we identified the uniform. I asked the warden to send along a list of prisoners from this area who'd been released since Carter got to Sheridan.
Good. I'll find out about that detainer as soon as I get back to the office.
Morning, Mrs. Warren.
What are you doing out here?
I got bored sitting back there alone.
Suppose somebody sees you.
I don't think I'm a customer.
You're still taking a chance.
I like to take chances. What's in the container?
Coffee? Want some?
Yeah.
I'll get your cup.
Hey, where's Jimmy?
He went out.
You sure don't like the idea of my being here much.
Want sugar?
No. Just black.
Here.
Thanks. It's good coffee.
Jimmy always says it's too strong.
I got an idea that a lot of things is too strong for Jimmy. How'd you two ever get together?
I met him right after he got out.
And put him on the straight and narrow?
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. And what's with this store?
An uncle died and left it to him.
Did you have to keep it?
He wanted to keep it.
How about you?
I do what he says.
Oh, who are you kidding? When I came in here, I found out who was in charge. You want me to tell you what I think? Do you?
What?
I think you're in this because nothing better came along.
That's not true.
Then why'd you want me to stay here?
Look,
I'll tell you why. It's because I happen to be what you're waiting for. Is that right?
Get him back. Never mind. It's just Jimmy.
Roy, you shouldn't be out here.
I asked him out for some coffee.
Oh. Well, I got good news for you, Roy.
Oh, what?
I ran into a friend of mine, Joe Marshall. He's got a farm upstate, and I told him about you. He said you could stay with him as long as you want.
Well, that's real nice of you, Jimmy. But I don't like farms.
You can't keep on here. Cops will nail you, sure.
Jimmy, Roy has no money.
I know.
Was he going to be Joe Marshall's guest?
He can work up there. That'll pay for his keep.
But don't you
think... It's
think...
all arranged, Annie. Joe's driving up to the farm. He'll meet Roy at the corner of Broadway and Main at 9 o'clock tonight.
The essence of any investigation is speed. Immediately upon his return to the FBI field office, Special Agent Taylor checked the files. He also sent the torn slip of paper bearing the words Market Street to the crime laboratory, where it was checked against a known sample of Roy Carter's handwriting. Wanted notices were run off featuring Carter's picture and fingerprints. Late that same afternoon, the file room called Agent Taylor. Roy Carter was wanted by your FBI. Upon receiving that message and a lab report on the handwriting, Agent Taylor hurried to police headquarters to see Detective Hopkins.
Dick, you were right about that detainer.
Did you get a report from the lab?
Yes, Carter scribbled the words Market Street on that slip of paper. Oh, did you get that list of ex-inmates at Sheridan?
Yeah, none of them has a Market Street address.
Uh-huh. How many of them are from around here?
Approximately 200. Some are in other jails and a few are dead.
Can we get a breakdown of that?
I'm having one made up now.
Good.
Oh, pardon me, sir. Detective Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, I was told to talk to you.
Who is this?
Never mind that. Are you looking for Roy Carter?
Yes.
He'll be at the corner of Broadway and Main at 9 o'clock tonight.
Hello? Hello? Jim, that was a tip on Carter. He's supposed to be at Broadway and Main at 9 tonight.
Roy? Aren't you ready?
It's only 8 o'clock.
It'll take you over half an hour to get there.
Yeah. Annie come back yet?
No.
Like to say goodbye to her.
She'll be here before you go.
Tell me about this Joe Marshall.
It's a real nice guy.
Does he know I'm hot?
No. I just told him you weren't feeling good, needed a change.
Jimmy?
I'm back here.
Do I go yet?
No.
I've been waiting to say goodbye to you.
I'm glad you did. It'll save you a trip.
What do you mean?
I called Joe Marshall's house.
Oh, the guy I'm going away with?
Yeah,
What did you do that for?
just checking up. I talked to his wife. And what do you think? He's in California.
He can't be.
His wife said she talked to him an hour ago in Sacramento.
But I just saw him.
He's lying, Roy. He probably has the cops there waiting to pick you up.
Now, why would I do that?
That's a good question. Let's try and figure an answer, huh?
Look, Roy, I'll go to Broadway and Main with you.
If it's a frame, that wouldn't do me much good.
It's not a frame.
Then suppose I call Marshall's house again. Let Roy talk to his wife.
That's a good idea.
Look, aren't you going to take my word for it?
No.
Annie. Never mind.
It was a frame, huh?
It was a means of getting you out of here.
Oh, that was a sucker move, Jimmy. All I gotta do is this. And the frame is off.
In just a few moments, we'll get back to tonight's case from the official files of the FBI. But right now, let's consider the question of family security. I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. James Hudson, a couple with a problem that nearly all fathers and mothers have to face up to eventually.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Hudson, I understand you're worried about how your family would get along if something happened to you.
Well, that's right, Mr. Keating. Mrs. Hudson would get Social Security, but $112 a month wouldn't go far with 3 youngsters to bring up.
No, it certainly isn't enough to take care of us if Jim passed on.
Well, then, how much more do you think you'd need?
Oh, I guess it would take quite some time to figure that out.
No, Mrs. Hudson. All you need is this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, published by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Now, here, let me show you how this fact-finding chart works. It's been designed by the Equitable Society to help you figure out exactly what income your family would need if your husband died suddenly. Look, it guides you every step of the way with easy-to-understand pictures. Every major item of living expense is included, so you can get an answer you can rely on.
Jim, we really need this chart. How much does it cost, Mr. Keating?
Not a cent. It's free. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to give you a copy. And after you've filled it in, he'll be glad to show you how easy it is to turn your Social Security into full security.
Full security? Oh, that's what we need, but that's expensive.
On the contrary, with the big head start you already have from Social Security, plus whatever insurance you now own, you may need only a very small additional amount of insurance to give you full security. So, friends, why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? Ask him for your free copy of Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unwilling Host.
It is an axiom among law enforcement officers that people get the kind of local police protection they deserve, either good or bad according to the interest they show. That point is of vital importance to your FBI and to you, because no agency, even one functioning as smoothly and efficiently as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is self-sufficient. Tonight's case is an example of the type of cooperation necessary between officers who represent a city, county, or state, and your FBI. That cooperation can exist in your community only if you have an adequate local police force. And as a citizen, part of your job is to see that such an organization is protecting you. The battlefront against crime is wide enough to cover every corner of the United States, wide enough so that a weakness in any part of the line will invite defeat, invite an even greater crime wave in the future. Tonight's FBI file continues in a sedan on the corner of Broadway and Main. Special Agent Jim Taylor and Detective Dick Hopkins are waiting for Roy Carter.
Dick, it's 10:30.
Yeah.
Looks like the tip was bad.
I guess so.
Shall we move?
Okay. Maybe this was somebody's idea of a joke.
I doubt it. My feeling is somebody tried to set Carter up for us, and it didn't work.
Who?
Well, that's Big Casino.
But Jim, don't turn here.
Huh?
That list ought to be ready now. Let's go back to headquarters.
Okay. You seen any part of it?
Uh-huh. Out of the first 50 names, there were 7 ex-inmates not back in jail, dead, or moved out of town.
Well, maybe we won't have too many to question.
Well, if the others cull down the same way, there'll be maybe 30 or 35. I know it'll be ready by morning for sure.
Yeah, well, it's too late to start contacting people tonight. Let's meet for breakfast and get on it then.
Roy?
Yeah.
How is he?
Well, he's conscious again.
Oh, good. For a while I was scared
About what?
that you might have killed him.
Oh, I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
I was only thinking about the police. Is it safe to leave him alone in there?
I got him tied up.
Well, I better start packing, huh?
What for?
Aren't we getting out of here?
I think we better talk about that.
What do you mean?
Well, taking care of Jimmy doesn't mean the cops have stopped looking for me.
That's why you can't stay here.
That's right. But I better make my move alone.
And leave me here?
I'm afraid so.
Look, I just saved you from walking into that trap.
Yeah, I know.
I can't stay here.
Honey, I'll be moving fast, hitching rides, freight cars.
You have to go that way?
I gotta go that way. I got no dough.
Is that the reason you're not taking me?
That's a good reason, ain't it?
I got a better one for me going along.
Like what?
$5,000.
What are you talking about?
I can get $5,000. Does that change your mind?
Where would you get $5,000?
From Jimmy's account?
Is it a joint account?
No, checking.
Yeah, but he'd have to sign a check.
That's right. I think you could persuade him to do it.
The following morning, Detective Hopkins had a list ready. It contained 34 names. These were ex-inmates of the prison from which Roy Carter had escaped. Ex-inmates who still lived in that city. Now a further breakdown on the 34 names was done. They were divided into those living on the north side and those on the south. Detective Hopkins and Agent Taylor each took half the city as their assignments and started the door-to-door search for Roy Carter.
Car 9 to car 1.
Come in, Dick.
Jim, how you doing?
No good so far. I've got 5 more people to check.
3 more for me.
Where are you?
North Watkins Avenue.
You know, if this list doesn't work, we'd better give the story to the papers.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
Huh?
I'm at my next interview.
Oh, okay. So long. Car 9 to car 1. Car 9 to car 1.
Yes, Dick.
Hang on, Jim. Headquarters has something for us. I'll call you back.
Right.
Hey, mister, get the ball?
Oh, sure, son. Here you are.
Thanks.
Nice catch.
Jim, headquarters just got word that one of the men on our list moved from his old address to 31 Market Street.
Who's that?
James Warren. I'm close close by Market now, so I'll head over there.
Okay, Dick, I'll meet you.
Here you are, honey.
You sign it?
Like a little man. What time does his bank open?
9 o'clock.
You better be getting over there. It's almost that now.
Don't you think I'd better wait a while?
What for?
Oh, it's a pretty big check. If I'm their first customer, they might get suspicious.
They know you're there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry. Does Jimmy have a gun?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Out in the shop, under the cash register.
You better get it for me before you go.
Okay.
Annie,
Just a minute.
come here.
Well, you asked me to get the gun. Back door.
Who uses it?
Milkmen, delivery boys, lots of people.
Give me the gun.
Roy, you're not gonna...
I just want the gun. You answer the door.
But
if
why
it's for Jimmy, just say he isn't home. Go on.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. James Warren.
I'm sorry, he's out.
May I ask your name?
I'm Mrs. Warren.
Oh, when do you expect your husband?
Later. Maybe 6, 7 o'clock. I never know for sure.
Do you know where I can reach him?
No. He was sick and he went to the doctor. What do you want to see him about?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
I wanted to ask your husband about a man named Carter, Roy Carter.
Who's he?
Someone your husband used to know.
Oh,
You say you're not sure what time he's coming home?
I'm never sure.
Would you mind if I came in and waited?
Well,
No, come on in.
Roy.
And don't reach for anything.
All right, Carter.
Annie, close the door. Close it. Sorry we have to meet this way.
Roy, what'd you do that for?
He didn't come here by accident. He knew something. Go cash the check. And when you get back, we'll go.
Store's closed.
Oh? You work here?
Yeah, but we're closed. There's another record store on White Street around the corner.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right, ma'am. Here are my credentials.
What do you want?
I'd like to see Mr. Warren.
He's not here. A man from the police came a little while ago. They went away together.
Oh, how long ago was that?
About 15 minutes, maybe 20, I don't know.
I see. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Roy!
What's the matter?
An FBI man was here.
Where?
In front of the store. Wanted to see Jimmy.
Is he gone?
Yeah. I got rid of him.
Where's the money?
In my purse. Roy, let's go.
All right, this way.
Why through the back?
Just in case that FBI man is waiting out front.
Oh.
Hello, Mrs. Warren.
Roy, it's the
Don't
FBI.
move, Carter.
Come on, go!
Drop the gun.
Come on, drop it!
All right, Carter. Now turn around while I put on these handcuffs.
Roy Carter was convicted in state court for murder and sentenced to life. Mrs. Warren was convicted for harboring a federal fugitive and sentenced to a federal prison. After the arrest of Roy Carter and Mrs. Warren, Special Agent Taylor released Detective Hopkins and Jimmy Warren. He had returned to the record shop after leaving because he found evidence that Mrs. Warren's story wasn't true. Her husband couldn't have left with Detective Hopkins because the detective's car was parked a few doors down the street. And so not only was an escaped killer captured, but Jimmy Warren was able to do what so many other ex-convicts are doing today, trying to live their lives as decent human beings. Even more prisoners can be rehabilitated if you, the public, will help. The reward will be worth your effort, because every ex-prisoner who rejoins society and lives as an honest member of the community is another vital cog in our defense effort, our defense of democracy.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, counterfeiting. Its title, The Flying Felon.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Whitfield Connor, Georgia Ellis, Paul Richards, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Flying Felon on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Friends, if you are covered by Social Security, you'll be vitally interested in how to turn that Social Security, which after all is only partial security, into full security. The Equitable Life Assurance Society will show you how simple and easy it can be. So please listen carefully in about 11 minutes to an important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, counterfeiting. Its title, The Flying Felon.
One of the byproducts of World War II was an increase of juvenile delinquents. Some of those young men and women have been rehabilitated, but too many haven't. In too many cases, your FBI sees the juvenile delinquent of yesterday becoming the hardened criminal of today. They are providing recruits for the formation of gangs reminiscent in many respects of the gangs of the 20s and 30s. Real reduction in present-day crime rates will not come until every adult recognizes his responsibilities to youth and his job as a citizen. In these days of uncertainty, the American people must realize one important fact. If we are to be strong internally, every effort must be directed toward the goal of making the younger element of the nation more law-abiding. And that effort must come not only from your FBI, but primarily from you. Tonight's file opens at the FBI field office in a large Midwestern city. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of Supervisor Leo Sherman.
Jim, this is Tommy Weber.
Hello, Weber.
Jim. Tommy's just been assigned to the office. I'm putting him on a case with you.
Oh, fine, Leo.
Did you see our notice to banks on those counterfeit United Travelers checks?
Yeah.
Well, we got quick action.
Oh?
A man named Paul Clark was arrested this afternoon. He tried to cash these at the Central Trust Company.
Well, these are real good imitations.
They're perfect, except for one thing. The ink doesn't smudge.
You say this Clark was arrested?
Yes, Tommy, but he's just a punk. Here, this teletype just came from Washington with his record.
Thanks, sir. It's a nice record for a 23-year-old. Arrested 6 times before he was 15.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got 2 jobs. Find out who the head man is, find out where the checks are being printed.
Okay. Anybody interview young Clark?
Not yet.
All right, Tommy, county jail's our first stop.
Clark's in this room.
Thanks.
Here we are. Just call me when you're through.
Right. Hello, Clark. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Wow, big shot.
Clark, I want to ask you some questions, but before I do, I want you to know that anything you say can be used against you.
Drop dead.
Look, son, you don't have to prove anything to me, so forget the tough act.
It's no act.
Okay, you're tough. But I'd like to point out that if you cooperate, I'll include that in my report. Maybe the judge will consider it when you come up for sentencing.
I'll never come up for no sentence.
Oh, why not?
My friends will spring me.
What friends?
It's my business.
Clark, you're making a big mistake. Nobody can get you out of this. It's up to you now. Come on, tell me who you're working for, where the checks are printed.
Call for you, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, thanks.
You can take it right there.
Fine, thank you. Hello?
Jim, this is Tommy. I've just gone over what Clark had on him when he was arrested.
Oh, anything interesting?
1 airline ticket stub, 1 book of matches, $310 in cash, 1 white handkerchief, 10 folders of United Travelers checks.
Did you check that airline stub?
Yeah, Clark got here at 10:30 this morning from Auburn.
Auburn, that's where he was previously arrested.
You get anything from him?
No. He's scared. He talks big, but he's scared. How about that book of matches?
They're from the Hotel America. I called and Clark wasn't registered.
No. Hold on, Tommy, will you? Clark, did you visit anybody at the Hotel America?
No, I was never there.
There were matches from that hotel in your pocket when you were arrested.
Picked them up in a saloon on Wilson Street.
Are you sure?
Positive. Went there to have a couple of drinks and I bought some butts.
How come you're being so cooperative all of a sudden? Who are you trying to protect?
Nobody.
Yeah, we'll find out. Hello, Tommy.
Yeah, Jim?
Meet me at the Hotel America.
Been waiting long, Jim?
No, I've been busy questioning the hotel employees.
About Clark?
Yeah. No one recognized his picture.
Maybe he just visited here.
Well, if he did, he must have come right from the airport. He was arrested 2 hours after he got off the plane.
Does the airline bus stop here?
No.
Well, then he could have taken a cab from the airport.
Well, we can check black and white. They have an exclusive out there. He might show up on their trip records.
Yeah, let's get over to the cab office.
Oh, wait a minute, Tommy. There's one other angle we should explore.
What's that?
Well, we ought to check with the Auburn police, see if Clark's ever been arrested with a known counterfeiter. I imagine Auburn must keep an album on counterfeiters so we can have that sent on to us, too.
What for?
To show to the employees of the hotel here.
Oh, figuring that Clark came here to see his counterfeiter.
That's right. Now, will you follow through on those requests to the Auburn police?
Sure.
All right, I'll go over to the cab company office.
A case involving a nationwide counterfeiting operation also involves nationwide investigation. At FBI headquarters in Washington, the traveler's checks found on Paul Clark were examined by the lab. At Auburn Police Headquarters, the 2 requests from your FBI were being acted upon. And at the black and white taxi office, Special Agent Taylor was examining the trip records each cab driver hands in at the end of the day. Examining those trip records, looking for a ride one man took from the airport to the Hotel America.
Mr. Taylor, here's another batch of records.
Oh, thanks. Well, I didn't know there were this many cabs in town.
Only 2 more bundles.
Thanks very much. Back to work. 12th Street, University, Arena, Oak Road. Pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Slip here says driver 39 made a pickup at the airport at 10:40.
What number?
39. Who would that be?
I'll check for you. 37, 8, 39. Fred Logan, morning shift. He's off till 6 a.m.
Oh, where does he live?
Near here, but he's not home.
How do you know?
He called in. Said he was taking his family to the country.
Oh, did he tell you where?
No.
Will you please leave word for Mr. Logan that I'll meet him here at 6 tomorrow morning? Tommy, I located the right cab driver.
He drove Clark?
Yeah, and he took him to the Hotel America.
Was he alone?
Yeah. Hey, is that from Washington?
Mm-hmm. The lab reported on the traveler's checks Clark tried to cash.
Oh?
They're duplicates of the bad ones that have been passed around the country.
Well, then it's pretty definite that he's part of the ring.
Yeah. We also heard from the Auburn police. Clark's never been arrested with a known counterfeiter.
How about the album?
Be here this afternoon.
Okay, let's call the hotel and ask them to line up the employees for more interviews.
To most people, an album of photographs is a collection of pleasant memories. To a law enforcement officer, an album is a book containing pictures of people arrested for one particular crime. There is a bank robber's album, a confidence man album, and so forth. When Agent Taylor returned to the Hotel America, he had with him the Auburn Police Department's picture collection of 35 men arrested there in the past for counterfeiting.
Good evening.
Hi. Glad to see you back.
Well, thanks. Won't you sit down, please?
Thanks. I'm Rosie, the 4th floor front maid. Remember?
Yes, I do. Rosie, would you look at the pictures in this book for me?
But I told you the other day. I don't know that guy.
No, these are pictures of different people.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now, please examine each one carefully and tell me if you recognize anyone who's been a guest here.
Will you look at this bum's kisser? Half these guys couldn't stay here. They don't let you register downstairs by drawing an X. Hey, here's Mr. Franklin.
No, his name is Fisher, Al Fisher.
5 will get you 10. It's Franklin. I never forget a sawbuck tipper.
Franklin?
Yeah, 436.
That's his room?
Yeah, but he's gone.
Oh, when did he leave?
Yesterday. But don't throw him in the jug, will you? There ain't many $10 tippers left. Sorry to kept you waiting, Tommy.
What's up?
Oh, I thought we'd interview Paul Clark again. He knows we found out about Al Fisher.
How?
I called the jailer, had him pass the word along. Might soften Clark up. Did you contact the airlines on Fisher?
Yeah, he took a plane back to Auburn yesterday. Leo notified the Auburn police.
If we can get Clark to open up, we might crack this. Go ahead, Tommy.
Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Kimball.
Mr. Taylor, I was just calling you.
Oh, can we see Clark again?
That's what I was calling you about.
Giving you trouble?
He's hung himself.
In just a few moments, we'll get back to tonight's case from the official files of the FBI. But right now, let's consider the question of family security. I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dowling, a couple with a problem that nearly all fathers and mothers have to face up to eventually.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Dowling, I understand you are interested in finding out how to build your Social Security into full security.
That's right, Mr. Keating.
Well, now let's see. Your Social Security would amount to about $112.
That's correct. And that's the trouble. $112 just isn't enough to take care of Mrs. Dowling and our children.
Well, how much do you think you'd need?
Frankly, we don't know. That's why we got so interested in the equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. We heard you talking about it on the radio.
All right, let's take a look at the chart. Here it is. The fact-finding chart has been designed by the Equitable Society to help you figure out exactly what income your wife and child would need if you should die suddenly. Just look at these easy-to-understand pictures. They guide you every step of the way. Every major item of living expense is included. The answer you get is trustworthy and accurate. 5 minutes with the chart, and you know exactly how much money would be needed until your youngest child finishes high school.
Well, even I can understand that. Steve, we really need one of those charts.
You bet we do. How much do they cost, Mr. Keating?
Not a cent. They're free. Your Equitable representative will be glad to give you a copy. And after you've filled it in, and when you know what extra income you'll need, he'll be glad to show you how to turn your Social Security into full security.
That's fine, but does full security cost a lot of money?
Well, you've already got a head start with your Social Security benefits. You may have some other insurances, too, so that only a small additional amount of insurance may be all you need to give you that full security.
Well, that's certainly worth looking into. Thanks a lot, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Dowling. Friends, why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? Ask him for your free copy of Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Flying Felon.
If you are a parent, it might be well at this point in tonight's case to pause for a moment and think about the young man who has committed suicide. Could that have been your son or daughter? Study yourself and your actions as a parent before you answer. The fact is that there are more than 1.5 million parents in the United States who bewail the news that a child of theirs has gone wrong in a manner so vicious as to demand a penalty ranging from imprisonment in a reformatory to death in an electric chair. From the majority of those parents, you hear nothing but excuses. The child was willful, or got in bad company, or was headstrong, or just seemed to stray from the family group. The fault, in the eyes of those parents, always lies with the child or with outside influences. The truth is that one of the greatest current contributors to the growing army of criminals is the negligent parent, and that in too many cases, crime, like charity, is beginning at home. Tonight's file continues the following morning at the FBI field office. Special Agents Taylor and Weber have just reported to Supervisor Leo Sherman.
Well, Leo, I guess Clark's death means starting all over again.
Yes, but we've got something to work with. Washington sent us Fisher's complete record.
Oh, good.
He's known to have headed a counterfeit ring in the past. They feel that he's in charge of this one.
But we're still lacking proof.
Yeah.
Well, where do we start?
In Auburn. No counterfeit checks have ever been passed there, so that could be headquarters.
Yeah. Have we anything to work on there?
Yes. The lab sent a breakdown on the paper the checks are printed on. It's called Stonewood Bond. That paper's available only to print shops.
Have you contacted the company that makes the paper?
Mm-hmm. They're sending a list of their customers in and around Auburn. Excuse me.
Sure.
Sherman.
This is Kimball at the county jail.
Yes, Kimball.
I just got a wire from a funeral parlor in Auburn claiming Paul Clark's body.
Well, who's paying for it?
You didn't say.
When are you shipping the body?
Tonight.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Right.
Bye. That was Kimball at the county jail. A funeral parlor in Auburn asked for Paul Clark's body.
But his record shows he hasn't any family or relatives.
Yeah, that's why I was curious to know who was paying for it. You'd better get up to Auburn and interview that undertaker.
I don't see anyone around, Tommy, do you?
No, and we can't shout for anyone.
Well, let's go back there, see if we can find
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Yes, are you employed here?
I'm the proprietor.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
I see. Can I be of service?
Yes, we'd like some information about Paul Clark. I believe you arranged to have his body sent here?
Yes, I did.
At whose request?
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer that.
And why not?
The entire transaction was conducted by messenger.
Well, who paid you?
The messenger brought me a check.
Do you know where this messenger came from?
No, sir, I don't.
Or do you still have the check?
Yes, I believe I have it in my wallet. Let me see. Yes, here it is.
Thank you. It's from an outfit called the Ajax Corporation.
What's the signature?
A man named Campbell.
I haven't the slightest idea who that might be.
I see. Thank you for your information, sir.
You're very welcome. If I can be of any further service, let me know.
Thanks again, we will. Come on, Tommy.
Jim, I think you ought to contact the bank. I'll make the rounds of the print shops and see if any of them carry that Stonewood bond.
Okay. Let's meet at police headquarters.
A lead can take a special agent directly to the next vital piece of information, or through an endless labyrinth. At the bank, no information was available on the Ajax Corporation. All deposits were made by mail. No one knew Mr. Campbell. The corporation address turned out to be a vacant lot. Who was Mr. Campbell? Maybe the papers of incorporation would tell. At City Hall, more records were combed. The Ajax Corporation turned out to be a dummy company, owned by the Norton Corporation. The Norton Corporation was owned by another firm whose president was Al Fisher.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
Do I know you?
No, I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
Well, what's on your mind?
Man named Paul Clark.
Clark? I don't know him.
You're paying for his funeral.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
A check from the Ajax Corporation was sent to a local funeral parlor to cover the expense of Paul Clark's funeral.
And just how does that concern me?
Well, sir, I traced the Ajax Corporation. I found out that it was owned by the Norton Corporation, and the Norton Corporation is owned by the Western Corporation. According to City Hall records, you're the president of Western. Now, do you remember Paul Clark?
I guess I do.
May I ask you why you paid for his funeral?
Sure. I'll tell you the whole story.
That'll be fine.
Paul's my nephew. The reason I held out on him before was, well, I wasn't exactly proud of him.
Because of his police record?
Frankly, yes.
What about yours, Mr. Fisher?
Mine's behind me, Mr. Taylor. I leveled off 3 years ago. I tried to get the kid to do it, too, but he thought he was a lot smarter than me. Well, you see how he ended.
Are you familiar with the charge against him on his last arrest?
No, I'm not.
He was trying to pass counterfeit traveler's checks.
That wasn't smart.
No, it wasn't. Did you know anything about his counterfeiting activities?
Not a thing, Mr. Taylor. Remember, I told you I've been playing it straight.
Yes.
Is there any objection to my burying the boy?
No.
Well, that's why you came here, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Anything else you want to know?
Not right now, Mr. Fisher. Come in.
Hey, I've been looking all over headquarters for you, Jim.
Oh, the captain just assigned us this room, Tommy.
Well, I came up with a suspect print shop.
Oh, where?
Broadway and 39th Street.
They carry this Stonewood bond?
I don't know.
Well, then what makes them suspect?
Well, before I visited any of the shops, I went to a hotel where Clark used to live.
And?
I checked over their old telephone records and found 3 of Clark's calls were made to a printer named Nelson.
Oh, and this is his shop, huh?
Yeah. How'd you make out with the check?
Well, after a lot of digging, the Ajax Corporation finally led to Al Fisher. I went over and interviewed him.
What's the story?
He claims he paid for the funeral because Clark was his nephew.
How kind?
He also told me he's a very legitimate man these days.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, did you contact this print shop?
Yeah, they were closed. It won't be open until 3 o'clock.
Leo called. He received what appears to be legitimate information that Fisher is about to start moving another batch of checks that will be passed upstate.
We better set up a surveillance on Fisher.
The police already have. And Leo's coming down, so one of us better stay here.
Well, I'm waiting for a report from the police files here on Nelson, so maybe I'd better stay.
Okay. I'll go out to the print shop.
Afternoon. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to order some printing.
We don't handle personal stationery.
No, this is business.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm with an Eastern outfit. We're opening a branch out here. We'll need letterheads, envelopes, order blanks, cash receipts, checks, everything.
I'll have to tell you one thing first. I'll be tied up the next day or two on a big order. So if you're in a rush,
No, we're not. But I'll need some samples of your work.
What for?
Get an okay from the bosses back east.
Oh, sure. Got a few here under the counter.
Fine.
How many do you need?
Well, all you can spare.
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. I'll give you the order in writing just as soon as I get the green light.
The samples obtained at the print shop were sent to Washington, to the FBI Crime Laboratory. While they were being examined, Supervisor Leo Sherman arrived in Auburn and set up headquarters from which to direct operations.
Well, this is Fisher's apartment house. Now, parking on the hill, Tommy, you can watch both doorways.
Mm-hmm.
We'll call your car fullback. Fisher will be the center. Jim, your car will be tackle.
Okay.
I'm quarterback. This room's the gridiron.
Oh, how about the print shop?
Call it the end zone. Now, if Fisher comes to town, he has to use either the ferry or the bridge.
He's been a bridge man so far.
Well, we can assume he'll keep using it. Now, you follow him all the way, Tommy.
All right.
Now, this side of the bridge, there are 5 exits.
Well, it'll be tough for the two of us to cover all of them.
Yeah. How about requesting more help from the police?
Now, they're short-handed for their own work. Let's try to handle this ourselves.
Yeah, wait. There's a different lane on the bridge for each exit.
Okay. The minute Fisher moves into one of them, Tommy, you call in and we'll cover it.
Check.
Any questions?
No.
None here.
Okay, then we're set.
Fullback to gridiron.
Come in, fullback.
The center's begun to move.
Where are you?
50 yards behind. Pace is 40 miles an hour.
How's the traffic?
Light. We're 5 miles this side of the bridge. Pace is now 45 miles an hour.
Stay with him. Tackle the fullback.
All clear at this end. The center's a couple 100 yards in front of me.
How far from the bridge?
About a mile. Wait a minute. The railroad gates are coming down across the road. The center's not stopping. I think he'll make it.
Can you?
I don't think so. Oh, there's a train, but he got through. He's gone. Tackle the fullback.
This is fullback. I'm approaching the bridge.
Any sign of the center?
No, and he must have reached here by now. We've lost him.
I've got an idea. You keep coming across the bridge.
Everything ready, Eric?
Most of it.
I told you I wanted everything at 4 o'clock.
Well, I've only got one set of plates.
How many packages can I take now?
3, over there by the wall.
My car's in the alley out back. Help me move 'em.
Okay.
Keep the others till I get back. You've got room.
Sure.
Car's right by the door.
How long will you be gone?
That depends. Now, wait a minute. I got a free hand.
Can I help you, Fisher?
Huh?
Your bundle of checks seems to be weighing you down.
Mine? Well, they're his. He asked me to help him.
Now, wait a minute. You ordered these
Never
things...
mind. You're both under arrest.
Al Fisher was convicted in federal court for violating the Interstate Transportation of Stolen Property statute and sentenced to federal prison. Eric Nelson, the printer, was convicted of conspiracy and also sentenced to federal prison. In searching the print shop after arresting Al Fisher and the larcenous printer, Supervisor Sherman and Agents Taylor and Weber located the plates which had been used in making the counterfeit traveler's checks. In addition, the package Al Fisher was carrying at the time of his arrest contained more than $100,000 worth of the fake checks. And so a counterfeiting ring was broken up by your FBI. A further contribution to your protection by men who have made that protection their career. The men of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank theft. Its title, The Unhappy Embezzler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Fred Clark, Sam Edwards, Joe Forte, Billy Hallop, Bill Johnstone, Blossom McDonald, and Ted Osborne. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Unhappy Embezzler on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. To you from Hollywood. To you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you covered by Social Security? Then you'll be vitally interested in the idea of turning your Social Security into full security. Your Equitable Life Assurance Society will show you how simple it can be. So please listen carefully, in about 13 minutes, to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank theft. Its title, The Unhappy Embezzler.
The moral fiber of a nation is an invisible element, but an element which is also one of the vital parts of our daily life. It is therefore of primary importance to every person that as a people, we Americans are witnessing what seems unmistakably to be a severe breakdown in our code of ethics, our moral standards, our respect for law and order. To cite only one example, there has been almost a 10% increase in bank embezzlements, with cases being reported from every section of the country, cases involving millions and millions of dollars, your dollars. The FBI records only those embezzlements affecting banks, but officials with jurisdiction over other types of defalcations report the same kind of increase in all types of business, an increase which means that more and more people in whom trust had been placed betrayed the trust, betrayed everyone, their employers, their friends, and themselves. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large Midwestern city. A heavy-set woman sweeps the hall of a suburban boarding house as one of the tenants, a bespectacled middle-aged man, comes down the stairs.
Good morning, Mrs. Boone.
Oh, why, Mr. Smith, I thought you were gone already.
That was you in the backyard at 6 o'clock.
Well, I had to feed the azaleas before I left.
Well, you didn't have to do it that early.
Well, I wanted to leave plenty of time to get to the station.
Well, have a nice vacation.
Oh, I will. The first one in 12 years.
Mr. Smith, you forgot your rubbers.
On purpose.
But it's snowing.
Well, it won't be where I'm going.
My, they must envy you at the bank.
Oh, they do. The other tellers barely talk to me. Here. Here's the rent for the 2 weeks I'll be gone.
Thank you.
Well, I better be getting along.
Can I help you with your bag?
No.
Have a good time.
Thank you. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Mr. Smith had good reason not to want his landlady to carry his bag, for in it was $8,000 stolen from the bank. Almost 3 weeks later, at the garage where the local FBI field office stores its cars, Special Agent Jim Taylor is looking at some notes when Agent Frank Wayne approaches.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's right. I just got here myself.
What's up?
National Bank called the office a little while ago. Another embezzlement.
They're getting to be epidemic.
Yeah. A teller named Albert Smith went on vacation 2 weeks ago Monday. When he didn't come back or notify them, they checked his accounts. He was $8,000 short.
The man could have a nice vacation on that.
Yeah, he sure could. Well, let's get 2 cars, huh?
2?
Yeah. I thought I'd run out and interview Smith's landlady while you checked at the bank.
Well, what do we got on Smith?
Oh, nothing very much. He's in his late 50s or early 60s.
How long has he worked at the bank?
19 years. Let's take these 2 cars, Frank. Meet back at the office. Pardon me, ma'am. Where can I find Mrs. Boone?
I'm Mrs. Boone.
Oh, I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have an open room in the place.
Albert Smith lives here, doesn't he?
I knew it. I just knew something happened to the poor man.
Oh, why?
He said he'd be back in 2 weeks. And if there's anything Mr. Smith was careful about, it was time. Time and flowers.
Flowers?
Well, he used to nurse those azalea bushes in the backyard like they were babies.
Oh, I see. Well, have you heard from him since he left?
No. What happened to him?
Well, there's been some trouble at the bank, ma'am. And tell me, have you been in his room?
Of course. I clean it every day.
Oh, I'd like to take a look at it, if I may.
Won't do you any good. There isn't a stitch of clothes or a smidgen of paper in the whole room.
Would you mind if I have a look anyway?
Oh, not at all. His rent's run out. This way.
Thank you. What does Mr. Smith look like?
Well, I guess you'd say average height, not what you really call fat or thin.
Mm-hmm. What color hair?
Grayish, kind of, and he wears glasses.
Was he particularly friendly with any of your other tenants?
Oh, I guess I'm the only one in the place he ever spoke more than 10 words to.
Did you ever hear anything about Mr. Smith gambling or drinking?
Oh, no.
Well, did he mention where he was going on this vacation?
Only that it was someplace warm.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Boone.
Well, I've got my work to finish. Do you mind if I'll just leave the key in the door?
No, that'll be fine, Mrs. Boone. I'll return it to you on my way out.
The time to start searching for a person is immediately after he disappears. For in 2.5 weeks, what might have been a clue in a room before it was cleaned has vanished. A porter who might remember a person for whom he carried a bag that day has forgotten the customers of half a month ago. A cab driver who picked up a man and took him to a station that morning might have seen something helpful. But by now, the man is just a penciled notation on a trip record. A notation which has no memory, which can't tell a special agent that the passenger mentioned something about taking a certain train. Or, of course, that even now the suspect is sitting on a bench in a large resort city in Florida.
Here, birdies. Come get your lunch. Come down, darling. That's it. Oh! I'm sorry. Gracious, I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
I get so busy throwing crumbs to our little friends I can't see anything. Do you mind if I sit on this bench, too?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Would you take these packages for a minute?
Why, surely.
Please be careful of the small one. That's a toy for George. Here, birdies. Come on down. Come down and get your lunch.
Is George your son?
Oh, mercy, no. He's my canary. Goodness, is it 5 already?
No, it rang 4 o'clock. Actually, the right time is 2 minutes after.
I was afraid I missed my bus. I'm always doing that. Vernon says my name ought to be Miss Bus instead of Miss Marshall.
Is Vernon another canary?
Vernon? Oh, no. He's my brother.
Oh.
Yes, he travels for a medicine company. That's why I have George. He keeps me company while Vernon's away.
Well, that's nice.
Goodness, I've only been sitting here a few minutes and we are just chattering away like old friends.
Well, that's right, we are.
And we don't even know each other's names.
You're Miss Marshall.
Now, who told you that?
You?
I didn't.
Miss Bus instead of Miss Marshall.
Oh, of course.
My name is Smith, Albert Smith.
Well, I'm very glad to know you. Do you live in Gulf City?
No, I'm just here on a little vacation.
Oh.
I read so much about the Crenshaw Hotel, I decided I just had to see it. But, well, I don't like it. It's too busy. And wherever you go, people are drinking and there's loud music. It's not restful.
Well, that's too bad.
If I had any place else to go, I'd leave there today.
Really?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, in that case...
What?
Well, I was thinking of a place for you. But, well, if you can afford the Crenshaw, you wouldn't like this.
Where is it?
In my house. I rent the spare room, and the boarder I had moved away last week.
Miss Marshall, would you consider me?
Well, you don't even know where I live.
You said you were taking a bus, so it can't be far.
Isn't that clever of you? I live in Oceanville.
Well, that's not very far.
Mr. Smith, did you really mean it about renting the room?
Of course. When does your bus leave?
Oh, around 5 o'clock, either 10:02 or 10 after. I never remember.
Well, either way, it leaves plenty of time for me. I'll get my things at the hotel and go with you.
An investigation like this, a search for a missing embezzler, involves many things, many people. FBI headquarters in Washington searched their records on every Albert Smith. A snapshot of Smith was found, a snapshot taken on a summer picnic. Now, armed with a picture and at least a partial description, your FBI broadcast an alarm that went to every resort city in the country.
George, are you hungry again? Oh, you're teasing me. That's not nice. That's not nice at all.
Clara?
Oh, yes, Albert.
Can you come out to the yard a minute?
Of course.
I want to show you something.
What is it?
Look at your azaleas.
Albert, they're just too perfect. Oh, my, you've done wonders to this garden. In 1 week, you've got the place looking like those pictures in the magazines.
Thank you. It's been the most wonderful week I ever had in my life. And, well, I want to thank you.
Thank me? Why, only yesterday I was teaching George to chirp your name and thinking how lucky I was to find such a boarder. Why, that's Vernon. Vernon!
Oh, Clara, you old better.
Put me down, Vernon. Oh, gracious. Here, I haven't had a chance to introduce you. Albert, this is my brother Vernon.
Well, how do?
How do you do?
Albert's last name is Smith. He's our new boarder.
Well, fine. Tell me, has Clara made you any buttermilk pancakes?
Oh, yes, every morning.
Say, you're in real good.
Vernon, what a thing to say.
Well, if you pardon me, I think I'll go to my room.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Mr. Smith.
Albert, don't take a nap. Dinner'll be ready soon.
All right, Clara.
Oh, boy. Say, who's the new boarder?
I met him last week in Gulf City.
Oh, where?
On a bench in the park.
Why, Clara, you picked him up.
Now, don't go saying things like that.
Well, it's true.
It is not.
Yes,
I
it is.
stepped on his foot by accident, and we started talking. And, well, the next thing I knew, he was on the bus with
Oh,
me.
sure.
Oh, now, please, Vernon, quiet.
Huh?
About Mr. Smith.
Hmm?
Well, he doesn't know I know, but he's in trouble.
Oh? How do you know?
Well, the day after he got here, he asked me if there was any place in Oceanville that sold out-of-town newspapers. Then, when I was cleaning his room yesterday, I found this clipping.
Well, Picture and everything.
Yes. He never said anything to me about it, so I didn't feel it was polite for me to mention it.
Well, what do you know? $8,000.
Vernon, there's only one thing to do.
What?
We'll just take the money away from him.
In just a few moments, we'll return you to tonight's case from the official files of the FBI. But right now, let's talk about family security. Do you know how full security differs from Social Security? To help give you the answer, we have as our guest tonight Mr. and Mrs. Irvin Hoffman. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, first of all, do you have any children, Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, we do. 2 little boys.
Well, that's wonderful. And I bet it's because of them that you have the worried look, Mr. Hoffman.
Well, how right you are, Mr. Keating. You see, right now, Social Security isn't nearly enough to keep Mary and the children in comfort if something happened to me. $116 a month wouldn't go far these days.
Well, that's not much, is it? Well, how much more would you need?
We don't know, and that's why we're so interested in Equitable Security's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers that you told about on the radio. Can we see one?
Well, you certainly can. This fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, published by the Equitable Society, is specially designed to make it easy for you to figure out how much more your family would need to turn Social Security into full security. Now, look here. Notice how it guides you every step of the way with easy-to-understand pictures. Every important item of living expense is included. You fill it out yourself. There's no guesswork. You get a figure that's accurate and trustworthy.
Irv, we really need a chart like this.
We certainly do, Mr. Keating. Where can I buy one?
Well, you can't. It's yours free. And after you've filled it in, your Equitable Society representative will be glad to show you how to turn your Social Security into full security.
Does that cost much?
You'd be surprised how little it may cost. Everybody with Social Security has a good head start toward full security, and almost everybody has some insurance. So that all you may need is a small amount of additional insurance to give you that full security everybody longs for. So why not get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon? He'll be glad to give you a free copy of the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unhappy Embezzler.
Tonight we are hearing of a heretofore respectable elderly man suddenly committing a crime, wrecking by one thoughtless act his years of useful work. What brought about this change? Was it the all-too prevalent thought, only fools work, and anyway I won't get caught? That false and vicious philosophy perhaps accounts for the fact that almost half of our crimes are being committed by people with no recorded previous criminal record. Was it inadequate moral training in their youth that led those newcomers to take their first step into law-breaking? Whatever it is that nurtures each year's fresh crop of criminals, your FBI says with deep conviction, parents who instill in their children old-fashioned moral standards bequeath them a lifelong legacy for decent, law-abiding living. Tonight's FBI file continues at the local FBI field office.
Jim, I checked the wire room.
Nothing in on Smith yet.
Well, this may be some help to us. This envelope just arrived from Mrs. Bourne.
Smith's landlady?
Yeah, that's right. She says she just got this card from Smith. Dear Mrs. Bourne, I fed the azaleas the day I left, which was the 11th. Please mark that on your calendar so you'll remember to feed them again on the 11th of next month. They should be fed once a month, and when the weather gets warm, please keep the ground moist. Azaleas are always thirsty. Regards, signed, Mr. Smith.
Doesn't sound like he's coming back.
No, it doesn't. It's postmarked Gulf City.
When?
A week ago.
Jim, we'd better call the Gulf City police.
Right, Frank. Now let's get the next plane down there.
Good morning.
Oh, gracious, Vernon, you scared me.
Well, where's the starboarder?
Out for a walk.
A chance for you to be a good landlady and clean his room again.
Oh, Vernon, I feel so sneaky going through his things. Besides, I've already done it.
Oh? You find anything?
Not a penny.
Hello?
Oh, we're in the kitchen, Albert.
Oh, it's a beautiful day, Clara. And Oh. Good morning, Vernon.
Morning. Sit down. Maybe then Clyde will serve me.
Oh, mercy, honey, I haven't brought you anything, have I? Here's some coffee to start with.
Thanks.
Clara, I came home by way of the boardwalk.
Now, Albert, don't you go looking at any other girls.
Vernon.
Oh, I wasn't doing that.
Of course not.
There's a new bingo parlor, Clara. It opened today.
Really? I just love bingo.
Would you like to go?
Oh, yes. But, of course, I hate to leave Vernon here alone.
Oh.
Oh, Albert, don't look so serious. I don't want to go.
You mind if I do?
No, sis, you two lovebirds run along. I'll stay home and talk to George.
Checking the whereabouts of a missing suspect in any large city is a difficult job. But in a place like Gulf City, a resort where there are almost as many hotels as private homes, it becomes a matter of dogged research, of walking street after street, of examining page after page of one register, then another, until you either run out of hotels or come to the right one.
Smith was seen here and checked out a week ago, Frank.
Any forwarding address?
No, and he paid his bill by cash.
Well, we've narrowed his lead. We're only a week behind now.
Yeah. Oh, did you get anything around the lobby?
The girl at the newsstand thought she remembered him, but she wasn't sure.
Oh.
Nobody else recognized the pictures.
Smith was paying $30 a day for his room, so you might have been right about it being too rich for his blood.
Well, there are still some hotels we haven't been to.
Well, let's hit the ones in the lower brackets, huh?
Okay.
Frank, wait a minute, will you?
Yes?
Smith's landlady said he was crazy about flowers. Well, they've got a big botanical garden here. Can you handle those cheap hotels alone?
Sure, Jim.
Okay, I'll visit the gardens then. See you at police headquarters.
Goodness, Albert, bingo is so exhausting.
Isn't it?
I wonder what time it's getting to be.
Well, it's 4:36.
Oh, I'd better get home and put dinner on.
Can't we just sit here a minute and listen to the waves? There's something I had to talk to you about.
Oh.
First, let me say how much I appreciate all you've done.
Oh, now stop that nonsense.
It's true. You've been so nice to me. Too nice to deceive anymore.
Whatever are you talking about?
My mother used to say, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. And she was right. Clara, I'm not a retired broker. I'm just a common thief.
Albert.
I stole $8,000 from a bank I worked in.
I can't believe it.
It's true.
Well, Albert, if you took money from the bank, well, there must have been a good reason.
No, there wasn't. I can't even tell you why I did it. I handled money for 19 years and never took a penny that wasn't mine. Then suddenly, one day, I just reached into the cash drawer and stole $8,000.
We're all human, Albert.
But it doesn't make sense. I steal all that money and I can't enjoy it. It's a millstone.
Then when you said you were having fun living at my house, that was a lie, too?
Oh, no.
Well, you are enjoying some of it.
Most of what I spent was my own. I've only used a few $100s of the bank's money.
Well, then you're not in any trouble.
Why not?
Well, the bank will be glad to take what's left and forget the whole thing. Where is the money, Albert?
It's buried in your backyard, under the white azaleas in the corner.
Oh. Well, we'd better be getting home.
Special agents are trained to explore every possible lead, like the one which took Agent Taylor to the Gulf City Botanical Gardens, where he found a caretaker who remembered Albert Smith and who knew Smith had moved on to Oceanville. But in that city, no one at any of the transportation terminals recognized Smith's picture. He wasn't registered at any hotel. He hadn't visited any garden supply store. Then Agent Taylor saw a sign in a window, a sign reading, "Starts tonight, flower show, Oceanville Arena."
Quite a few people here, Frank.
But no Mr. Smith.
Well, he might show up yet.
What time do flower shows close?
Wait a minute, I think it tells on the ticket. Yeah, 11 o'clock.
Half an hour to go. I wonder whatever happened to tulips and daffodils and the flowers they had when I was a kid. Look at the signs on these things. Anemone japonica, Chinese plumbago. People must spend half the year growing these and the other half thinking up a name.
Frank, wait. We're missing a bet. All these flowers are entries. Come on, let's get to the officials' booth.
Would you like a tally, Clara?
Gracious, have you counted it already?
Yeah. Almost $8,000.
My, it does look pretty.
Yeah. Now you can go back to Gulf City and pick up another boarder.
Vernon, I told you I did not pick Albert up, and you stopped teasing me.
Hello?
Well, Albert.
I thought you were asleep.
No, I just went for a walk, and then I went... Why, that's my money.
Yes.
But what are you doing with it?
Well, it may sound naughty of me, but I told Vernon where it was buried.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Clara. Now, please, put it back in the bag, and I'll take it up to my room.
It'll be safer with me.
But it's mine.
It was.
Huh?
Your room rent's $20 a month. You're just paying 400 months in advance.
Now, see here, Vernon, I want that money.
No, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
Now, Vernon, no violence. No violence, please.
Just a minute.
Oh, whoever you are, thank you for saving me.
Albert, are these men friends of yours?
Well, that all depends on how you look at it, ma'am. We're special agents of the FBI.
Albert Smith was tried and convicted for violating the Federal Reserve Act and sentenced to a federal prison. Clara and Vernon Marshall were also convicted for their part in the crime. Special agents Taylor and Wayne arrived at the home of Clara and Vernon Marshall because of their trip to the flower show. Because Agent Taylor thought of checking the names of those entering Albert Smith's favorite, the azalea. Because in that group was one entry card bearing his name and his address. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. Closed with 3 more people learning that the philosophy of getting away with it is false. Closed with another $8,000 recovered by your FBI. Part of the millions upon millions of dollars recovered each year from criminals and returned to the rightful owners. Returned to you, the American people.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, subversive activities. Its title, The Un-American Patriot.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Mary Carr, Wally Mayer, Jeanette Nolan, and Les Tremaine. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Un-American Patriot on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you're covered by Social Security, you will certainly be interested in a plan for turning your Social Security into full security. The Equitable Life Assurance Society will be glad to show you how simple that can be. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 12 minutes to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Subversive Activities. Its title, The Un-American Patriot.
A famous Greek philosopher once wrote that words are but the shadow of actions. Consider then these words. They are written by Lenin, one of the founders of communism. He said, and I quote, "The strictest loyalty to the ideas of communism must be combined with the ability to make all practical compromises, to maneuver, to do anything so as to accelerate the coming to power of a communist world. In all countries, even the freest, the time has fully matured when it is absolutely necessary for every communist systematically to combine legal with illegal work, legal with illegal organization. It is necessary for all communists to form illegal movements." End quotes. Those words should tell you what you probably already suspect. The Communist Party stands for the destruction of our American form of government. It stands for the destruction of democracy. It works toward one goal and one goal only: a Soviet of the United States. Tonight's file opens during June of 1948 on the campus of an Eastern college. The football squad is running through spring football practice. It is evening and the practice is being held under lights. Along the sidelines are a few spectators. Among them is FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor. He turns as one of the players approaches.
Mr. Taylor?
Oh, hello, Ted.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, it's all right. How's your dad?
Oh, fine. He's out of town on a trip. That's why I called you. I had to talk to somebody.
What's the matter, Ted? You in a jam?
Well, no. But you know a man named Jonathan Van Buren?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I heard him make a speech today.
Here at school?
Yeah, at a hall just off the campus.
Yeah.
All the students were invited. We were supposed to get inside dope on the draft, so quite a mob showed up. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here you go.
What was the speech about, Ted?
Oh, well, I hate these guys who go around calling everybody they don't agree with a communist, but he sure sounded like one.
In what way?
Oh, he popped off about how we should destroy our stockpile of atomic bombs, how Russia is our best friend, and yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff.
And did the audience buy Mr. Van Buren's violence?
Well, none of us want to be drafted, and if a guy gets up and says it's wrong to take us into the Army, it sounds good.
Who is this Van Buren?
Well, he was introduced as an expert on foreign affairs.
Where's he from?
I heard him tell somebody he was at the Royal Hotel. I'm not sure if he lives there all the time or just now while he's in town.
Yeah. Well, when will you be through practice?
In a little while.
Okay, I'll wait around, Ted. We'll pay Mr. Van Buren a visit.
Come in, boy. Oh, I thought it was room service. Sorry.
You Mr. Van Buren?
Yes?
My name is Jim Taylor, Mr. Van Buren. This is Ted Brewster.
Brewster?
Van Buren.
Hope you don't mind our dropping in this way, but Ted here was telling me about your speech this afternoon, and I was very impressed.
Well, thank you. Please sit down. Pardon me, I've got to finish packing.
Oh, of course.
I'm sorry the whiskey isn't here yet. I'd offer you a drink.
We just finished dinner anyway.
Ted says your speech was, well, very stirring, full of logic.
Thank you. These leash locks never work when you're in a hurry. There it is.
Mr. Van Buren, I'll get right to the point. A group of us missed your speech today, and we'd like you to address our club.
Well, I'd be delighted to, but I've got a very full calendar.
Well, could you make it next month?
Yes. I'll have some free time in July. Let's see. Last week. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's only one unpleasant note. We can't afford a speaker's fee.
Don't give it another thought. I'll contribute my services greatest. I'll be glad to.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, then, suppose we make it definite for the last week in July. Say, 27th?
It'll be fine.
Oh, we send out a small newsletter before each meeting, Mr. Van Buren, with some biographical data on the speaker. Could you tell us a little about yourself?
Well, let's see. I've lived in every part of the world.
Oh, Russia, too?
Mm-hmm. Spent an entire year there, right after the war.
Must have been interesting.
Very. Maybe we'd better not mention that in your notes, though. Enough people think I'm a Russian apologist now, and that's unpopular these days.
Well, Mr. Van Buren, could we get a little more biographical material?
Well, I'm an American. Put that down. My family's been here since the Revolution. Ours, not the Russians. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests. I'll come back later.
No, please. We're leaving now.
Oh, must you?
Yeah, we've got some studying to do.
And thanks for accepting our invitation, Mr. Van Buren.
Oh, you're very welcome. Good night.
Good night, sir.
See you next month.
I hope I'm not breaking in.
No, not at all. We're really about to leave.
Well, good night again.
Good night, sir.
What do you think, Mr. Taylor?
It's worth looking into.
You going to investigate him?
Well, that's not up to me, Ted. I'm going back to the office, though, and write a report on Van Buren.
This late?
Yeah. I want my boss to see it first thing tomorrow morning.
At the local FBI field office, Supervisor Williams on the Subversive Activities desk read Agent Taylor's report and sent a teletype to FBI headquarters in Washington. There, the information was processed and a full investigation ordered. FBI files in Washington were searched and an answer sent to the original teletype. Supervisor Williams routed it to Agent Taylor's desk and at the same time assigned Agent Mike Dawson to work with Taylor.
Jim, I understand you've got the dope on this new subversive activities case.
What little there is, Mike. Somebody named Jonathan Van Buren made a speech to some students at that school Larry Brewster's boy goes to.
Oh?
And the speech followed the party line from beginning to end.
Have you interviewed Van Buren?
Monday night at his hotel. I was supposed to be a student, and he agreed to repeat the speech for some of us who missed it. Told us he spent a year in Russia after the war, and according to a teletype from Washington, he did. He omitted, however, that he was there as a guest of the Russian government.
Convenient memory.
Yeah. Since he came back to the United States, he's been lecturing and writing on foreign policy.
With the Russians footing the bill?
Well, if they are, Mike, it's off the record. He's not registered with the government as a Russian agent, but the other night, as Ted and I were leaving his room, he had a very interesting visitor.
Oh, who?
Gregory Matagorda.
Well.
Yeah, and from what I hear, Matagorda's been moved into the #1 spot at party headquarters.
Any idea why he was there?
No.
What else have you got?
Well, did you ever hear of a pocket magazine called World Diary?
Sure.
Well, I picked up the latest copy this morning. Here. Take a look at that cover.
Yeah, thanks. Russia is Our Grateful Friend by Jonathan Van Buren.
Yeah, wait till you read it.
But Jim, World Diary never followed the party line.
Well, they do now. I called their office this morning, and they've got a new owner.
Van Buren?
Yeah. So far, he's put up half the money.
But he's already taken over.
Well, enough so that Arthur Grayson isn't the editor anymore.
Grayson's a good man.
He sounded like it.
Oh, you've already spoken to him?
On the phone. I've got an appointment to see him in half an hour. And then, Mr. Grayson, when you wouldn't change your editorial, what happened?
Mr. Van Buren changed it for me.
How?
He took a new one out of his pocket. I guess he'd anticipated my refusal.
Well, you were still the editor, though.
Only for about another 5 minutes, maybe less.
Oh, he fired you?
Officially, no. You see, if he fired me, I would have gotten severance pay.
Oh, I see.
Well, we had a big row. I accused him of being a Russian propagandist. He handed me my resignation all typed up. I was so mad I grabbed it and signed.
Yeah, well, now, aside from the editorial, did you have any reason to believe that Van Buren was a Russian propagandist?
Plenty.
Like what?
Our messenger boy told me that during the 2 weeks or so before I quit, Van Buren sent him on a number of errands to party headquarters here.
Oh?
The messenger delivered a sealed envelope from Van Buren and brought back another.
Any idea what was in the ones he sent?
No.
How about the envelopes brought back here? Did the boy see what was in them?
Cash.
Now there was evidence. But Jonathan Van Buren might still find loopholes through which to escape if an arrest under the Federal Registration Act had been made. Your FBI's job was to plug those loopholes. Van Buren was put under 24-hour-a-day surveillance. On every trip, he was met at the airport and escorted during his stay. A file was slowly being built, but no real new evidence was gathered until July 4th. On that day, Special Agents Taylor and Dawson followed Van Buren to a local outdoor amphitheater where a visiting speaker was to read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address as part of the General Patriotic Program.
Plenty of empty seats down further, Jim. Wonder why he's sitting that far back.
Could be he's meeting somebody.
Maybe.
Mike, he doesn't know you. Why don't you turn on your portable transmitter and go up there, huh?
Okay.
If you sit in back of him, you should be able to catch everything he says.
Yeah, where are you going?
I'll stay here. I don't want him to spot me. I'll keep in touch with you, though, till you sit down. Testing, Mike. I'm testing. Am I coming in?
Yes, Jim.
Good.
You were right about Van Buren having a date. Matagorda's heading across the row he's in.
Well, that ought to be interesting.
I'll keep this open so you can listen. Over now. I'm near my seat.
Hello, Van Buren.
Welcome.
How are you today?
Oh, patriotic. Did you bring the money?
Yes, it's inside this book.
How much?
Balance you owe for the magazine.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
Well, I'd better go back to my own seat.
Go ahead, I'm leaving.
Bye, Van.
Bye, Gregory. Our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived
Jim,
liberty.
did you hear that?
Yeah, Mike. Let's advise the boss of these developments.
In just a few minutes, we'll bring you the conclusion to tonight's case from the official files of the FBI. But first, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. Jackson Hill. Mr. Hill, you told me that you were interested in finding out how much it might cost to provide full security for your wife and children if something should happen to you.
That's right, Mr. Keating.
You do have Social Security?
Well, yes, I do, but it'd only be about $105 a month. Well, that certainly isn't enough.
Well, that's at least a good start. How much more would you need?
We don't know. That's the problem.
And that's the reason, Mr. Keating, we got so interested in the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers you talk about each week.
All right. Let's look at the chart. It's Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, especially prepared by the Equitable Life Assurance Society to help parents figure out exactly what income would be needed to keep the family together until the youngest child is at least through high school. Look how these easy-to-understand pictures guide you every step of the way. Every major item of living is included. You fill out the chart yourselves, and the answer you get is trustworthy and reliable.
Why, Jack, even I can understand that.
Yes, Mrs. Hill, and only 5 minutes with the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart will show you exactly how much money you would need.
Well, how about that, Marge? We really could use one of these charts. How much does it cost, Mr. Keating?
Not a cent. Your Equitable representative will be glad to give you a copy. Then, after you've filled it in, he'll help you work out a plan that will turn your Social Security into full security.
That's wonderful, but isn't it expensive?
You'd be surprised how little it may cost. You've already got a good head start with your Social Security, so that perhaps all you may need is a small additional amount of insurance. Friends, why not find out for yourself how easy it may be to turn your Social Security into full security? Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative and ask him for your free copy of the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Un-American Patriot.
There are still some who regard the Communist Party in America as being just another unpopular political organization. To any who might be listening, we bring the words of an expert witness, a man who only a few weeks ago fled from one of the satellite nations. One night, he told an editor of the Saturday Evening Post, 10 of us were loaded into a truck and whisked off to jail. They tossed me into a brilliantly lit cell and left me there for a month. Then they questioned me, day and night. Sometimes I had to kneel before my interrogator for 5 hours. I was beaten and kicked by a squad of 4. Between sessions, they kept me standing in a dark disciplinary cell. After 2 weeks, they returned me to what they called re-education. Apparently, I wasn't right, but they assured me the cycle would be repeated every couple of months. They also told me that the last of us would crack before they finished. The man who spoke those words did not dare speak them until he was out of his own country. 5 years ago, he would have left if anyone had told him his nation would be taken over by the communists. But it happened there. And even more to the point, unless we in the United States maintain a constant vigilance, it can happen here. Tonight's FBI file continues 2 weeks later. It is Wednesday, July 21st, and there is panic in the Communist Party. Acting upon evidence supplied by the Department of Justice, a federal grand jury in New York returned indictments the day before against William Z. Foster, chairman of the Communist Party, and 11 other leading communists. They were charged with violating the Smith Act and conspiring to overthrow the government of the United States by force. And at local party headquarters, Gregory Matagorda is doing what communist higher-ups throughout the nation have been instructed to do when Jonathan Van Buren enters his office.
Well, lighting a fire with papers. Updated matches.
These are records that have to be burned, Van.
Oh.
The party's going underground, and you're going with us.
For how much?
What do you mean?
Well, I know a great deal about you and the rest of the party here and all over the country.
Well?
Well, suppose I went to the FBI and told them everything. I could say my real purpose in working with you is to collect information.
You wouldn't dare.
I not only would, but I will. Unless my salary is doubled.
I'm not authorized to do that.
I want a yes or no answer. I still don't relish the idea of going to jail, but of course, if I'm going to take that chance, you'll have to pay me for it. Do I get it?
All right, Van, we'll meet your terms.
Yes, Jim.
Where are you?
Parked, almost in front of party headquarters. Van Buren's been inside for about 20 minutes.
Agent Hoffman is coming over to relieve you.
But I just came on.
Well, the boss wants us to work on a new angle. I've got a list of ex-employees of party headquarters. We're to interview all of them.
Oh, what for?
Maybe one of them can give us definite proof on Van Buren. There are 15 names on the list.
Jim, Van Buren just came out. He's walking to a cab in front of me. He's taking it.
Call in when you hit your next stop. Hoffman can relieve you there, and we'll get started on those interviews.
One of the foundations of every investigation is interviewing. In this case, 11 ex-employees of Communist Party headquarters were checked, but none of them knew Van Buren. Then came number 12, Miss Helen Schleicher. The boarding house where she lived was visited. She'd moved the night before, moved in what her landlady described as terror.
Mike, anything come in on Helen Schleicher?
No, Jim.
Well, she's important. I found out she was Matagota's private secretary. He called her the other night. That's when she packed and ran.
Oh?
He went to see her and was very upset when he found out that she'd moved. Now, what do you got there?
Oh, this is a copy of the speech Van Buren made in Chicago last night. It's the same right through.
I'll get it, Mike.
Yeah.
Taylor speaking. Hello? Hello?
FBI?
Yes, that's right. Who's this?
My name is Helen Schleicher.
Where are you?
In a movie.
Where?
On Madison Street. It's called The Cameo.
Cameo. And you stay where you are.
All right.
Is the place crowded?
No.
Well, then sit in the back row on the right-hand side of the theater.
I'm wearing a blue dress.
Fine. We'll be down as soon as we can.
Enjoy their lives of ease under the powerful sun. Perhaps nowhere in the world.
Miss Schleicher?
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Taylor. Another agent is waiting outside in a car. Would you mind coming with us?
Of course not.
Or peaceful island, where man is forever happy.
Where have you been since you moved?
Living with a friend. Why?
Well, we've looked all over the city for you. Now, go ahead, Miss Schleicher.
Thank you.
Do you know about Matagorda calling in?
No.
Well, he did. Right after you moved.
Were you at the boarding house?
Yes, we missed you by a full day. Here's the car right here. Miss Schleicher, this is Agent Dawson.
Hello,
How do
Miss
you do?
Schleicher.
Would you get in the back, please?
Thank you.
Here you are.
I feel better now.
Did you think you were in danger?
Oh, I don't know, but I've seen what happens to people who know things when they try to leave the party.
Have you?
The day I quit working at headquarters. I took my job there because I thought they were trying to help people fight for peace. I found out they're liars. That's why I quit. I'm a Russian, but first I'm an American.
In your work at party headquarters, did you run across a man named Jonathan Van Buren?
Of course, he works for the party.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Well, we're trying to find proof of that.
Well, I'm telling you.
We need more. Is there anything in writing?
Well, lists of paid communist agents. I used to type them myself. Mr. Van Buren's name was on them.
Well, those files have probably been destroyed.
About that, I don't know, but... Wait, I have carbon papers.
Carbon copies?
No, the carbon papers I used when I made the lists. We used carbons only once, and then I was allowed to take them home for my own work.
Oh, and where are they?
In my trunk at the Broadway warehouse.
Mike, head for that warehouse. Miss Schleicher, are these all the carbons?
I think so, but I'll look again.
Jim, I'm afraid all we did was come close again.
Could be, Mike.
Wait, there are more carbons in this folder.
Oh, good.
Let's see, there's a letter to the embassy. This was publicity statement, personal letter. Here, a list of paid agents.
Oh, fine, let's see.
And then there's Van Buren's name.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah. Well, now, Miss Schleicher, we'll have to prove this was typed on a machine at the party headquarters.
Well, I typed it myself.
Yes, I know, but if this were introduced as evidence against Van Buren, he might claim that we typed the list ourselves and just put his name on it.
Well, I don't know where the typewriter is now.
Isn't it at party headquarters?
No, they bought new machines about 2 months ago.
No, and what happened to the old ones?
Well, they were sold to a second-hand typewriter store on 3rd Avenue. Blake's.
Jim, they'd be closed this time of night.
Yeah. Well, let's take Miss Schleicher home and go over there first thing in the morning.
Now there began a search for the missing typewriter. A search that started the following morning when Agent Taylor made his report.
Mike, that second-hand store went out of business.
The former owner was located. He said he sold his stock to other men in the same business. Other men spread through the entire city.
Jim, the typewriter was bought by the Acme Typewriter Company.
Records at the Acme Company were gone over, and the missing typewriter located. Samples were written on it, then sent to the FBI crime laboratory in Washington.
Mike, this wire just came in from the lab.
What did they say?
That's the same typewriter.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Brewster.
Hello, Mr. Van Buren.
And Mr.
Taylor.
Oh, of course. Forgive me. I've been meaning to get in touch with you two.
About our date?
Yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to make that speech.
You may not be making any speeches for a while.
But, what do you mean I don't...
Miss Schleicher.
Yes?
This the man?
Yes.
Well, who's she?
You ought to know. She was the private secretary of a friend of yours, Gregory Matagorda, at party headquarters.
What's the meaning of all this?
Mr. Taylor is a special agent of the FBI.
Here are my credentials.
I don't understand.
This warrant means you're under arrest. And in case you're interested, Mr. Van Buren, the conclusive evidence against you was furnished by Miss Schleicher.
Young lady, could you even be loyal to your own country?
But this is my country.
Obviously more than it's yours, Mr. Van Buren. Much more.
Jonathan Van Buren was convicted in federal court for a violation of the federal registration statute and sentenced to a federal prison. In the years before World War II, your FBI was criticized by certain factions on the premise that nothing was being done to meet the Nazi-fascist threat to our internal security. What was being done could not be publicized, but the record speaks for itself. During the war, there was not one successful enemy-directed act of sabotage. Your FBI cannot at this time make public its full record on what is being done to combat the communist menace in this country. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is, by presidential directive, charged with protecting you in matters concerning espionage, sabotage, and subversive activities. You may rest assured of one thing. Your FBI is doing that job. Doing it 24 hours a day.
Now, just two things to remember about the Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, Crime for Sale.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Alice Backus, Herb Ellis, Eddie Firestone, Charles Maxwell, Victor Rodman, and Theodore Von Els. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Crime for Sale on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Your Social Security takes you a long way toward full security, but not all the way. That's why you'll be interested in the Equitable Society's plan for turning Social Security into full security. So in just 13 minutes, listen carefully. We have an important message on this subject from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, Crime for Sale.
Only one person can eliminate crime. You, the honest citizen. And until that is understood fully by the American people, our homebred army of criminals will continue to increase. Your FBI knows only too well that the job of crime eradication is more than merely hunting and arresting lawbreakers. That can be and is done by your law enforcement agencies. But responsibility really belongs to the people victimized by crime. Really belongs to you. In far too many cases, criminals are aided by their victims. Cars are stolen because you leave your keys in the ignition after parking. Homes are burglarized because you go out and forget to lock a window or a back door. You are held up because you flashed too much money or because you spoke too freely in a public place. The naming of each bad habit is not important. What is important is that you, the American people, adopt a new and more sensible viewpoint. The viewpoint that crime is almost constantly at your elbow, and that you can aid in crime prevention by doing one thing: by exercising constant vigilance. Tonight's FBI file opens in the downtown district of a large eastern city. A fashionable beauty parlor is closing for the day when one of the hairdressers approaches the table of a blonde manicurist.
Annie, don't put away your tray.
Why not?
I got a hangnail that's killing me.
You want the scissors, Flo?
Oh, you do it. I'd stab myself. You look beat.
Oh, I'm dead. Just dead.
The business getting you down?
It's not the business, it's the customers. Talk, talk, talk all day long.
I know what you mean.
Take that Mrs. Emery. Besides her trip and her new clothes, now I have to hear the history of her new pooch. They never told me it'd be like this when I took the course. Do you have to go through that every day, too?
No.
You're lucky.
Thanks, Annie. That's fine.
Oh, hold still and I'll put fresh polish on.
Say, Annie, If you got paid for listening to those dames, would you listen real good?
Who'd pay for that?
A friend of mine. He likes people who are good listeners. Manicurists especially.
Oh, has he got a beauty parlor?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, well, I couldn't even consider leaving here anyhow. I have too many regular customers.
Oh, you don't have to quit. You could work for him right here in this place.
Oh. Gee, Flo, I don't understand.
Well, when they talk to you about their apartment, for instance, get the details. You know, how it's laid out, how it's furnished.
Yeah.
And, well, if they're going away, find out exactly when and where and how long they'll be out of town.
Then what?
I tell my friend. He's a society reporter. He wants all the copy he can get, and he's willing to pay for it.
Really?
$5 for every good tip. That's what he's offered me, and I'm cutting you in.
Gee, I could use some extra money with Christmas coming up and all.
Then you're in business. When you get something, you tell me, and I'll tell him.
Gosh, now maybe I can buy some real nice Christmas presents.
Who for?
Myself.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Chuck.
Oh, hi, Flo. Go grab a chair. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay.
Call room service if you want a drink. Huh?
No, thanks. I thought you were off the bicarb.
Oh, that's my ulcers again.
How can a big, strong guy like you get ulcers?
Trying to run an efficient business. You don't know the overhead I've got, you know?
Yeah, you make plenty.
Yeah, sure, but it's not all profit. My work don't end when somebody brings in a tip. I got to sell the job, get rid of the loot, and pay everybody off. Well, what have you got for me?
I better read it to you. Mrs. Emery, 455 Park Drive.
It's a good neighborhood.
6-room apartment. Wall safe behind portrait of Mrs. Emery in living room.
Behind portrait in living room. All right, I got it.
She's taking a trip to California. Be gone 10 days. She leaves on Monday. Her maid's going with her.
Uh-huh.
No one will be in the apartment till she returns.
That manicurist dig this?
Yeah, Annie. Think you can sell it?
Oh, sure. It's high-class merchandise.
Yeah, I got time for one drink. What'll we have?
Call down and order whatever you want, huh?
How about you?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink during business hours.
A few weeks later, a veterans organization is parading past the building in which your FBI has its local field office as Special Agent Taylor makes his way across the crowded sidewalk.
Jim?
Oh, hello, Larry.
Hi. Got a minute?
Sure. I grabbed a quick lunch so I could watch this. I'm a pushover for a brass band.
So am I. I wish I could see him, but I got to keep an eye peeled for pickpockets.
Hmm?
Yeah, the chief put 30 extra men on this thing.
Oh.
You going to be in the office later?
No, I've got to go uptown to interview a witness. Why?
Well, I wanted some help on a few jewel burglaries. We've had 3 the last couple of weeks, and I can't get a lead on any of them.
No, any FBI jurisdiction?
No, not that I know of.
Well, there's only one thing I can do for you, then. You got a list of the loot?
Yeah, from each job.
Hmm?
Here, this stuff was taken from the apartment of a Mrs. Emery. And this is what a couple named York reported missing. And there's what the thief took at the home of a Mr. and Mrs. Allen.
Okay, Larry, I'll send them on to Washington, have them posted in our National Stolen Property File.
Thanks. Each job was pulled while the victim was away on vacation. We haven't got a single good lead.
Sounds real professional.
Yeah, they must have been. At the Allens, there was a mink coat on the sofa being aired, and the thief passed it. Just opened the wall safe, took the jewelry, $1,000 in cash, and walked out. Jim, look at him throw that baton, huh?
Yeah, that boy's real good.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I'll see you later, Jim. I just spotted somebody borrowing a wallet.
Annie, you had your lunch?
Not yet.
Come on, let's go grab a sandwich.
Okay.
Oh, brother, what a morning I put in.
I was busy, too.
This your cone?
Uh-huh. Oh, thanks. Oh, I knew I had something to tell you.
What?
I've got a scoop for your friend.
Good.
You know the thing I told you about Mrs. Emery taking a trip?
Uh-huh.
And about Mrs. York and Mrs. Allen taking trips, too?
They going away again?
No, but they were all in this morning. And what do you think? While they were gone, their houses were robbed.
Really?
Oh, Flo, look. Did you ever see such a beautiful hat?
See that price tag? For $35, the fruit on top ought to be real.
You think your friend would pay $35 for that scoop?
What scoop?
Well, I just told you. 3 of my customers go on vacation and they're all robbed. Isn't that a coincidence?
It sure is.
And I did what you told me. I got all the details. And maybe your friend can put my name in the paper.
Annie, have you told anybody else about this?
Well, just you. That's why it's a scoop.
Well, take my advice. Forget the whole thing. Now, come on. Let's get that sandwich.
But, Flo, this is my chance to get my name in the paper.
Kid, fame ain't food. If it gets out that 3 of your customers got robbed, they might start thinking you're a jinx or something and go someplace else for their manicures.
Gee, you think so?
Sure, and you'd get canned.
Oh, that'd be awful. If I got fired, I wouldn't hear anything to tell you. And your friend wouldn't have anything to write, and maybe he'd get fired, too.
Well, that's why you gotta think about what you do and say. You got responsibilities now.
Special agents of your FBI work only on violations of over 120 laws over which Congress has given the Bureau jurisdiction. However, your FBI also aids local police throughout the country by making available to them without cost the use of the FBI Crime Laboratory. The Bureau also aids local law enforcement agencies by its National Stolen Property File, a file which lists articles stolen all over the nation, a file which came to play its part in this case.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Larry. How are you making out on those jewel thefts?
Still no leads.
Oh, we're in on them.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, the police in Robertsville arrested a fence and found more than $5,000 worth of stolen jewelry.
Robertsville?
Yeah, the thief probably figured a fence that far away would be pretty safe.
I'm glad he went across the state line. We can sure use the help.
I hope we can give it to you.
I'll send the Robertsville police a list of serial numbers off those stolen bills, huh?
The $1,000 that was taken at the Allens?
Yeah, they're all brand new 5s that Mr. Allen got to use as Christmas presents. Yeah, here, you'll want the numbers, too.
Oh, thanks, Larry.
We've circularized all local banks, but if the jewelry went to Robertsville, maybe the money did, too.
Hey, are all the victims in town now?
Yep, and screaming for action.
Okay, I think I'll go interview them.
Hello, laughing boy.
Never mind the jokes, Flo.
Now, your stomach can't be in that bad shape.
No. It's wonderful, wonderful. You know, I don't know why I stay in this business. You get one thing running smooth and something else goes wrong.
Chuck, if somebody gave you a pass key to the mint, you'd worry about him changing the lock.
Oh, sure. It's nothing to you that my fence got knocked off.
Which one?
The man in Robertsville.
So, get a new one.
It's not that easy. Coming to the end of the year, thought I'd show a little profit, be able to take it easier next year.
Well, if your guy in Robertsville was such a genius, how come he got sashayed?
Oh, probably carelessness. You know, that's the downfall of any business. Without a standard of
procedure, I know. We've been through this before.
Well, as of now, there are some changes in my standard.
Okay.
From now on, don't come to this room. The porter in the lobby will handle all messages.
How about payoff?
He'll take care of those, too. If you have anything for me, leave it with him in an envelope. I'll do the same when there's anything I've got for you.
Well, there's something you can get to me right now.
What?
$300.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I've got it right here. Yeah, there we are.
Thanks.
Now, don't forget to pay the manicurist.
I won't.
Oh, listen to it. All day, all night. You know, with taxes the way they are, a man's got to be crazy to stay in business.
Larry, I think I found a lead.
Well, that puts you one up on me, Jim.
You know anything about Jenny's beauty parlor over near the park?
No, why?
The 3 women who were robbed all go there.
Well,
I checked the city license bureau and the beauty operators union. Neither the owner nor any of the help has a record, though.
Well, let's go down and do some questioning anyway.
All right. Oh, there's one thing I want you to check
Lieutenant
for
Crawford.
me.
Pardon me, Jim.
Lieutenant Crawford.
Charlie, you calling me?
Teletype coming in for you from the 22nd Precinct.
Oh, thanks, Charlie. Come on, Jim, let's get it.
Yo.
That beauty parlor's in the 22nd.
Oh?
Yeah.
You know, we ought to try and get a list of all the customers at that place. Maybe some others been robbed that we don't know about.
Call machine 3.
Thanks, Charlie. Now, Jim, this ties in.
With what?
The lead you had. Some of those new $5 bills were deposited at the National Bank.
By whom?
A manicurist at Jenny's beauty parlor.
In just a few moments, we'll hear the thrilling conclusion of tonight's case from the official files of the FBI. But first, I'd like to have you meet Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Gilbert, a young couple who are now facing a problem which every family must eventually face. Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert.
Good evening, Mr. Keating.
Good evening.
Mr. Gilbert, you told me that you're worried about security for your family. You want to be sure that your wife and children will be well fed, well housed, and well clothed if something happened to you.
Well, that's right, Mr. Keating. If I should die, all that Mary and the kids would have to live on is my Social Security.
About $115 a month, Mr. Keating. I don't see how we could get along on that.
Well, how much would it take?
Well, that's our problem. And that's why Mary and I got so interested in that chart you were talking about on the radio.
You mean the equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers? Well, let's take a look at it. It's made to answer your exact problems. With this chart, in just 5 minutes, you can figure out exactly what income would be needed. These easy-to-understand pictures guide you every step of the way. Now, notice that all the major items of living expense are included. The answer you get is accurate and reliable.
Why, that's just what we need.
Well, you bet it is. How much do these charts cost, Mr. Keating?
Not a penny. Your equitable representative will be happy to give you a copy, and he'll be glad to show you how to turn your Social Security into full security.
That sounds awfully good to me. But does it cost much?
Mrs. Gilbert, full security may cost you a lot less than you think. You see, your Social Security is a good head start, so all you may need to get full security is a small additional amount of insurance. Does that help you with your problem, Mr. Gilbert?
You've helped us a lot, Mr. Keating, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert. Well, friends, that will give you some idea of how valuable the Equitable Society fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers might be to you and your family. So get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Ask him for your free copy of the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Crime for Sale.
It is with the hope of bringing exhibits of the different types of criminal that the Federal Bureau of Investigation helps bring this program to you, so that you have examples of the actual lawbreakers before you, where you may study them and try to understand why and how they became criminals. Pathology is taught by physical dissection. Something of the same sort should be of value in learning why there is a disease called crime. Surely one of the basic reasons is greed. As one criminal put it, everyone I knew had to work for a living. They didn't get much out of it. What I wanted was big automobiles and things like that. I didn't see how I was going to get them by making a fool of myself and working all my life, so I decided to take what I wanted. End of quotes. The man who said that was Alvin Karpus, once America's public enemy number one. His sentiments are those of most criminals who decide to take what they want. What makes it important to every decent citizen is that the person they take from is you. Tonight's FBI file continues at the fashionable beauty parlor. Special Agent Taylor is interviewing Annie Gray.
Now, Miss Gray, about those $5 bills?
What was wrong with them?
Well, nothing.
Then I don't see why you're making all this fuss. I wanted to earn some extra Christmas money. Is that anything to call out the FBI about?
No, ma'am.
See, I'm right.
May I ask you another question, then?
Sure.
You said you earned those $5 bills, Miss Gray.
Yes.
Where?
Well, there's a girl here named Flo Mitchell. She's nice and she likes me, so she told me about a friend of hers who works on a paper who... Maybe I better start over.
All right, please do.
This friend of Flo Mitchell's works on a paper. He's a society reporter. And so when any of my customers... We get a lot of society people here.
Yes, I know.
Well, when any of my customers told me about going away, I was supposed to find out everything I could. Then I told Flo, she told her friend, and I got $5.
And you told this Flo Mitchell about Mrs. Emery, Mrs. York, and Mrs. Allen all taking trips.
And I was right every time.
Tell me, did Miss Mitchell come to work today?
Oh, sure. She's in the other room with everybody else.
All right, thank you.
I still don't see what's wrong.
Miss Flo Mitchell, please.
I'm Flo Mitchell.
Will you come in here, please?
What's this all about?
Flo,
I had to tell him.
Tell him what?
About you giving her some $5 bills for information about customers who were leaving the city.
She told you that?
Yes, that's right.
Lying won't help you now, Annie.
Flo!
I'm sorry, kid. In a spot like this, I can't protect you. I never gave you any $5 bills.
Hello?
Hello, Chuck?
Yes, is that you, Flo?
You and your standards. The FBI men have taken Annie to their office, and they almost took me along, too.
What?
They traced her through the serial numbers on those bills, the ones I got from you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, and what's more, those serial numbers are in every newspaper in town.
Well, what about the rest of the 300?
Well, I've still got it. $285 worth of confetti. I want some money I can pass. I'm getting out of town.
Now, don't do anything foolish, Flo. Did the cops question you?
Yeah.
And didn't arrest you?
No.
Running now would be an admission of guilt. Just sit tight.
Well, but
Believe me, I know about things like this. Now, about your $285, I'll stand the loss. Drop by the porter's desk. There'll be an envelope waiting for you with good money in it.
I'll be there tonight.
No case under investigation by your FBI is worked on by only one agent. In addition to Special Agent Taylor, a resident agent in Robertsville was checking the records of every person ever arrested with the feds. In Washington, the FBI Crime Laboratory was carefully inspecting every piece of jewelry taken during the raid and going over each ring, each clip, each bracelet for fingerprints to find a suspect. A suspect who might have committed the 3 robberies. A suspect who finally turned up.
Jim, we got a break.
Oh, what happened?
The cashier at the Melody Cafe pasted that list of serial numbers over the register. About 2 hours ago, a customer used 2 of the bills to pay his check.
And?
The cashier called headquarters. I picked up the man who spent them, and we got a full confession.
Oh, who is he?
Oh, he's a safecracker named Blackie Millette.
Millette.
Yeah, he's got a record this long.
How does a beauty parlor fit in?
Well, I don't know. Millette says he never heard of Annie Gray or Flo Mitchell.
Well, he must have gotten information someplace about those 3 families being out of town.
Yeah, but he told me he bought the jobs.
No, from whom?
He doesn't know the man's name.
What?
Well, he claims he hit town and a friend called a number for him, then introduced him over the phone to somebody named Chuck.
And this mysterious Chuck sold him the 3 robberies?
Yeah, that's his story.
How'd they conduct their business?
He left envelopes for Chuck, or vice versa, at the porter's desk in the lobby of the River Hotel.
And he claims he's never seen this person, huh?
No, he doesn't even know his name.
Now, come on, Larry. Let's go see the River Hotel porter.
Can I help you?
Yes, Porter. I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. This is Lieutenant Crawford of the police.
How do you do,
sir?
We're looking for a man named Chuck. We don't know his last name.
Chuck?
Yes, sir. We think he's a guest here.
Mister, there's 1,000 rooms in this hotel.
Well, this man leaves envelopes with you, and sometimes people leave one for him.
Oh, is that who you mean?
You know him?
Yes. He was by here a little while ago.
And what is his name?
I have no idea.
Do you know what room he's in?
Well, I'm not even sure he lives here.
Well, when he came by before, did he leave an envelope?
Mm-hmm.
May we see it, please?
I guess so. Here you are.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jim, look at the name on it.
Yeah. Oh, Porter, when is Miss Flo Mitchell supposed to get this?
Well, these things don't usually sit around long.
Fine. Can you do us a favor?
Name it.
When Miss Mitchell shows up, tell her there's no envelope here.
All I need is a crash helmet.
Why, how's that, Larry?
Well, I spent the war in a General Sherman tank in the South Pacific, and this reminds me of it.
What, hiding behind potted palms?
Yeah. We used to camouflage our tank with branches.
Wait a minute, Larry. There's Flo Mitchell.
And where?
The girl in the brown coat. See, she's going over to the writing desk.
Yeah, I see her.
That looks like money that she took out of her purse.
Mm-hmm. Wish we knew what she's writing on that envelope.
Here she comes.
Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
You got an envelope for Flo Mitchell?
Wait till I look. No, ma'am.
You sure?
Positive?
There's got to be one.
Sorry, ma'am.
Well, where are the house phones?
Over there.
Oh, never mind. I'll go right upstairs.
Jim, let's follow her.
When she gets closer to the elevators, you take out after her.
Okay, how about you?
I can't, Larry. She knows me from the beauty parlor.
That's right.
We're both out of action.
Huh?
She's heading straight for the powder room.
Oh, fine.
Well, we can move over behind that post.
Yeah, come on.
Well, thanks, Porter.
You're welcome.
Well, this gives us a good vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's working out so far.
Too bad you didn't give the porter that envelope.
Well, there's a house phone on each floor. Now, as soon as she goes into the room, you call me here and I'll join you.
Yeah, duck, Jim. Door's opening. It's the maid.
Oh. Pardon me, ma'am.
You talking to me?
Yes, there's a tall girl wearing a brown coat in there.
The one with the big hat?
Yes.
She went out the other door.
Jim, come on.
No, hold it, Larry. There are 2 more banks of elevators on that side of the hotel.
Maybe we can catch her.
Miss, is there any way of getting to those elevators besides through the powder room?
You go out to the street, down to the next corner.
I see. Well, thank you, ma'am. We won't have time for that.
Jim, we're goners. She must be on her way upstairs by now.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
There's no point in waiting for her to come down. She'll never tell us who she visited.
Wait a minute, Larry. Maybe she won't have to. Let's go.
Where?
Over to that writing desk that she used.
Okay, I'm coming. Flo,
A fine guy you are. First you give me hot money and then you hang me up.
I told you never to come to this room again.
Save the standard procedure business. If you got any idea you can con me out of that $285, you're wacky.
What are you talking about?
Money. That green stuff you hate to part with.
This isn't a tough enough business. I gotta get mixed up with a crazy dame.
Never mind the flattery. Where's my money?
Where I said it would be, in an envelope at the porter's desk. Now, please get out.
Not so fast.
You're not getting another dime from me. We agreed on the price, and that's it.
Look, chum, I've just been to the porter's desk. He don't know from any envelope with my name on it.
I left it there an hour ago.
Tell him, not me.
All right, come on.
Where?
Downstairs to the porter's desk. I'll prove to you it's there.
Okay.
Hello.
What?
Chuck, he's an FBI man.
That's right. You're both under arrest.
Chuck Burnett and Flo Mitchell were convicted in federal court for aiding and abetting in a violation of the Interstate Transportation of Government Property statute and sentenced to a federal prison. Special Agent Taylor and Detective Crawford arrived at Chuck Burnett's room because Flo Mitchell had used a fresh blotter from the hotel writing desk after she addressed the envelope to room 713. Upon finding the blotter, it became a simple matter to read the inverted number and to reach the room shortly after the girl did. Thus, through the close cooperation of a local law enforcement agency and your FBI, the career of a man who tried to put crime on an assembly line basis was halted. Halted before he could make you or one of your neighbors his next victim. An even more important result was the freeing from suspicion of Annie Gray, the manicurist whom Flo Mitchell had attempted to frame. The meticulous care exercised by modern-day law enforcement agencies like the Federal Bureau of Investigation represents one of the finest attributes of the American way of life, a way of life founded on decency and on the sovereign rights of you, the individual.
Now, just 2 things to remember about the Equitables fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
First, it shows you exactly what monthly income your family would require if the breadwinner should die unexpectedly.
Second, this pictorial chart doesn't cost you 1 cent. Ask your Equitable Society representative for a free copy, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Innocent Santa Claus.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Patty Chapman, Whitfield Connor, Bill Conrad, Tony Hughes, and Isabel Jewell. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Innocent Santa Claus on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
AHO. AHO.
If you contemplate placing a mortgage on your home, it will pay you to remember those letters. They stand for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. A money-saving, home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you can say,
"No mortgage on my house. I own it free and clear."
If that appeals to you, please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for full information on the Equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The Innocent Santa Claus.
Nearly all criminals are emotionally childish, undependable, and unscrupulous. Some, like the characters you'll meet in tonight's dramatization from FBI Files, are more vicious than others. But make no mistake about it, the dashing and charming Robin Hood types are few and far between. Criminals taint with unhappiness the lives of all those with whom they come in contact. The little niceties of life, the decent, courteous kindnesses, the Christmas spirit itself that make up normal people's lives are completely foreign to the vast majority of them. Whatever they do is for themselves alone. One of your FBI's major purposes in bringing you these programs is to present the underworld as it really is, without glamour, without sentimentality. Tonight's FBI file opens in a cheap hotel room in the downtown district of a large eastern city. A 12-year-old girl is alone in the room. She walks to a full-length mirror on the wall and sings a song. When she finishes, she bows to the mirror.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind applause. That was a great act, but we've got a long show. So let's meet a star who needs no introduction.
Wait a minute.
I didn't hear you come in.
Honey, you ought to know better than to try to bring on a star that way.
Oh, but I was just trying to have
what theater were you playing?
the one I'm named after.
All right. You're on the stage at the Roxy. A sensational flash act has just finished.
Mm-hmm.
Now your star's on next. So you want to give her a bill, huh?
But, Daddy, you always say, and now a star who needs no introduction.
I know I do. But then I introduce them.
Oh.
And I tell a couple of jokes. Like, as I was coming in the stage door tonight, a bum came up and asked me for $2 for a cup of coffee. And I said, $2 for a cup of coffee? Why, you can get one for a nickel. And he shrugged his shoulder and says, well, can I help it if I'm a big tipper? Now you got the audience going, see? So you slug 'em again.
Mm-hmm.
You say, that bum is sure crazy. I met him yesterday, too, and he asked me for $8 for a piece of pie. And I said, $8 for a piece of pie? Why, man, you can get one for a dime. And he shrugged and says, mister, do I tell you where to eat? Now they're warmed up, see? And you bring on your star. You get it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, say, anybody call me?
Oh, Pete Morrow.
Pete Morrow, what do you want?
I don't know. I got the message at the desk.
Hey, maybe he's got some action.
Gee, Daddy, you think so?
Well, he's my agent, Eddie. He wouldn't call to find out how I was. Hey, maybe they need some next to closing insurance at the palace. Can be anything.
Wow-wee!
Well, come on. Hit me with a good luck kiss and I'll go see him. Hi, Pete. Say, sorry to keep you waiting.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Fred.
I just got your message, and let me tell you, brother, I am ready. I got 2 new routines, and I got a kid writing me a parody on Melancholy Baby. Wait till I give you the opening. I come out in a broken-down suit, see?
Hey, Fred, I didn't call you for a theater job.
Oh, well, that's okay. I do just as good in nightclubs. I'll just move the song up.
Wait a minute, Fred. This ain't a nightclub job either. A guy uptown called me this morning, and he's having a Christmas party for some kids at his house tonight. He wants a guy to play Santa Claus.
And you called me for that?
That's it.
Now, look, Pete. I know Vaudeville's dead, but there's still a lot of places where I can
There's $25 in it.
Well, look, I give my dresser more than that.
Fred, look, I better level with you. Vaudeville ain't dead, but you are. I couldn't book you in a charity bazaar.
You couldn't book Abraham Lincoln at a patriotic rally.
You want the job or not?
No.
Okay, then I'll get somebody else.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, Fred. By the way, how's your kid these days?
Great.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. She eating good?
Well, sure. I got to cut her down. She's getting a little heavy. Well, she's even...
Yeah? Even what?
Okay. I'll do it.
Your Santa Claus outfit's right there in that box. A car will pick you up in front of your hotel at 7. Now, you be ready.
Daddy, how'd you make out?
Wait till I get rid of this box. Now I'll take that hug.
Oh, Daddy, what happened?
Well, Pete Mara told me Oscar Hammerstein says he positively can't do his next show without me. And so that put Pete in the spot.
Why?
Well, Max Gordon's got a script. And he told Pete if I don't do it, he'll never hire another actor from him. And...
Oh, the spaghetti!
Oh.
Ouch!
Did you burn yourself?
I'm sorry. I didn't keep watching and the water all boiled out and the spaghetti's ruined.
So what?
That was our last can.
Look, you're going down to the grill and eat steak.
But they said at the desk, no more signing.
I'm paying them cash. Now, go ahead. Go.
Aren't you eating with me?
No, honey.
Where are you going?
Well, you see, Oscar Hammerstein is crazy to have me in the show he's doing, but the Angels don't know me. So Oscar asked me if I'd do him a favor and audition.
Oh.
Well, you never saw a guy so sorry in your life, asking me to audition. But I told him I don't mind. I knew the spot he's in.
Can I go?
Oh, no, not tonight, honey. Now hit me with a good luck kiss and run down and have your dinner. That's it. Now, go ahead.
But, Daddy, I always thought when they did a show, they hired the actors before they bought the costumes.
Well, they do.
Then how come Mr. Hammerstein had your costume already?
What?
On that box, it says Santa Claus costume, size 42.
Oh, that. Well, you see, after the audition, I'm going to play a benefit.
Daddy?
Okay. I never could con you. You want to know what a big star your old man is? I'm playing Santa Claus at a kid's party uptown.
You're playing Santa Claus?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Hmm?
Daddy, that's great. Santa Claus is the biggest star in town right now. Who's bigger?
Well...
Hope, Crosby, the Lone Ranger? They're nothing at Christmas time. Santa Claus and his reindeer are headliners.
Maybe you're right.
Of course I am. It's perfect casting. They finally got a star playing a star's part. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, honey. Hey, you waiting for me?
You Fred Harper?
Yeah.
All right, get in.
Okay. Hey, who's throwing this party?
Mr. Caldwell.
You his chauffeur?
Uh-huh.
See, look, I never worked a thing like this before. You mind if I try a couple of gags on you?
Go ahead.
Well, I figure I'll walk out and say, I know Santa Claus is supposed to come in through the door, but them chimney sweeps have got a real strong union. Nothing, huh? Yeah, maybe it's a little too fast. How about this? I'd have been here sooner except for one of my reindeer. He showed up late because he went to the movies. It seems he wanted to see the picture because he read the book. Say, pal, was your mother frightened by Ned Sparks? You know, it ain't against the law to laugh in this city. Uh-huh. What are we doing down here by the river?
You, see that sign?
Which one? Don't!
The following day, on a street corner near the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Police Detective Mike Wolf.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, hello, Jim. I just come up to see you.
Oh, what about?
A jewel theft last night.
Where?
Uptown, the home of some people named Caldwell.
Huh? What's our jurisdiction?
Interstate transportation.
Huh?
These Caldwells live in a big house on the Heights just off the approach to the Huntington Bridge. You know where the Cloverleaf turn begins.
Yeah.
Well, they were having a Christmas party last night for their children and some neighborhood kids. Mr. Caldwell went all out and hired an actor to play Santa Claus. Santa Claus stuck up the place.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Tied up the children, the Caldwells, and their help, and then he emptied Mrs. Caldwell's jewel case.
Hold it, Mike. The light's against it. How much did Santa grab at the party?
About $15,000 worth of jewelry and $300 in cash.
Oh, that's quite a haul.
After he left, one of the parents wiggled over to a window and saw him drive across the bridge.
How'd they know it was a thief's car?
Oh, it had a broken taillight, so they could follow it all the way. The alarm's already gone out on the car.
Come on, I'm going on. Mike, any prints found around the place?
I haven't been up there yet, but I doubt we'll come across any. Part of the Santa Claus outfit was a pair of rubber gloves.
Oh, I see.
Now, we won't need the prints for identification, though. We know who Santa Claus was.
How?
Mr. Caldwell told me he was hired through a theatrical agent named Pete Morrow. I contacted Morrow and learned that he sent an actor named Fred Harper.
Mm-hmm. Did you find out where he lives?
Yeah, the hotel vending. I called there, but his room didn't answer.
You interviewed the victims yet?
No, I was going to do that now.
Okay. I'll go over to Harper's hotel.
What do you want, Mac?
Hello there. I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What can I do for you?
Will you please ring Mr. Fred Harper's room?
He's not in. His little girl's been looking for him, too. Seems he didn't get home last night.
Oh, you know Harper?
Very well. I was once his straight man. Is he in trouble?
Yes, he seems to be.
Mr. Perry, have you heard from my daddy yet?
No, I haven't, Roxy. Mr. Taylor, this is Harper's daughter, Roxy. Mr. Taylor's from the FBI.
Hello there.
Do you know where my daddy is?
Well, no, I don't.
Can you help me find him? I mean, please.
We'll do our best, Roxy. Did you see your father last night?
Yes, sir. He was going to play a party as Santa Claus.
Were you here when he left?
Yes. A man called for him.
You see this man?
Only from the window. He was in a big car. Daddy got in and went with him.
What kind of a car was it?
I don't know.
Or was it a sedan, a convertible?
A sedan.
What color?
I couldn't tell. But I do remember one thing. One of the lights in back was broken.
Oh?
Mr. Taylor, why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, Roxy, somebody came to that party wearing a Santa Claus outfit and held up the people.
A real hold-up? With a gun?
That's right.
Not Daddy. He couldn't do anything like that. He's not a crook.
Mr. Taylor, phone call for you.
Oh, thanks.
Please believe me, Mr. Taylor.
I'll be right back, Roxy.
You can take it on that phone.
Fine, thanks. Hello.
Hey, Jim. This is Mike Wolf.
Yeah, Mike.
Fred Harper's been picked up.
Oh, where?
Near the approach to the Huntington Bridge. And 2 of the stolen pieces of jewelry were found in his pocket.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helps promote America's security. And now, listen to the most important security letters in the lives of thousands of homeowners. A-H-O.
A is for assured.
H is for home.
O is for ownership.
the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. It's America's finest plan of home ownership because it gives 4 special benefits not always found in other mortgage plans.
First benefit. An Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
That's right. One of the big objectives of this Equitable Society plan is to speed the day when you can proudly say,
"No mortgage on our house. We own it. Free and clear."
Here's why this can happen so fast. Every Equitable AHO plan combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. One monthly payment takes care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it actually is big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. This explains how hundreds of AHO families pay off their 20-year mortgages in about 14 years. That's 6 years ahead of schedule.
Second benefit of an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. If the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home, free and clear.
And what's more, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every cent her husband had paid to reduce the principal.
Lastly, this plan is a money saver at all times. The mortgage draws interest at only 4%.
So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
"No mortgage on our home. We own it. Free and clear."
And now back to the FBI file, The Innocent Santa Claus.
We referred previously to the selfishness and callousness of the criminal mind. During the Christmas season, when the vast majority of us are in a genial, relaxed mood, the underworld does not hesitate even at this season to strike often and hard. There's no off-season in crime. Being off guard is not safe at any time. The men of your FBI are convinced that it is high time to stop romanticizing gangsters and hoodlums. FBI agents who come in contact with the underworld daily know it for what it is. Ruthless around the calendar, with no days off for good behavior. Tonight's FBI file continues in the hospital ward at the city jail. Special Agent Jim Taylor is interviewing Fred Harper.
Mr. Harper, you insist that Mr. Caldwell's chauffeur knocked you out last night?
Don't these lumps on my noggin prove it?
But Mr. Caldwell says he has no chauffeur and never sent a car for you.
Well, whoever the guy was, he belted me out.
And that's all you can tell me.
Mr. Taylor, do I look like a guy who'd stick up a kid's party?
Well, unfortunately, looks don't mean a thing.
But I've never been picked up even for jaywalking. The only record I got is in the back issues of Variety.
Are you sure you can't remember anything about this man?
Well, he's a tough audience.
What do you mean?
I told him 2 jokes, both boffs. He never even cracked a smile. Look, my agent can prove they sent a car for me. Pete Morrow in the Central Building.
Yes, I know. Detective Wolf spoke to him. He claims he gave you the Santa Claus outfit and Caldwell's address, and you were supposed to get there by yourself.
Well, he's a liar.
Well, his word is better than yours right now.
Why?
He didn't turn up with any of the stolen jewelry on him.
But I'm being framed.
No, you're not. This case won't be closed till we find the rest of that jewelry.
Albert, don't hold out on me.
I ain't.
Is this all the stuff you grabbed last night?
Except for the 2 hunks I stuck in Harper's pocket.
Well, the papers made it a much bigger job.
Oh, the papers. They got Illinois as a 7-point favorite in a Rose Bowl. Can you bet them?
Not me, no.
Well, the same with stick-ups. I once heisted a joint, got 200 clams. Papers come out and say I grabbed 8,000. This is the age we live in, kid. Now, you're going to get the fence this, huh?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that.
Well, why not?
Well, because the next time we do a job, you might take the loot straight to him.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Well, let's leave it this way. You don't mind, do you?
I suppose I do.
Well, it won't make any difference.
All right, then I don't mind.
Fine. You call me tomorrow, and I'll tell you how much we're cutting up.
Daddy.
Oh, hi, honey.
I got so scared last night when you didn't come home.
Well, keep being scared. We're still in a jackpot.
Mr. Taylor told me he was coming to see you. Didn't you tell him you had nothing to do with it?
Mm-hmm. But I'm still here.
Oh, they'll let you go.
Oh, sure. When they take this turban off my noggin, they'll move me down to a regular cell downstairs. Great guy you got for an old man.
I know you didn't steal anything.
Thanks, honey. Oh, hand me that bottle of pills. My head starts coming off if I get up.
Here.
And a little water, honey. Thanks.
What kind of pills are those?
I don't know. Well, here goes. Oh, they taste like chopped up theater tickets. Nothing, huh?
I just don't feel like laughing. Daddy, will you be out Friday?
I doubt it. Why?
I promised my teacher.
Promised her what?
Well, the school Christmas play is Friday. I told her you'd be there.
Well, that's fine. But I'm such a hit here, I think they'll hold me over.
But I told my teacher what a sensational Santa Claus you do. Daddy, we've got to figure some way to get you out by Friday.
Well, if you get an idea, cut me in for half.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Sure. Just keep hoping, honey.
Mike, I got a report from our lab on that jewelry.
Oh, what's the word, Jim?
They found a single latent fingerprint on one of the bracelets.
We've got Fred Harper's prints right here.
Oh, wait a minute. I've already checked. It's not one of his.
Well, that doesn't prove he's innocent.
I can't help feeling he is, though.
You believe the story about the mysterious stranger posing as Caldwell's chauffeur?
Yeah, I do. Harper's little girl told me about the taillight on that car being broken. There's no way she could have known that if she wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah, pardon me.
Sure, Mike.
Wolf speaking.
This is Captain Gordon, State Police. We've got that car you set out the alarm on.
Where?
One of my men just found it where Highway 81 hits the turnpike. I'll see that nobody touches it.
Thanks, Captain. Come on, Jim. Car's been found.
Yeah, that's the car, all right, Mike.
Mm-hmm. There's the broken taillight.
Well, let's see what's inside it. Mike, look here on the back seat.
Huh?
Santa Claus outfit. There's the pants, shirt, hood. There's the whiskers on the floor.
Any labels?
I'll take a look. Yeah. Yale Costume Company, but that's no help. Harper's agent admits running this suit.
Well, suppose we go through the trunk.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll look up front first, Mike.
Right. Police went over everything in the car for prints. It was clean.
Yeah, let's take a look in here. Well, these glove compartments are like the clocks. They never work. There's road maps, instruction books, baseball scorecard. Mike, rubber gloves. Let's head back to town and get these to the lab.
Hello, Pete.
Well, Fred, how come they let you out?
Mr. Taylor here can tell you.
Oh, Taylor?
Yes, I'm a special agent of the FBI. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Sure, anything. Sit down.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Morrow, you told Detective Wolf you made no arrangements to have Harper picked up the other night.
Yeah, that's right.
We found that car yesterday.
The one he used in the stick-up?
Well, the one that was used, but not by Harper. We also found the gloves that were part of the hold-up man's costume.
Oh, so?
So our laboratory got a full set of prints off the inside of those gloves. One of them matches a print we got from a piece of jewelry we found in Harper's pocket.
Well, what's that all got to do with me?
Well, the prints belong to somebody named Al Bedford.
Who?
Mr. Taylor, I told you what to expect. This guy wouldn't give you the right time in Elgin, Illinois.
Mr. Morrow, you know Al Bedford.
Well, is he an actor?
He's a professional criminal.
Well, then how would I know him?
His record shows you once gave him a character reference when he put in for a parole.
What's his name? Al what?
Al Bedford.
You better be nice to him, Pete. Maybe he'll give you the job booking talent on those prison shows.
Say, I don't know what either one of you guys are talking about.
Oh, hi, Mike.
We caught Al Bedford. I just got a full confession from him. Mr. Morrow here was his partner.
No, that's a lie.
Hey, Mr. Taylor, that clears me now, huh?
Yes, it does.
Then I'd better call my kid and find out if there's still time to do that Santa Claus bit.
All right. Mike here can drop Murrow off at the city jail. I'll go with you.
The auditorium's down this way, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, it's a pretty big school.
Mm-hmm. Got the biggest stage of any school in town. That's why Roxy goes here.
No.
I think she's majoring in proscenium arches. What time you got?
It's 4:15.
Hope we're not late. Hey, you want in on a secret?
What?
I'm scared.
Scared of what?
Walking out on that stage in front of 2,000 kids.
Oh, you've been on plenty of stages.
Yeah, but what do you do with Santa Claus? You can't get hokey. You got to play him straight. Oh, I guess this is the stage door. I saw 4 kids walk in here wearing halos. Oh, they've started.
Yeah.
Guess they got tired waiting. Can't blame them.
You see a little girl around here?
No. Look,
And what?
it's the old man in the Santa Claus costume over there. Well, come on.
Hey, where you going?
I've been canceled.
Daddy! Daddy!
Honey.
You made it, Daddy. You made it.
Yeah, look, honey. Mr. Taylor and I are going out front now and catch the show.
Out front?
Well, we don't want to hang around backstage here and get in everybody's way.
But you're Santa Claus. We can't do the show without you.
Now, baby, don't let me down easy. There's Sam Whiskers sitting over there on that trunk.
Oh, that's the janitor. He was standing in for you till you got here.
Well, why don't you let him do it?
He's got no Santa Claus material. Daddy, you promised me.
Yeah, but suppose I lay an egg.
You? Oh, Daddy, you're teasing me.
Okay, I'll do it.
I think I'll go out front to watch this.
All right, and thanks again, Mr. Taylor.
You're very welcome.
And Merry Christmas.
And the same to both of you.
Oh, let's make it bigger. Let's make it Merry Christmas to everybody.
And heaven and nature sing, and heaven.
And now we bring you a message from the book of Luke in the New Testament. A message shared with you by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, every special agent and employee of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A message also shared with you by every officer and employee of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. A message which comes, too, from those who bring you this weekly program. A message written in simple words. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Walter Catlett, J.C. Flippin, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, and Ann Whitfield. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating wishing you a Merry, Merry Christmas from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time to This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. From Hollywood. From Hollywood. From Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
A-H-O. A-H-O.
Those are three important letters in the lives of thousands of homeowners. They stand for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a money-saving, home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you say,
Our mortgage is all paid off. We own our home free and clear.
Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for full information on the Equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The Intruder.
The files of your FBI contain many instances of well-meaning men and women who get into trouble with the law merely by associating with criminals. Usually, their intentions were harmless enough, perhaps even noble. Many people who would never dream of committing a crime themselves, nevertheless seek excitement by consorting with those who do. Psychologists might say they are seeking vicarious substitute thrills. Others like to try their hand at reforming criminals. We of the FBI applaud their good motives, but deplore their lack of common sense. Rehabilitating criminals is a job for experts. Remember that even the experts are by no means always successful. Your FBI urges you strongly to leave criminals to those whose job it is to reform them or apprehend them. Tonight's case points out vividly the possible danger of not doing so. Tonight's FBI file opens at a winter resort located in an eastern state. In an isolated cottage off the main highway, a girl sits waxing a pair of skis. Another girl comes out of the bedroom.
Ruthie,
Yeah, honey?
mind if I wear your gold earrings?
No, go ahead.
Thanks. What time is it?
Just 8:30.
Good.
Turn around. Let's see how you look.
Well?
You look lovely.
Thanks.
In fact, you look so lovely, I hate to see it wasted.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Ann. Guy you're going out with.
Now, don't start that again. You don't even know Al.
I know his reputation.
Oh, Ruth.
I got the whole story on him the other night.
I know. He's a racketeer. He's no good. You told me all that.
Doesn't that matter?
Look, Ruth, I spend 50 weeks a year slaving in an office. My dates are usually a friend of my brother's or the boy next door.
So
this is a vacation. 2 short weeks away from that endless, dull routine, and I'm going to make the most of it.
With Al?
Yes, with Al. Ruthie, it's fun to be with him. It's exciting.
Sure.
We go the best places. Everybody knows him. We get the best table
And
when we...
Listen to me a minute, will you?
Well?
I know how you feel. Believe me, I do. But just let me say something.
Go ahead.
When I was your age, a date with a guy like Al would have been exciting to me, too. But as you grow up, you learn things.
Mm-hmm.
You learn that fellas you pick up at a dance, at a resort, who act like big shots like Al don't run 1-2-6 with that friend of your brother's or the boy next door. End of sermon.
Ruthie, you're awfully sweet. But don't worry about me, will you? Oh, that must be Al now. Oh?
Is Al Benton here?
No.
You expect him, don't you?
Well, yes.
Then I'll come in and wait.
Well,
And who is that?
I don't know.
What?
Just the two of you here?
What do you want?
Al Benton.
I told you he isn't here.
I'll wait.
Well, now, just a minute. Why, you...
I said I'd wait.
Meanwhile, in the teletype room at an FBI field office in a nearby city, Special Agent Jim Taylor watches the machines as Agent Bob Warren approaches.
Jim, how about some dinner?
Oh, no thanks, Bob. I've got to stick around.
Something special?
Yeah, I'm waiting for a report from Washington.
What about?
Some fingerprints I sent back there this morning by wire photo. They're on that central bank holdup.
What's the story?
Well, 2 men held up the cashier of the bank, took over $8,000. The car they used was found about 4 hours later across the state line.
How about the 2 men?
One of them was still in the car.
Good?
No, not so good. He was dead, shot through the heart.
Well, what about the money?
No sign of it.
Had there been any gunplay in the holdup?
No, I believe he was killed by his partner. That's the usual loyalty of one thief to another.
Any identification?
Dead man was named Johnson. At least that's one of his aliases. Habitual criminal. Long record.
How about the one that got away?
Well, I've got a fair description on him, but I'm hoping for more than that. I picked up some prints in the car in the back of the rearview mirror.
Johnson?
No, I've already checked that.
Are those the ones you sent to Washington?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, wish you luck, Jim.
Thanks.
Can I bring you back a sandwich?
Yeah, will you? Ham and cheese on rye. Tastes fine.
Coffee?
Yeah, black, please.
Anything else?
Oh, that's all.
Hey, where are you going?
Into the kitchen.
What for?
I want to make some coffee.
Stay where you are.
Then will you do us one favor? Will you put that gun away?
Not till after I use it.
Please, what's this all about?
I'm waiting for Al.
Why?
You'll see.
You're going to shoot him, aren't you?
That's right.
Oh, couldn't you pick someplace else?
No,
Why not?
because I know he's coming here. Hey, what time is it?
Almost 9:15.
He was due at 9?
Yes.
Well, remember what I told you. When he knocks, you answer the door. Ask him right in and don't rumble.
I can't do it.
You'd better, sweetheart, or all of you get it.
Would you mind telling us why you want to kill him?
My brother and Al were partners. They pulled a stick-up yesterday.
What?
After they'd done the job, Al knocked my brother off, beat it with the dough.
How do you know all this?
Grapevine. I even know he's planning to lamb out of town tonight. Take this dame here with him.
Anne, is that true?
Yes. Oh. But I didn't know anything about this other stuff. Honest, Ruth.
Oh, baby.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't answer that till I tell you what to do.
But
If that's Al, you tell him to come right over here. And don't give him no office that anything's wrong. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Answer it.
Hello?
Is that you, Ann?
Yes, Al.
Honey, I got tied up here down at the inn. Let me send a cab for you, huh?
Well,
We can leave from here.
I'd rather not, Al.
Why not?
I'd rather you called for me.
Well, it'll be another hour.
That's all right.
Okay. See you later, honey. Bye.
Bye.
Is he coming?
Yes.
That's swell.
No two investigations are ever exactly alike, because no two crimes are ever perfect duplicates. On some cases, an agent works for days, weeks, and sometimes even months before he finds a lead. before he begins to unravel the tangled web of evidence. And then there are those other cases. Cases where the first night's work produces an avalanche of results. Cases such as this one.
One combination on a ride coming up.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, great.
Anything break?
Yeah, plenty. Report on those fingerprints came in right after you left.
Were they identified?
Yeah. Belonged to a small-time racketeer named Al Benton.
Al Benton. That name's familiar.
Yeah. We had him in here for questioning on that liquor hijacking case last year, you remember?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, I dug out his picture. Williams took it over to the central bank. He just called. Clerks identified Benton as one of the two bandits.
Well, you have been moving.
That isn't all.
There's more?
Yeah. I started a quick check on Benton. I found out he'd been living in a hotel over on 12th Street, but he'd moved over a month ago.
They know where he's gone?
Well, he didn't leave a forwarding address, but the hotel porter remembered shipping his trunk to an inn out at Snake Hill.
That's a ski resort.
Yeah. Well, there are only two inns out there, and the first one I called told me that Mr. Al Benton was one of their guests.
And all this happened when I was out to dinner.
Well, that's the way it goes, Bob. You spend endless hours waiting, and then, wham, everything breaks at once.
I suppose now you're headed for Snake Hill.
Oh? We're heading for Snake Hill.
What?
Yeah, the SAC put you on the case, too, Bob. Let's go.
Hey, you. Sit down. Relax.
Are you kidding?
Sit down, I said.
Okay.
Look, I can't stand this much longer.
Now, don't you start again.
I can't help it.
I don't want no crying going when he shows here. What time is it now?
10:15.
Should be here.
Listen, I believe what you told us about Al killing your brother to be true. But why do you try to settle the score? Turn him over to the police and let the law settle
I
it
do
for
this
you.
my way.
Yeah, but...
I don't want to hear no more about it.
Wait,
What's the matter?
there's the headlights of a car coming up the hill.
That's your private road, ain't it? No other cabins on it?
No.
Okay. This is it.
Oh, no.
Shut up! Now listen to me, both of you. When he knocks, Ann here answers the door.
He's almost here.
Invite the guy to come right in. I'll take care of the rest.
Car's out front. It stopped.
Did you hear what I told you?
Yes.
I'll have your girlfriend here with me. If you make the wrong move, it'll be just too bad for her.
Just a minute. There's no one here. Well, there's no one out there.
What is this?
I tell you, nobody's there.
You're lying.
No, she ain't, Chuck.
Huh?
Lucky I saw him through the window. That's why I come in from the back.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helps promote America's security. And now listen to three letters that spell security for many thousands of homeowners. A-H-O.
A is for assured.
H is for home.
O is for ownership.
Put these three words together, and you have the famous Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. It's known as America's finest plan of home ownership because it includes benefits not always found in other mortgage plans.
First benefit, an Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
In other words, one of the primary purposes of this plan is to hasten the day when you can sit back and tell yourself,
my mortgage is paid off in full. I own my house free and clear.
How does this happen? Well, it's very simple. Equitable AHO gives you a low-cost first mortgage teamed up with life insurance. One monthly payment takes care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. Imagine paying off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. That's what hundreds of AHO owners have actually done.
Second benefit of an equitable assured home ownership plan. If the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home free and clear.
Not only that, in addition to canceling the mortgage, the Equitable Society also returns to the widow every cent her husband has paid to reduce the principal.
Last but not least, an AHO mortgage draws interest at only 4%.
So, all in all, a man may count himself fortunate if his age, income, health, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an equitable, assured home ownership plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an equitable, assured home ownership plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
"No mortgage on our home. We own it free and clear."
And now back to the FBI file, The Intruder.
A remark made by Agent Taylor tonight is worth repeating. He said, "I believe he was killed by his partner." That's the usual loyalty of one thief to another. If that comment seems hard-boiled, remember that your FBI agents know criminals, not by reading about them in books, but from personal contact. FBI men know that the saying, "there's honor among thieves," just isn't true in the vast majority of cases. Criminals are out for themselves and themselves alone. Even the code against squealing, so strong among young hoodlums, is often violated when they're caught, when they're safe behind locked doors, when they want to save their own hides. Those who work behind the scenes in children's courts know this all too well. Your FBI is convinced there is no code a criminal will abide by unless it's to his advantage to do so. Being romantic or sentimental about the underworld shows a complete ignorance of the facts. Your first approach to understanding crime in America is to become a realist. Stop sentimentalizing either crime or criminals. Tonight's FBI file continues back at the cabin. The two terrified girls stand staring at the body of the dead hoodlum.
He's dead.
That's right, baby.
Al. You killed him.
What else could I do? He was out to get me.
I'm calling the police.
Now, wait a minute.
We've been through enough here tonight.
Get away from that
Oh,
phone.
no. Operator.
Get away, I said.
Operator. Al!
Ain't no time to be calling cops.
Sheep hoodlum.
And make your girlfriend behave here, will you?
Get out of here, Al.
Huh?
I said get out.
Hey, what is this? We got a date, remember?
I found out all about you tonight. What you really are, and I don't want any part of it.
Now, wait, baby.
Keep away from me.
Oh, no. You're coming with me anyway.
She is not.
Look, you both know too many things about me now, so let's go out the car, huh?
No.
Come on. I'll make up my mind what to do with you along the way.
The time element is an important factor in every case, especially in a case like this, a case involving murder. In that respect, the criminal enjoys the early advantage. Enjoys it because he can move with almost reckless haste, move quickly and easily. The special agents of your FBI, though, move cautiously, for they must take one step at a time, hoping each step will bring them closer to the killer.
That looks like the door to the lobby down there at the end of the porch.
Yeah.
You know, I think the Snake Hill Inn has seen better days.
Definitely.
Here. I'll get it. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks. Well, this is certainly a busy place.
Yeah, if you like canaries.
Do you suppose they could tell us where the proprietor is?
There's a bell over in the desk. It might be a help. Come on.
Okay.
All that did is stop the concert. Well, try it again.
Coming. Oh, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Are you in charge here?
I'm the proprietor, yeah.
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
Here are our credentials.
Well, why are you here?
We'd like to talk to one of your guests, a man named Al Benton.
Oh, you're too late.
What do you mean?
He checked out of here just about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, where'd he go?
I don't know, and to be frank with you, I don't care. I was very happy to see him leave.
Why?
He was a most unsavory person.
Tell me, sir, did he have a car?
Yeah.
Well, would anyone around here know where he was going?
No. Oh, wait a minute.
Well?
I recall something about a girl he was going to meet.
Yes, go on.
Yes, she lives in one of the cabins up the hill.
And do you know her name?
Huh?
Do you know which cabin?
No, I don't.
Then where did you get this information?
He ordered a taxi to be sent up for her. Then he changed his mind and went himself.
Well, if he ordered the cab, he must have told the driver what cabin to go to.
Say, that's right. I'll check with my phone operator. She put the call in. Excuse me, please.
Certainly.
If he left here 10 minutes ago, that's not too much of a start.
No. You could still get lucky and nail him at the girl's cabin.
That is, if we could find out which cabin it is.
Yeah, you're so right.
Well, gentlemen, I believe I have the information you've been seeking.
Good.
The girl's name is Ann Madison. The cabin is less than a mile from here.
Can you tell us how to get there, please?
Yeah, follow the road out front as far as you can go.
Well, in which direction?
Oh, to the left.
Fine, thank you.
Cabin is on the hill. There's a driveway leading up there.
Fine, thank you, sir. Come on, Bob.
All right, stay right there by the car, both of you. I'm dumping this baby back here in the snowbank.
Ruthie,
Yeah, honey.
do you think we should try to run away?
Not now, not here. He's too quick with that gun.
But we'll never get away from him.
Yes, we will.
I hope you're right. Oh, Ruth, forgive me, please.
For what?
This terrible mess. It's all my fault.
Look, we'll get out of it some way.
I know, and it...
I want you both to sit in front with me here.
Okay.
And, look, let's get a few things straight before we take off. We'll be passing other cars, other people, maybe cops. Don't try to tip them off about our little party or you'll both be sorry. All right, now get in.
Go ahead, Ann.
Now, wait a minute.
Hmm?
That car down there at the foot of the hill just turned in your driveway.
Car coming up here?
Yeah. Listen, both of you, whoever it is, I want you to get rid of him fast. I'm going to hide here in my car, and if either one of you blows a whistle, this gun goes off.
Hello.
Hello.
We're looking for a Miss Ann Madison.
I'm Ann Madison.
Oh, well, we're special agents of the FBI.
Oh?
Yes, we were informed that a Mr. Al Benton was on his way up here to see you.
Al Benton?
Yes, that's right. You know him?
Well,
Sure, she knows him. He's here.
Ooh.
I don't care. We've been kicked around enough. Look, if you want Al Benton, he's right...
Look out!
Get on, all of you!
Anyone hurt?
No.
Benton in that car?
Yes.
Come on, Bob. We don't seem to be gaining on him.
I know.
If only this road would straighten out.
I think it does after this bend. He's turning left out to the peninsula.
Stay with him.
Can't even see him now.
Wait until we get over this hill.
If I remember right, there's a fork in the road up ahead.
Yep, there it is.
And no Benton.
Turn right. There are his tire tracks.
I still don't see him.
Just keep going.
Is that the municipal airport up ahead?
Yeah, that's it.
Look, there's his car now, turning into the airport gate.
I figured he'd head for here and try to get a plane out.
Uh-huh.
Give it everything you've got, Bob. We've got to stop him before he does board a plane. Bob.
Yeah?
We're going to have to be plenty careful on this one.
With guns, you mean?
Yeah, there's too many people around here.
Well...
Wait a minute.
You see him?
Yeah, there he is. Up there. See by gate 4. Come on. He's seen us, Bob.
Yeah.
He's running through the gate. Let's step on it.
You think we should alert the field?
We haven't got time. I don't see him.
No.
I suppose he headed for those hangars down there?
He couldn't get to him that fast. What'll we do, Jim? We can't lose him now.
Yeah, I know. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Look out there. There he is, running across the field.
Yeah.
Bob, wait. Look at that fool. There's a plane taking off. He doesn't see it. He's running right across its path. Vince! Vince, look out! Look out! I'd say the file on Al Benton is closed.
The death of Al Benton saved the cost of trying him on a charge of murder and allowed your FBI to stamp the word closed across his file. In that respect, what Agent Taylor said was true. The Al Benton file was closed. In a larger sense, though, it still remains open and will continue to be open as long as there are men like Al Benton alive and free. Your FBI and other law enforcement agencies can try to apprehend those others, but only after they have committed their crimes, their vicious, desperate crimes. Your job lies in the field of crime prevention, in the wiping out of the Al Benton breed. In that task, you may have the advice and aid, the cooperation of police officers everywhere. But the real work must be done by you in whatever your role might be, parent, citizen, or just plain decent human being, interested in making your community a better place in which to live.
Now, a quick review of 2 advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at only 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Homeownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Toy Bandit.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Richard Crenna, Lamont Johnson, Joyce McClusty, Paul Richards, John Sheehan, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Toy Bandit on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. AHO. AHO. Are you thinking about a mortgage for your home? Then remember AHO. Those three letters stand for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. A money-saving home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you say,
"Our mortgage is all paid off. We own our home free and clear."
Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 14 minutes for full information on the Equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The Toy Bandit.
Through the years, types of crimes have remained in general the same. There have always been thieves, kidnappers, murderers, blackmailers, and so on. But crime detection methods have advanced rapidly. Science has developed new and more effective techniques for apprehending criminals. Rarely, if ever, are the progressive steps in tracking down a criminal the same. Science supplies your FBI agent with his tools. But the agent himself, as is proved by tonight's case from the FBI files, must have imagination, intelligence, and initiative to know which tools to use and when to use them. That's why the men of your FBI are selected with much painstaking care. Those who finally pass muster command widespread respect and confidence. Tonight's FBI file opens in a wooded area on the outskirts of a large western city. A man sits leaning against the trunk of a tree, fondling an almost empty bottle, as a young boy quietly sneaks up behind him.
Boom, 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 boom!
Oh, hello, boy.
You're dead. I shot you.
Yeah, no sense wasting bullets.
You can't talk. You're dead.
Oh,
Well, all right. You can be alive again.
thank you.
There's nobody else around to shoot.
Which gun did you kill me with?
Both of them. I emptied both rocket guns right into you. Wait, I have to fill them again.
Oh,
They're all full.
wish it was that easy to fill this.
I know what's in there. Dirty old whiskey.
Son, speak kindly of the departed.
I'm a cowboy. I don't drink whiskey. I drink milk.
It's not as good.
My mom said it'll make me big and strong.
Say for drinking this. Whiskey never curdles.
Boom, boom. You're dead again.
Rockets don't go boom. They go...
How do you know? Have you got any rocket guns?
Have any? I am a rocket gun.
You couldn't shoot me.
And why not?
Cowboys that drink whiskey can't shoot straight. It says so right in my book.
Want me to show you?
I don't want to play like yesterday. You bend your finger and say I'm dead. That's no fair.
You want to play fair? Give me a gun.
You don't know how to shoot a rocket gun.
Yes, I do. I'll take one of yours and hide behind that tree. You hide here, and we'll sneak up on each other.
You gotta be an Indian.
Ugh.
Okay. Here, use this gun. It's broke.
Thank you. Now, don't peek.
I won't. Don't forget, when you're dead 3 times, I win.
Okay. Now I'm an Indian.
Ready?
Not yet.
Ready now? Here I come, ready or not. Where's that Indian? I'll shoot you. I'll kill you dead. My rocket gun is loaded. I'm pointing it straight at... Hey, where
my gun.
He did steal the gun and within an hour used it to rob a bank. Minutes after the holdup, the local FBI field office was notified. Special agents Jim Taylor and George Wilson were assigned to the case and went right to work. The first step was to interview the bank teller.
Mr. Butler, can you describe the bandit?
Well, he was about 6 feet tall, kind of thin, about, 40 or 45 years old, and he was wearing an old blue jacket and brown pants.
Well, go on, please.
An old brown hat, no tie, and, well, that's about all I remember.
Mm-hmm. Any scars on his face?
No, but he had a pug nose and he needed a shave.
Mm-hmm. What color hair?
Black, I think.
Mm-hmm. Eyes?
I don't remember.
Tell me, did he touch anything during the robbery? Anything he might have left fingerprints on?
No, I handed him the money and he stuffed it into the pockets of his coat.
Do you have serial numbers of any of the stolen bills?
Well, $1,000 worth of the 20s were new. I'll get you the numbers.
Well, that's fine. Is there anything else you remember?
Well, he'd been drinking. I could smell his breath 2 feet away.
Was he drunk?
No, he talked too well. Like he was educated.
Oh, what did he say?
See, don't be afraid. You don't want any trouble, and neither do I. You've got a lot of money. I don't have any. Hand me some, and I'll put the gun back in my pocket.
Mm-hmm. Now, can you describe the gun?
Well, it was long, had a chromium barrel, and a red handle with some letters scratched on top. 3 letters like initials.
Can you remember what those letters were?
I'm afraid not.
So it had a long chrome barrel and a red handle.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like maybe it was a toy.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello, George. Mr. Butler, this is Special Agent Wilson.
Oh, how do you
Butler.
do?
The guard says he ran out after the holdup and saw the bandit.
Did you see the getaway car?
There wasn't any, at least not out front. The bandit ran and disappeared around the corner on Madison Street.
Oh.
By the time the guard got out there, he was gone.
Mr. Butler here smelled whiskey on his breath.
Madison Street is full of saloons.
Yes, that's right. Well, thanks, Mr. Butler. Come on, George. Let's check all of them.
The beginning of every investigation is almost pure routine. An alert was radioed to highway patrolmen. Nearby, police roadblocks were established on every highway. Bus terminals, railroad stations, and airports were watched. The description was teletyped to FBI headquarters. All those things happening while Agents Taylor and Wilson went from saloon to saloon, interviewing waiters, bartenders, porters, every possible person who might have seen the bandit.
Let's try this place, George, huh?
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, man. What'll it be?
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Okay.
We're looking for a man about 6 feet tall, pug-nosed, black hair. He's wearing a blue jacket and brown pants.
And he might have been out of breath when he came in.
Hey, yeah.
Was he here?
Yeah, about a half hour ago.
Oh?
2 drinks, no tip.
Where is he?
Oh, he's gone.
Is he a regular customer?
No, never seen him before. Brother, he polishes off double bourbons like they was root beer.
Did he say where he was going?
No, he wasn't gabby. He'd come in, asked me where the washroom was, and he'd come back, polished off his juice and blue. Why? Who is he?
He held up the savings bank around the corner.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he used a toy gun. Had a long chromium barrel and a red handle.
Oh, he's the one who left it.
He left it here?
Yeah, wait a minute. Is this what you mean, I hear?
Looks like it.
Well, the laundry guy found it in the towel hamper, and I kind of had an idea my kid would like it.
Well, if that's the gun we think it is, it's evidence. May we see it, please?
You get a receipt for it.
Okay, here it is.
Now, here are those letters in the handle, Jim.
Yeah. K-V-Y.
The guy stuck up a bank with a kid's gun? Brother, you gotta hand it to him. That takes guts, huh?
To scare somebody with a gun? Sure, it takes real courage.
Let's get going, George.
The efficiency of a law enforcement organization is determined in large part by the speed with which it can move. For time is a vital element in every case. In this one, while FBI headquarters searched its modus operandi files to see if they contained the name of a bank robber who favored toy guns, while nearby local police were sent all additional information, Special Agents Taylor and Wilson went to the school board and searched the records for a student whose initials were KVY. There was one, named Kenneth Vincent Young. He immediately started for his home.
Should be the next house, George.
Oh. Yeah, it is. There's the name in the mailbox.
Yeah. Oh, hello, son.
Fall down. You're both dead.
We didn't know you were shooting at us.
Grown-ups are no fun.
Hey, cowboy, can I see that gun?
No.
Are those your initials on the handle?
I kill every Indian on the block with this gun. I kill them every day.
Hey, you got two holsters there. Where's your other gun?
A man crooked it off me. You want to play cowboys and Indians?
No, maybe later.
I'm the cowboy.
Well, all the cowboys I know have names.
I've got a name. I'm Cactus Kenny.
Is your whole name Kenneth Vincent Young?
Only in the house with Mom. Out here, I'm Cactus Kenny.
Okay, Cactus, we're FBI agents.
Real ones?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Gee.
We think maybe we can find the man who stole your gun.
Oh, boy. Can I be a G-man instead of a cowboy?
Sure.
And can I still be Cactus Kenny?
We'll arrange the whole thing. Now, tell me, Kenny, do you know the man who took your gun?
Uh-huh. He was the Indian, I was the cowboy.
Mm-hmm. What's his name?
I don't know.
Where does he live?
Oh, down there in that big brown house.
What does he look like?
He's a big man. Bigger than my dad used to be.
Where did he steal your gun?
Up the hill by the trees. I snuck around behind him. I was a cowboy. And he was holding a bottle of whiskey. I killed him.
Whiskey.
Sounds like the right man.
Bang, 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 bang.
Hey, you can't shoot us. We're on the same side.
Who can I shoot?
You just hold your powder, Kenny. We'll try to find your old playmate. Let's hope Kenny was right about him living here, huh?
Afternoon.
Afternoon, ma'am. We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
The FBI.
You the landlady?
Yes. I'm Alice Henderson.
Well, Miss Henderson, we believe a man that we're looking for lives here.
Who?
We don't know his name, but he's about 45 years old. Has black hair. He's on the thin side. Wore an old blue jacket this morning with patched brown pants. We heard he'd been drinking.
Don't say another word.
You know him?
Sure enough.
What's his name?
Mr. Carter.
Was Mr. Carter in?
No, I'm sorry. He went out 3-4 hours ago.
Where to?
Well, he had on his good suit. Maybe he went speeching.
I beg your pardon?
I can see you all don't know Mr. Ray Carter.
No, we don't.
Why, the man can't hardly say pass the butter less than he makes a talk.
Mm-hmm. And where does he make these speeches?
Mostly by the park.
What does Mr. Carter talk about?
Everything. He just naturally likes to make a speech.
Tell me, do you expect him back this evening?
He should be. I just cleaned his room, and his box of tools are just sitting there in the corner.
What kind of tools?
Carpenters.
Jim, it'd sure help if we could examine his room.
Yeah.
Why, you come right ahead.
Oh, we can't yet, ma'am, but do you mind if Agent Wilson waits here?
Of course not.
Thank you.
I'll get a search warrant, George. Be right back.
Securing a search warrant, examining the possessions of a suspect, doesn't always produce results. Ray Carter's room contained the clothes he wore during the robbery and a kit of carpenter's tools. Fingerprints from the tools were wire photoed to Washington. Again, the files showed no record. A surveillance was maintained at the boarding house, but Carter never returned. Meanwhile, the parade of interviews continued, this time with carpenters who might know Carter, with construction firms for which Carter might have worked.
Jim, anything in on Carter?
Yeah, a construction company in Valley Falls had a picture of Carter in their files.
When can we get it?
Oh, it's here already. I called the bank teller, too. He's on his way in now. If he makes a prize dividend, George, we'll run off copies.
Where's the picture now?
Here. It's the third one down in this pile.
Oh. A good, clear picture.
Yeah, it is. Oh, the construction company also sent along this list. Here.
Who are these people?
Carter's references.
Those your check marks?
Yeah, I called the police in each city just in case Carter contacts one of his old friends.
Any word on the stolen money?
No, Carter must be spending the old money first. If he passed one of those new 20s around here, I think we'd know it.
Yeah. Oh, over here, Mr. Butler.
Oh, have you found the holdup man?
No, not yet, sir, but we think we know who it was. Mr. Butler, will you please look at these pictures carefully? See if you can find one of the bandit there, will you?
All right.
Just take all the time you want.
Thank you. Oh, this is the man.
George, it's Carter.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helps promote America's security. And speaking of security, here's a very simple question. How can a man spell security for his home in 3 letters?
Well, that's easy. A-H-O.
A for assured.
H for home.
And O for ownership. The Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. America's finest mortgage plan for homeowners. Consider these 3 AHO benefits.
First benefit, an equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
Yes, this plan was designed for the man who does not want to spend half his life paying off a mortgage. For the man whose ambition is to be able to say soon,
no mortgage on our house. We own it, free and clear.
An equitable AHO plan makes that dream come true far sooner than you expected, because it combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. One convenient monthly payment takes care of both. Because of the insurance element, a cash loan fund is created. Year after year, this fund grows larger. At the same time, the mortgage shrinks. Eventually, the cash loan fund is big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. Actually, hundreds of AHO families are able to pay off 20-year mortgages in about 14 years.
Second benefit of an equitable assured home ownership plan, if the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home, free and clear.
In addition, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every cent her husband paid to reduce the principal. This may amount to several $1,000s. So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an equitable assured home ownership plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an equitable assured home ownership plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
no mortgage on our home. We own it, free and clear.
And now back to the FBI file, The Toy Bandit.
Earlier in tonight's program, you heard a bartender express grudging admiration for the bank robber, an attitude toward criminals which is too widespread, an attitude that there is something glamorous about a man who would hold up a bank with a toy gun. Some people are still under the mistaken belief that criminals are romantic, clever, brave, even courageous. Your FBI has had more experience than most with lawbreakers. It offers you the opinion of an expert. As a group, criminals are venal, cheap, spineless parasites. Starting now, every good citizen should work toward an overhauling of the public psychology, a spreading of the realization that crime is a vile enterprise without a single redeeming feature, that any criminal anywhere is an enemy of every decent person and must be dealt with accordingly. Tonight's FBI file continues a few days later in the teletype room at the local FBI field office.
George, I hear something came in on Carter.
Oh, yes, Jim, from the police of Springfield, Maine.
Is he all the way back there?
No, but they want him.
Oh, what for?
Non-support of his wife and 2 children. He deserted them in 49.
Well, then I doubt that we'll find him in Springfield.
Probably not.
Oh, I've collated all those employment records.
Oh, what's the story?
Well, Carter gets good ratings for workmanship, but he never holds a job very long.
Always whiskey?
Or making speeches during working hours.
Well, he's consistent. Do you ever use any other name?
No, not that we know of. Why?
Well, I was wondering if he might have bought a car under an alias.
No. Well, my guess is that he's traveling by thumb.
Oh? Well, how about distributing his picture to motels along the highway?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Jim, there's Carter's name.
Oh, yeah, I see. Rehotel, Ray Carter lists stolen currency. 2 of missing $20 bills appeared here today. Orange City Police.
Orange City?
Yeah.
Carter's still within reach.
Come on, George. Let's get up there.
The stolen $20 bills in Orange City had been passed in cheap saloons, but Carter had spent them and moved on. Then came other teletypes. Pineville, 3 stolen 20s. Again, the same pattern, cheap saloons and further flight. Rivercrest, 4 stolen 20s. Decatur, 5 stolen bills. Greenwood, 3 stolen bills. Then came a report from Washington.
George, we just got word from Washington on Carter. The San Remo police submitted his prints.
They pick him up on our alarm?
No, they arrested him for drunk and disorderly. I spoke to a detective up there named Shelby. He's checking their drunk tank for us now.
Where's that warrant for Carter?
Here, right here. Pardon me, Georgie.
Sure, Jim.
Taylor speaking.
Harry Shelby at San Remo.
Well, you made a quick check. How's Carter?
He's been released.
Oh, no.
We missed him by an hour.
Well, thanks anyway.
You coming up here?
Yeah, on the next plane.
Pardon me, are you Agent Taylor?
No.
I am.
Oh, Harry Shelby. I'm the one who had you paid.
Oh, hello, Shelby. This is
Glad to
Agent
know you.
Wilson here.
Shelby.
How do you do?
Thanks for the nice weather.
Well, I'm afraid that's about all I've got to welcome you with. I don't know how to explain letting Carter get away, but
There's no point in worrying about that now.
Carter was on a real spree here before we picked him up.
Oh?
You spend all the bills in cheap saloons?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Well, that's been his pattern.
Every one of the saloons was down on Skid Row. I got some old clothes that'll fit you two. I thought maybe the 3 of us could go down there.
Good idea.
Yeah. We can distribute lists of the serial numbers and the stolen money to the cashiers while we're at it.
Okay.
How many of the 20s have you found?
8 so far.
8?
Uh-huh.
Well, there goes that lead.
Why? If Carter's here, he might pass a few more.
He can't. Those 8 were the last ones we had numbers on.
After changing clothes, Special Agents Taylor and Wilson joined Detective Harry Shelby in a tour of the local Skid Row, a street of cheap, poorly ventilated saloons, a few dirty hash houses, a dilapidated all-night movie, and more cheap saloons.
Carter passed one of the bills in that saloon.
Okay, let's drop in there, huh?
He spent all the money around here?
Yeah.
He didn't care much about luxury.
Here, go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, thanks, Ray.
I've got it.
There's an empty table.
Yeah, that's for us. Let's grab it, huh? Go ahead, George. Well, I don't see him at the bar.
He's not at a table in this part of the room.
Hey, wait a minute.
You see him?
Oh, no, I thought I did.
We ought to drink a little
There's somebody making a speech.
Yeah, in that group down at the end of the bar.
That could be him. What'll I see?
That's the trouble today. Not enough of us take the trouble to thank people for helping us. Now, let's just take this glass of whiskey here, for example.
No, it's not Carter.
What made you think it might be? You know his voice?
No, but he likes to make speeches.
He's a real soapbox artist.
Oh, well, then maybe we ought to look for him at Edgewood Park.
What's Edgewood Park?
It's not as high-toned as it sounds. It's, like Hyde Park in London. You know, an open-air spot where the soapbox orators can pop off.
You need a license to speak at the park?
Nope, just strong lungs.
Come on, let's get over there. What a tribute this place is.
Tribute to what? Insanity?
No, to the country. Except for Hyde Park in London, there's probably no place in the entire world where people can get up in public and say the things that we've heard tonight.
Well, you don't appreciate that so much when this is your beat.
This is a tough beat?
We get a riot call about once a week when the hecklers get out of hand and people start swinging.
Look at the crowd around that platform.
Yeah, he usually has the best turnout.
Who is he?
Somebody called Rollo. Comes down every night and does a horoscope.
Oh? Whose?
Oh, he doesn't confine himself to people. He does one for the whole world.
Shelby, I think we ought to separate here. George can cover the people on the left, and I'll head down the middle of the crowd.
Okay, I'll take the right-hand side.
Fine.
We meet at the speaker's platform?
What? See you later.
We see. Pick him up.
Unfortunately, this is a public gathering place, and there is no way to keep certain people from joining our audience. I must ask you not to encourage that type with laughter. They'll always be among us so long as it's possible to enter our group merely by walking down that path.
Where'd you come from, Cloud 7?
I shall proceed. Moving into the house of Jupiter, we see a square aspect to Uranus. That means A period of great uncertainty for the world. Mars and Neptune may be in conjunction, but that means discipline is required to avoid disaster.
Listening to you is a disaster.
I cannot continue with this constant series of rude interruptions.
You want me to come up and take over?
George, come here.
Yeah, Jim.
You see that heckler?
No.
There he is, making his way toward the platform.
Yes, I see him.
Come on, we can make the platform just about the same time. Let's go.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Excuse us, please. I'm sorry.
Well, let us through, please.
Excuse us, please.
This is considered a time for contacts, new
Excuse
work,
us.
and greater ambition.
It's also a time for you to quit.
Just a minute, Carter. Oh, let go.
We're special agents of the FBI.
Is that him, Taylor?
Yes, Shelby.
I gotta go up there and make a speech.
Come on, Carter. You're under arrest.
Ray Carter was convicted in federal court and sentenced to a federal penitentiary. The arrest of Ray Carter was the result and an example of how an investigation is conducted, an example of the ingredients that go to make a trained professional law enforcement officer at work. Those qualities are training, experience, common sense, and last, but perhaps most important, hard work. It is not important to you, the citizen, that no file is ever closed without hard work. But it is important to you that no FBI file is ever closed without the apprehension of the criminal. For that is your guarantee from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your guarantee that no criminal will remain at freedom if he can possibly be caught. If working 24 hours a day around the clock will bring him to justice.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at only 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Protection Peddlers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Betty Blythe, Herb Ellis, Peter Leeds, Stuffy Singer, Tom Tully, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Protection Peddlers on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
A-H-O. A-H-O.
Those three letters, AHO, are important to homeowners. AHO stands for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a money-saving, home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you say,
Not 1 cent of mortgage on my house. I own it, free and clear.
How does that strike you? Then please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for full information on the Equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, extortion. Its title, The Protection Peddlers.
Day in and day out, year after year, FBI agents come in contact with the worst side of American life. There is always danger that these constant associations with shady and vicious characters might make a law enforcement official lose confidence in human nature in general, might make him cynical, discouraged. Then along comes someone who renews his faith in the essential decency of mankind. He may be a humble, respectable citizen who refuses to be intimidated by racketeers. Or he may be what is known as an honest cop, and they are the vast, vast majority of all policemen, who put public service above self-interest. These people cooperate, testify on behalf of law and order. A tough case is cracked wide open. Another FBI file is closed. It is to these often unrewarded, unsung heroes that your FBI wishes to pay tribute tonight. Our FBI file opens in a western city. 2 men are playing golf. One of them, middle-aged, with an unlit cigar clenched between his teeth, approaches his ball.
Look at this lie.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
Those trees are in my line.
Frank, the trees are 300 yards.
Why'd that caddy give me a 3-wood? I need an iron.
You asked him for a 3-wood.
Well, he shouldn't have given it to me. Stand back.
All right. You missed.
That was a practice swing.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, hook right into the rough.
Yeah, see the breaks I get? I hit the ball good and the wind catches it. I got a good mind to quit this game.
I am.
Huh?
I'm going back east in a couple of weeks.
Well, this is a nice way to break the news to me.
Look, Frank, you asked me to hang around till you saw how things worked out. Well, I can see for myself. You're never going back to making book, right?
Right.
And what's the percentage in staying here?
I might have something for you.
New touch?
I think so. Big John called me last night.
Oh, he in town?
Well, he's coming.
You sure must have blown a bundle when they knocked out the wire service.
He did.
Is he the one that you're making a deal with?
If I like it.
No. When's he coming?
Couple of days. If I put in with him, you go back on the payroll as my enforcer. Look at that rough. Think I'll drop a ball and play it from here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Afternoon, Marty. Frank around?
Uh-huh. In the other office. He's waiting for you. Tell me, how are things back east, huh?
Fine, thanks.
Oh, go ahead.
Hello, Frank.
Hi, John.
What are you doing?
Little indoor putting practice. That glass is the cut.
I hope you got better control of the city council.
They're in my pocket, and the police commissioner's one of our political appointees.
And I think we can do business.
What's the deal?
You got a lot of big factories around here. Some of them have 90 or 100 armed guards.
Sounds right.
My idea is for us to supply the armed guards for the biggest factory in town.
Well, that would be Yale Aircraft.
What's the angle?
The guards are paid $50 a man now. We take over and pay them the same thing, but we charge Yale Aircraft $100 a man. If they got 100 guards, we make a nice profit.
That'd be 100 times 55 G's a week.
With no investment.
Yeah, but Mr. Wilcox, them factories are legitimate outfits.
I know that.
Well, why should they pay a yard for a guy when they can hire him direct for 50?
He's got a point, John.
No, he hasn't. You think bookmakers bought my wire service because they like me?
You mean we just walk into Yale Aircraft and show them our muscle?
No. We make them come to us.
How?
You want in?
Sure. Hey, I sunk one.
The following week at the police pistol range, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is finishing his monthly firearms test when Detective Dick Terry approaches.
Target hasn't got a chance around here.
Oh, hi, Dick.
Hello, Jim.
Care to try your hand?
No, I came by to see you.
Oh? Well, come on, let's walk back to the lockers.
Okay. You remember Leo Green?
Leo Green.
It doesn't matter. He used to be on the force.
No, I don't think I ever ran into him.
Well, he's one of the detectives who was purged by the commissioner last year.
Oh? Must have been a good man.
He was and is. I bumped into Leo last night. He's working as an armed guard out at Yale Aircraft.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Leo told me something that might be a case for you.
Oh? What kind?
Yale Aircraft's a defense plant, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it seems they've been having an unusual run of accidents on the bridge leading to the factory.
What kind of accidents?
Trucks ramming each other, government property damage, cars running out of gas, tacks sprinkled across the bridge. And they've had everything. And the traffic tie-ups always occur just as a new ship's reporting.
Is that bridge the only way to the factory?
Uh-huh. So when it's jammed, nobody shows up for work the first hour or so.
You had any men from traffic stationed out there?
Yeah, past 3 days, but they can't stop it.
Well, if it's a concerted effort to slow up defense work, we'd like to know about it. If defense materials are deliberately destroyed, we're interested.
You're going to look into it?
Yeah. Report it to my agent in charge, Dick. I'll let you know who he assigns.
Oh, have a chair, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
My secretary says you're from the FBI.
That's right, sir. Here are my credentials.
Are you sure I'm the one you want to see?
Yes, sir. I'd like some information.
As the head of the personnel department or as Ralph Allen?
No, this is business, not personal.
Oh.
I hear your men have had trouble getting to work on time, and materials are being deliberately damaged.
Nothing serious.
Well, I was told the employees were missing as much as an hour a day.
Oh, they did for a few mornings, but that's all been settled.
Settled? How?
I mean, there were no tie-ups on the bridge this morning.
You think there'll be any tomorrow?
No.
You sound fairly sure.
Well, it's not likely we'll have another bad streak of accidents.
Sir, I'm trying to find out if they were accidents. If there was a deliberate slow-up in production, it's something we'd like to know about. And if defense materials were deliberately destroyed, it's a federal violation.
Oh, there was nothing serious.
Well, then let me ask you this. If those tie-ups and wrecks on the bridge were deliberate, would you have any idea who might have caused them?
No.
Had there ever been anything like that on the bridge before?
Occasionally.
But never one day after another at just about the time a new shift of men was reporting for work?
Not that I remember.
I see.
If I hear anything around the plant, I'll be very glad to call you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Allen. I'll leave my number with your girl.
Hi, John.
Oh, hello, Frank. You don't mind my using your desk for a minute? I got a few things to sign.
Go ahead. You come up about anything special?
Yeah. There we are. Oh, what did you say?
I said, did you come up about anything special?
Our first contract. Listen to this. Yale Aircraft Corporation hereby agrees to pay the Gladstone Company the sum of $10,000 each week.
Who's this Gladstone Company?
Us.
Huh?
By the time we get our first check, we'll have a bank account in that name.
Oh.
Our weekly take on this contract is $5,000. The deal goes for 2 years. The only guys we cut in are the police commissioner and that personnel manager at the plant.
Hi.
Hello, Marty.
Just been out to the plant.
All the new guards report?
Yeah, and one of the old ones. Guy named Leo Green. I think he wants to make trouble.
You talked to him?
No, he was gone when I got there.
What kind of trouble do you think he's interested in?
Oh, I don't know. But he was around the joint all morning.
Doing what?
Asking the new guards a lot of questions. Who they were, where they're from, how they got the jobs, how much they were getting.
Why? What's it to him?
Frank, don't you get it? He got fired and he don't like it.
How we handle him, John?
Well, you can handle any beef he makes to the cops, can't you?
Well, sure, but...
And we got no worries. He can only beef to the cops or the personnel guy at the plant. So, either way, he winds up talking to himself.
You sure the personnel guy will stay put?
Frank. Besides paying him off, I told him if anything went wrong, we'd start charging him double.
In most cases, no criminal prosecution is possible without a complaining witness, without evidence. That was true in this investigation. The name of Yale Aircraft's personnel director was checked through the files in Washington. He had no criminal record. There appeared no evidence he'd willingly cooperate with lawbreakers against his employer. No evidence until a few days later when Agent Taylor visited police headquarters.
Dick, I just called in and got your message.
Oh, you get anything on that Yale Aircraft case?
No, why?
Well, I saw Leo Green this morning. Leo was fired. So was every guard out there.
Wait a minute. You don't leave an aircraft factory unguarded.
Oh, they've got a new set to replace the old ones. And Leo interviewed some of them.
Oh.
Seems every one of the new guards, at least the ones who'd talked to Leo, come from Crescent City. They appear to be hoodlums.
What?
Yeah. I requested fingerprints of the new set of guards, but the personnel manager turned me down. So I talked to a friend of mine in the auditing department.
And?
The new guards are being supplied by an agency. And with the same number of men, the cost to the factory is twice as much.
Who's the agency?
My friend didn't know. Can't find out. The records on that account are being kept personally by the head of the department.
Sounds like the old-time protection racket. You know, with Yale Aircraft making planes for the armed forces under a cost-plus contract, this may constitute fraud against the government.
Hi, John. Where's Monty?
Out. He'll be back soon.
Where'd he go?
To see Leo Green.
The guy who's been asking those questions?
Mm-hmm. I told Marty to give him his job back.
Why?
For $50 a week, it's better having him on our side. Where you been?
A check from Yale Aircraft came in this morning, so I went down and opened an account.
You what?
I opened a bank account, the name of the Gladstone Company. You know, like we talked about.
Who's going to sign the checks?
Me. You see, I figured you wouldn't always be around to handle
Frank,
things.
You know me good enough to know in my deals I handle a bankroll.
Well, don't you trust me?
Let's not get into who trusts who. You know, in my deals,
Can I come in?
Oh, sure, Monty.
You see Leo Green?
Uh-huh. I took care of everything.
When's he going back to work?
Oh, he ain't. He turned down the job.
I thought you said you took care of everything.
Yeah, I did. When he turned me down, I sloughed him.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helped promote America's security. And now a quick question for homeowners. How do you spell security in 3 letters?
That's an easy one. A-H-O.
A for assured.
H for home.
And O for ownership. The Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. Thousands of families agree that this is America's finest plan of home ownership for 3 very good reasons.
Reason number 1. An equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
Right. This plan was created for families who want to get rid of their mortgages as quickly as possible, so they'll soon be able to say,
"No more mortgage on our house. We own it, free and clear."
Here's how an equitable AHO plan can hasten the arrival of that happy day for you. This plan integrates a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection, with 1 monthly payment taking care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. This explains how hundreds of AHO families pay off their 20-year mortgages in about 14 years. That's 6 years ahead of schedule.
Reason number 2, why you'll want to look into an equitable assured home ownership plan. If the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home, free and clear.
That's only half the story. For the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every cent her husband had paid to reduce the principal.
Last but not least, an AHO mortgage plan draws interest at only 4%.
So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
no mortgage on our home. We own it, free and clear.
And now back to the FBI file, The Protection Peddlers.
There is no denying that in some communities, the local police, the school system, the entire municipal government is under the thumb of a corrupt political machine. However, there are too many people who like to blame everything on corrupt politics and dismiss the situation with that remark. That is the lazy person's way of saying he has not done his civic duty. If your community has corrupt politics, there is something wrong in the makeup of the people who allowed those dishonest men to be voted into power. You, as a good citizen, failed in your duty to go out and work as hard for decent candidates as your enemies worked for theirs. Remember that in a democracy, people get the kind of government they work for. If you're dissatisfied with the political situation in your community, why not get in touch with one of the reputable and civic-minded groups or organizations that are campaigning for better government? Your active support will be welcomed. Tonight's FBI file continues later that day at the FBI field office as Detective Dick Perry approaches.
Jim, we've got a new element on the Yale aircraft case. Leo Green was picked up badly beaten out on Route 9.
Oh, when did this happen?
A little while ago. He's at Memorial Hospital being patched up.
Have you seen him yet?
Doctors won't even let his wife in.
Any evidence that the beating was tied into the guard situation out at the plant?
Yes. I interviewed Mrs. Green. She says Leo got a phone call from some man who said he could straighten out the situation at the plant and wanted to meet Leo.
Mrs. Green know where?
Near the factory someplace.
She doesn't know who called?
No.
Oh. Well, we still got very little to work on.
How about going back to Yale Aircraft?
I did. Mr. Allen still won't cooperate.
I wish we could figure his angle.
No, I think I've got the answer to that, Dick. He's frightened.
But if he won't talk, we've got no case.
Yeah, maybe we can work another angle. Excuse me. Yeah. Taylor speaking.
This is Captain Franklin. Is Detective Perry there?
Yes, just a minute, please. It's for you, Dick. It's Captain Franklin.
Thanks, Jim. Yes, Captain.
Perry, you're off the Yale aircraft case.
Huh? Well, who's replacing me?
Nobody. The commissioner called and just said to forget it.
But, Captain, I...
Perry, the commissioner didn't make a request. He gave me an order. I'm just passing it on to you.
Hey, what's with the 9-iron?
My short chip shot's been giving me trouble.
Oh. You trying to put him in that circle?
Uh-huh.
It's pretty clean.
I just started.
Oh. Look, I ran into Wilcox out at the plant. He said to tell you he's moving into another factory tomorrow.
Where?
The Madison Machinery Company.
Big outfit.
Yeah. He figured a gimmick. Look, Madison Machinery's close to Yale Aircraft, so he's going to use the same set of guards for both places.
Oh, yeah, it's tough to get a backspin off a rug.
That'll make all the dough from the second place straight profit.
Uh-huh.
That's a pretty good touch, huh?
It'll get better.
Why? You raising the prices?
No. Cutting down the number of pieces.
Well, how can you? You got to pay the commissioner, you got to pay the personnel guy.
John takes half the action right off the top.
Well, It's his idea.
It's still too much. From now on, he takes a cut.
To what?
10%.
You think he'll go for it?
He's got to. I'm supplying the protection. That's the big thing in the deal. Without the commissioner squaring things, the idea's worth nothing.
The protection racket is closely akin to extortion. Like extortion, it is almost impossible to aid the victim unless he is willing to cooperate. In this case, Agent Taylor slowly and carefully secured the fingerprints of every new armed guard at the aircraft plant and sent them to FBI headquarters. The teletype report from Washington showed each man had a previous criminal record. Showed each man had been arrested in Crescent City while working for John Wilcox and his wire service syndicate. Showed circumstantially that Yale Aircraft was being victimized. Again, the personnel director at the aircraft factory was interviewed. Again, he refused to talk.
Jim, can you use a black sheep?
Meaning you, Dick?
Yep. Seems I did a very bad thing. I went to the hospital to visit Leo Green.
And?
Commissioner heard about it and suspended me for disobeying orders. When he said to drop it, he apparently meant I was to forget about being a friend of Leo's.
That's too bad, Dick.
Yeah. Still working on the case?
Yeah, but not making much progress.
I don't suppose it's being disloyal to the commissioner if I tell you something I got in my own time, is it?
About Yale Aircraft?
No. No, a friend of mine from the traffic detail told me about an interesting coincidence. You know the causeway up near the stadium?
Sure.
Well, that causeway is the only entrance to the Madison machinery plant.
Yeah.
Well, this past week, they've had nothing but accidents on it. Trucks ramming each other, tacks thrown across the roadway, cars running out of gas.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, but wait till you hear the rest. The accident stopped yesterday morning. Today, a new set of armed guards went to work.
Madison Machinery's a defense plant, too.
Yeah. Look, I'm an out-of-work investigator, Jim, but if I can give you a hand...
Thanks, Dick, but not right now.
The head of personnel at Madison Machinery is a man named Harry Lee.
Fine. I'll call you after I've seen him.
Hello?
Dick?
That's right.
Jim Taylor. I went out to Madison Machinery.
Oh, how'd you do?
Could have saved the time and effort.
Oh, was a story about the new armed guards on the up and up?
Yes, but that's about all I got. The rest of the interview was a repeat on the ones out at Yale Aircraft.
Jim, Yale Aircraft and Madison Machinery are legitimate outfits. Why should they get themselves caught in the switches like this?
You're under suspension, aren't you?
Well, yes, but...
Well, somebody's got good connections.
Yeah, but those hoodlums at the factory were all John Wilcox's men, and he never had any local fix.
Well, maybe he met the commissioner.
Yeah, could be. Jim, I called the hospital a little while ago. Leo Green's still on the critical list.
Yeah, I know, Dick. I called over there, too.
Looks like he's the only chance we've got left.
Hey, wait a minute. Dick, we've been overlooking an angle, the bank.
What bank?
The ones where Yale Aircraft and Madison Machinery keep their accounts. I'll check and let you know how I make out.
Hello, boys.
Hi.
Come in, John.
Came over to say goodbye.
Where you going?
Home? Everything's running smooth now. No reason for me to stick around. You know what to do, Frank. Pick up the check at Yale Aircraft on Mondays, the check at Madison Machinery on Thursdays.
Uh-huh.
Pay the commissioner, personnel man, take your cut, then withdraw the rest in cash each week, and I'll let you know where to send it to me. Marty?
Yeah.
You go by the plants each day so no more trouble breaks out.
Okay.
John, there's one thing we'd better straighten out before you go.
What?
You're 50%.
What about it?
It's too much.
That was the deal we made.
But after I pay everybody and give you yours, it don't leave enough for me.
Well, whatever it is, it's all profit. You're not investing anything except the time it takes to deposit those checks.
John, without the commissioner, the deal wouldn't work.
Well, that's why I came to you.
And it's why I'm cutting your end.
Now, Frank,
Don't forget, the bank account is in my name. I'm the only one who can sign checks.
That's almost right.
What does that mean?
You forget that the signature cards we signed said that in the event of your death, I signed the checks. No, you don't, Marty. Sit down again. So that's your big enforcer, Frank.
What can I do? You got a gun.
That's right, and I'm using it.
Hold it, Wilcox.
Huh?
Well, I'll take that gun. Let go.
Hey, who are you?
Special agent of the FBI. I've got arrest warrants for all three of you.
Frank Baker, Marty Mitchell, John Wilcox, and the two personnel managers, Ralph Allen and Harry Lee, were convicted in federal court for conspiracy to defraud the government. When Special Agent Taylor examined the bank records of the two factories, he found that both were paying a firm named the Gladstone Company for armed guard service. He also learned where the Gladstone Company bank account was maintained. An investigation of that account showed canceled checks for payments made to the personnel managers of the factories and also to the police commissioner. Upon seeing that evidence, each man signed a statement implicating Wilcox, Baker, and Marty Mitchell. Confessions from those men led to the arrest and conviction of the corrupt, politically appointed police commissioner and a general house cleaning by the citizens of that community. However, throughout America, there are similar jobs remaining to be done not only by your FBI or any other law enforcement agency, but by you, the people.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at only 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, grand larceny. Its title, Knockout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Walter Catlett, Ted DeCorsia, Lou Merrill, Herb Rawlinson, and John Stephenson. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Knockout on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
A-H-O. A-H-O.
Thanks to those three letters, thousands of homeowners have been able to say,
No more mortgage on my house. I own it. Free and clear.
Yes, AHO helps make that dream of every householder come true. AHO stands for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. For full information on this money-saving, home-saving plan, please listen carefully in about 13 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Grand Larceny. Its title, Knockout.
Tonight's case from the official files of the FBI prompts us to ask a question. When is gambling not gambling? The answer is when there is no risk involved. For the dictionary defines the word gamble as, quote, to hazard something on a chance, end quote. And that's exactly what thousands of people who place bets with bookmakers do not do. For in far too many cases, the event they bet on has been fixed, the winner already chosen. Not only does the innocent bettor throw his money down the drain, but he helps debase the very sport he's interested in. If you must bet, bet only with friends or through legal channels. If everyone would thus restrict themselves, the underworld would have no incentive to fix sports, and all athletic contests would be real contests. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large southwestern city. The crowd is leaving an arena as a fighter in a faded bathrobe walks with his manager toward a small dressing room.
Listen to him.
Yeah, the citizens are angry.
Well, why don't they quit?
George, they paid to see a Christian thrown to a lion, and the lion lost.
Huh?
Go ahead, Gladiator, go ahead.
What's all that stuff about a lion?
Never mind. Climb up on the table. Where'd I put the scissors?
On a chair.
Oh, yeah. All right, host him.
Yeah.
Now, the other paw.
Are they still born?
George, it's been so long since you won an encounter, your memory's failing.
I ain't punchy.
Well, then you should remember the citizens don't like the local pride to be carted from the ring in oblivion.
Oh, it wasn't my fault.
I realize that, but the populace paid their drachmas to watch you run it oars to combat.
But Morgan didn't give me a chance to take a dive.
Would you care to have me stand in the ring and explain that to the crowd?
Oh, you can't do that.
Precisely my point. Morgan's falling through the ropes and knocking himself out was an untimely accident.
You think we'll get paid?
Of course. Charlie Franklin doesn't care who wins as long as every pew is occupied.
But you told him I'd take a fall in the third.
George, it's rather difficult to throw a fight in the third round when your opponent knocks himself out in the second.
I know, but it wasn't my fault.
Let me worry about the finances. Your problem is to think of new ways to lose a fight.
Okay.
If I know Charlie Franklin, and unfortunately I do, he's in a ringside right now trying to convince the newspaper men that true justice demands a rematch next week.
But I can't fight Morgan next week.
No, why not?
We got to fight in New Orleans.
Well, send him a telegram and announce you hurt yourself training.
Hey, where you going?
To Franklin's office to collect our paltry few dollars. I'll see you back at the hotel.
Okay.
And, George, if any newspaper men come by, remember, Morgan hits with either hand like an enraged mule.
Later that evening at the FBI field office in a nearby city, Special Agent Taylor is writing a report when his phone rings.
Taylor speaking.
Detective Sergeant Bedford at New Springs.
Leo?
Yeah, hi, Jim. Just wanted you to know I made sergeant.
That's great. When?
This morning.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, well, that's not why I called.
Oh?
There was a bank messenger robbed here tonight right after he picked up the receipts at the fight club.
Well, how much was stolen?
A little over $4,000.
Any suspects?
Oh, not yet. The messenger hasn't regained consciousness.
How about the people out at the fight club? Couldn't they tell you anything?
Well, as far as I know, only the messenger and the promoter were there, and they were both found knocked out.
Where'd the robbery take place?
In the promoter's office. He and the messenger were found by the night watchman.
How are they?
Word from the hospital is they'll both recover. I expect to interview them in the morning.
In the morning? Well, that'll give the bandits a pretty good start.
Well, there's nothing much we can do about that, Jim.
Yeah. Have you gone over the scene?
Yeah, with a comb. I couldn't find a weapon or anything else that'd help. Look, how soon can you make it out here?
Oh, wait a minute now. First, we'd better make sure of jurisdiction. We wouldn't be in on the case, Leo, if the money was stolen before being turned over to the messenger.
Well, I found a receipt in the promoter's pocket.
Well, that takes care of that. Wait till I check the airline schedule. Hold on, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Here's New Springs. New Springs. Here it is.
Yeah.
First plane I can get is 8:37 in the morning.
Will you make it?
Yeah. Now, Leo, I get in at 10:20, so I'll meet you at headquarters right afterwards.
Morning, Mr. Franklin.
Can't a guy get any sleep in this hospital?
I'm sorry. Your nurse said you were awake. I'm Sergeant Leo Bedford, Detective Squad.
Well, you're late. I needed you last night when I got tapped out.
Well, I'd like to ask you a few questions about last night, if you feel up to it.
Sure, but I might as well tell you came to the wrong store.
Oh, why?
I don't know who did it.
Well, tell me as much as you can, Mr. Franklin.
Well, let's see. The guy from the bank came up to my office at about 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
The main go was over early.
Yeah, I know.
I give the guy my deposit, and he takes off. I'm at my desk a couple of minutes later when I hear a noise from the little room out front. I know Claire's already blown the joint,
Claire?
so I...
Who's that?
Claire Dawson, my secretary.
Uh-huh.
Her desk's out in the little office.
I see. Will you go on, please?
Well, like I say, I know she's gone home, so I can't figure who'd be out there. I call, but nobody answers. I go to see, and when I open the door, there's the bank guy laid out on the floor like the linoleum.
Yeah.
The next minute, I'm clobbered out myself.
Did you see anyone besides the messenger?
No.
Have you any enemies who'd do this?
Every promoter's got enemies. I don't figure any guy'd want to tap me out for keeps.
Were you expecting any visitors?
Nobody but the bank guy.
I see. How long before the robbery did your secretary leave, Mr. Franklin?
A couple of minutes. The bank messenger was in my office when she blew.
Then she'd have seen anyone coming up the stairs, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I never thought about that. She'd have passed the heist guy.
Where can I reach Miss Dawson?
She lives at the West Gate Apartments over on Broadway.
Yes, I know the place. Well, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Franklin.
Jim? Oh, Jim. Oh, hi, Leo.
Hi.
Hey, where'd they move your office to?
Oh, down the hall. Come on. I was just over to the hospital to interview Charlie Franklin.
Yeah?
He's that promoter.
Oh, did you get anything?
Well, he never saw who hit him. But he said his secretary left just before the robbery and might have gotten a look at the bandit on her way out.
Is she available?
Yeah, I called her. She said she'd meet us. Should be here now.
Oh, great. Well, Leo, did you talk to the messenger?
No, he's on the critical list.
Oh.
And here we are, Jim. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir.
Sergeant Bedford?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Claire Dawson, Mr. Franklin's secretary.
How do you do? This is Agent Taylor of the FBI.
How do you do?
Miss Dawson, I assume you know about the robbery last night.
Sergeant Bedford told me about it on the phone.
Oh, I see.
What time last night did you leave Mr. Franklin's office?
Oh, about 20 after 10.
Just before the holdup.
Who was there at the time?
Mr. Franklin and the bank messenger.
Did you notice anyone near the office when you left?
Well, as I was going down the stairs, Mr. Archer was on his way up. He asked me if my boss was in and kept going toward the office.
And who's Mr. Archer?
Moon Archer. He manages George Putnam.
Putnam fought at the arena last night, Jim.
Oh.
I thought he was going up to collect his purse.
Would you know where Mr. Archer could be reached?
Well, he was stopping at the New Springs Hotel.
Was?
Well, usually the fighters and managers pull out the day after the fight.
Well, Leo, we can call and find out if he's still registered.
Jim, do you mind handling that?
No.
I thought I'd run back to the hospital and wait for a chance to see the messenger.
Come on in.
This Mr. Archer's room?
Uh-huh.
Is Mr. Archer in?
No.
Are you George Putnam?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Putnam, I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Hi.
You know where Mr. Archer is?
He ain't been here all night.
You haven't heard from him?
No.
Well, there was a holdup last night in the office out at the arena. We understand Mr. Archer was seen going up the stairs just before it happened.
You think Moon done the stick-up?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
He ain't that kind of a guy.
Well, there's at least a basis for suspicion.
Why?
Well, Archer was seen going to Mr. Franklin's office a few minutes before the robbery, and, well, now he's disappeared.
Well, look, mister, just 'cause he fixes a couple of fights don't mean he'd stick up a joint.
Archer fixes fights?
Sure. Last night was a bag job, but it went wrong. I was supposed to get flattened in the third.
Oh, and who arranged that?
Moon and Franklin. Franklin was giving Petey Morgan a build-up. I don't know why. He's a real stiff. He doesn't even know how to jab. He drops his left all the time. And here, you hold up your dukes now. I'll show you what
Not right now, thanks. How did you happen to win last night?
Morgan knocked himself out. He threw a Marianne from back here, missed me a foot, went right through the ropes.
I see. Now, besides Archer, Franklin, and yourself, who knew the fight was fixed?
Oh, everybody, I guess. Morgan went in 1-5.
How's that?
He was 1-5. Favorite.
Oh, I see. You make arrangements like that very often?
Oh, sure. It's better.
Better? For whom?
Everybody. Fans got to see a good fight, and I know how I'm going to do.
Tell me, Mr. Putnam, would you have any objection to signing a statement?
About what?
Everything you just told me.
Oh, I guess it's okay.
Fine.
FBI headquarters in Washington is the nerve center of the organization and takes an important part in every field investigation. In this case, for example, it checked the names of George Putnam and Moon Archer in the criminal files. It routed an inquiry to an Eastern field office where Putnam and Archer gave an address when registering at the hotel. It coordinated reports while Agent Taylor and Sergeant Bedford continued the investigation at New Springs.
May I come in, Mr. Franklin? Come ahead. Mr. Franklin, I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. Here are my credentials, sir.
FBI, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You here on the heist job, too?
That's right, sir.
You find out yet who clobbered me out?
No, but we've got a suspect, Moon Archer.
You on the level?
Did you see Archer last night?
Sure. What makes you think he's a heavy?
Well, your secretary said she saw Archer headed for your office as she was leaving last night.
Well, what do you know?
Tell me, would you have any idea where we might locate Archer?
Sure, the New Springs Hotel.
No, I've tried there. Oh, I spoke to George Putnam.
That's stiff.
Well, he told me something that might fit into this picture. He said the fight last night was fixed.
He's punchy.
He signed a statement that he was supposed to lose in the third round.
Well, then you know right off he's daffy. If it was an El Fono for him to dive in the third, how come he win in the second?
Well, he claims that was an accident.
Anytime he wins, it's an accident. He fights like my Aunt Sarah, except he don't punch as hard. And I'll take a price as some bum looking for passes for next week's card. Hello.
Mr. Franklin?
Yeah?
Is Agent Taylor there?
Uh-huh. Hold it. It's for you.
Oh, thanks very much. Taylor speaking.
Jim, this is Leo.
Oh, Leo, you talked to the messenger?
No, but we just got word on Moon Archer. His car went off an embankment on Route 31 and crashed to the bottom of a gully.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helped promote America's security. Now listen.
A-H-O.
Those three letters have spelled security in the lives of thousands of homeowners.
A is for assured.
H is for home.
O is for ownership.
And they add up to the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. Ask any AHO family, and they'll tell you it's America's finest plan for home ownership because of these three advantages not always found in other mortgage plans.
First advantage, an Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
Imagine being able to say only about 14 years from now,
no more mortgage on my home. I own it, free and clear.
Here's how this has happened to thousands of AHO families. The Equitable AHO plan integrates a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. For your convenience, a single monthly payment takes care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage.
Second advantage of an equitable assured home ownership plan: if the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home, free and clear.
And that's only half the story. In addition to canceling the mortgage, Equitable also returns to the widow every cent her husband had previously paid to reduce the principal. This may amount to hundreds or thousands of dollars. So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
"No mortgage on our home. We own it, free and clear."
And now back to the FBI file, Knockout.
Earlier in tonight's program, you heard the prizefighter explain his method of earning a living by throwing fights. Heard him explain it as casually as if he were saying he repaired automobiles or plowed a field. Many of you are familiar with the arrest of a number of college basketball stars, young men who likewise could see nothing wrong in doing business with gamblers. It is time for the American people to band together at their community level and counteract the inroads of immorality, of crime. For crime must be fought as we would fight any other contagious disease that threatens us all. Tonight's FBI file continues at police headquarters the following morning.
Leo, I just saw Moon Archer out of the hospital.
I thought he wasn't being allowed visitors.
Well, the doctor let me go in for a minute.
Did you get anything?
No, he's still in shock. He's not making too much sense when he talks. Apparently, after an accident like that, the victim sometimes loses some of his mental coordination.
Then we may never get anything from him.
Well, doctor says condition isn't permanent.
Did the doctor give you any idea when he might recover enough to be questioned?
Well, they say maybe a day, maybe a month.
Well, Jim, I called the property room at the hospital. Archer had $11.40 on him when he was brought in.
And do you suppose that $4,000 is still in the car?
No, the state troopers searched for it.
Leo, are there any night safety deposit vaults in town?
Yeah, one.
Can you check and see if Archer rented a box?
Sure.
Fine. I'll cover the Western Union office and find out if he wired the money to anyone.
Greetings, Claire.
Welcome home.
Thanks.
I thought you'd still be in the hospital.
No action there, so I blew the joint.
Well, you look fine.
I feel great. First good rest I've had in years. Hey, the place never looked so clean.
Well, don't thank me. Sergeant Bedford did it.
Oh.
He's been over every inch 3 times.
You find anything?
Not that I know of. You want to sign these letters?
Okay.
Oh, I paid Rocky Adams.
Don't remind me about that. Now on, I wouldn't bet on breathing in and out.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah, I'm leveling this time. When I blow a bet on Nelfono, I draw the line.
Rocky was a little surprised to get his money.
Why?
Well, he figured you wouldn't have anything left after the robbery.
He didn't make any guesses about the payoff being the gate receipts, did he?
No.
He's pretty cute that way. Here you are.
I told him to forget he ever had a bet with you.
You didn't have to.
If he went around saying he won $4,000 from you and got paid the day after the robbery, somebody might add the 2 items up.
Honey, the robbery's been solved. Archer's the boy.
You see him in the hospital?
No, but I hear he's off his rocker.
Yeah, then it doesn't make any difference if he does talk.
That's right. But after this, be more careful when you shove a car off a cliff.
Calling Dr. Chanchermino. Calling Dr. Chanchermino.
Hello, Putnam.
Huh?
Remember me, Special Agent Taylor?
Oh, yeah.
Is Mr. Archer awake?
I guess so.
Well, you just came out of his room, don't you know?
Well, his eyes are open, but he talks real slow, and he ain't too quick on the uptake.
Oh, then he must be getting better.
Huh?
Oh, the doctor told me he'd have a period of dull speech and slow thought patterns just before his recovery.
Moon's got nothing on me with them slow thoughts, but I didn't have no accident.
Oh?
I just got a plain hangover. Me and Petey Morgan tied one on till 6 a.m.
Petey Morgan?
Yeah, guy I fought the other night.
Are you two friends?
No. I run into him in a saloon. He flashed a bundle and said some guy give it to him for losing. I helped him spend it.
You said you were supposed to fake being knocked out by this Morgan?
That's right. But he beat me to it.
Who gave him the money he was flashing?
I don't know.
Do you know where I can locate Morgan?
Well, he hangs around a joint called Louis.
Thanks. I better find out if that story's true.
When a bombing target is chosen by our Air Force, a number of small, detailed pictures of the target area are gathered and fitted together into a mosaic, a large picture made up of all the little ones. Each lead in an investigation is like one of those smaller pictures, full of detail, but only part of the whole story. In this case, Agent Taylor left the hospital and went searching for Pete Morgan. Finally, Morgan was located and interviewed. After that, Agent Taylor returned to police headquarters.
Leo, you know a man named Rocky Adams?
Yeah, I certainly do, Jim.
Who is he?
Oh, sure-shot gambler. Been arrested a dozen times for bookmaking. Whenever I bring him in, he pleads guilty, pays a $50 fine, walks out free.
Bookmaker, huh?
Yeah, what makes you ask about him?
Oh, I saw George Putnam out at the hospital. He says Pete Morgan, the man he fought, told him last night he was paid to lose the fight.
Well, let's get hold of Morgan, then.
I've already seen him. He admits Adams paid him to lose in the second round.
Did you ask Adams about that?
Well, Adams claimed he didn't win a nickel on the fight, never gave Pete Morgan any money. He doesn't even know Morgan.
Naturally.
Oh, did you get to see the bank messenger?
No, but I spoke to Moon Archer.
Oh, is he coherent now?
Yeah, but his story only adds to the confusion.
Why, what did he say?
He claims he walked into Franklin's office and saw the messenger on the floor. Now, not in the small anteroom, the way Franklin tells it, but inside the office.
Oh?
He also claims Miss Dawson was there when he arrived, so obviously he's lying, or she is, when she says she passed Archer on the steps.
He say anything else?
Well, that's all he remembers before he was knocked out. He claims the next thing he knew, he was in the hospital.
That's becoming a familiar story.
Yeah. Somebody's lying, Jim, but who?
Yeah. There's only one reason to lie, Leo. That's for that money.
But the money's never turned up.
Hey, what happened to Archer's car?
Well, it hasn't been moved yet. It's been kept under guard.
Let's go see it. Nothing in the glove compartment, Leo.
Yeah. It's empty under the back seat, too. You say there are no prints on the steering wheel?
No, somebody wiped it clean.
Well, that's suspicious right there, Jim.
Yeah. Come on, let's take another look outside, huh?
Okay.
Sure wish this ground was softer. Good set of footprints. Come in mighty handy.
Yeah. But it also ensures that nobody could bury the loot out here unless they drilled a hole to do it.
Hey, wait a minute. Leo, how'd we ever miss those?
Miss what?
Look, here. These hand outlines in the mud on the back of the car.
Whoever made them was apparently wearing gloves.
Uh-huh. Leo, looks like somebody drove Archer out here, then pushed the car off the road.
Yeah. Yeah, but without prints, it'll be tough finding out who it was.
Maybe not, Leo. Come on, let's get back to town.
Good morning, Claire.
Good morning.
What's going on?
Moon Archer was here.
Huh?
He got out of the hospital today.
I thought they arrested him for the stick-up.
Well, if they did, they let him go.
Have any cops been around?
No.
How about the FBI guy?
I hear he left town. Did you see the paper?
No.
The bank messenger's recovering.
That's okay.
He won't be able to tell anything, will he?
Of course not. He was so... Come in.
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. Sergeant Bedford.
Morning.
Well, Claire, we're well protected now.
Yeah.
See, it's none of my business, but I hear you let old man Archer go.
Yes, he was released from the hospital this morning.
Why do you let a man like that walk around free?
Oh, I think I can explain that, Miss Dawson. Here, I believe these gloves are yours.
Where'd you get them?
Sergeant Bedford and I picked them up from your cleaners.
What?
Our lab says the mud on your gloves matches the mud from the back of Mr. Archer's car.
What is all this? Why don't you just go out and find the guy who stole the dough?
We have. You're both under arrest.
Charlie Franklin and Claire Dawson were convicted and sentenced to a federal prison for bank robbery. In full confessions after their arrest, Charlie Franklin and Claire Dawson admitted the attempt to frame Moon Archer. They also admitted that after Franklin knocked out the bank messenger and Archer, the girl hit Franklin over the head to make the robbery story look legitimate. She then drove Archer's car with his unconscious body in it to the gully and pushed the car off the highway. The plan was almost foolproof. But this is only another in a long series of perfect crimes that your FBI's crime laboratory has proven to be not so perfect. Day after day, the technicians at the crime lab examine evidence from all over the country, evidence in every type of case, evidence that is not theory, but fact. Their test tubes, their microscopes, their every instrument is further proof of the aid science lends to law enforcement. Proof of the lengths to which your FBI goes in every investigation to accept not circumstances, but only one thing, the truth.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at only 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, Fiesta Fugitives.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Ed Begley, Whitfield Connor, Bill Conrad, Joe Gilbert, and Bill Johnstone. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Fiesta Fugitives on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
A-H-O. A-H-O.
Do you live in your own home? If so, it will pay you to remember those three letters, A-H-O. They stand for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a money-saving, home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you can say,
"No mortgage on my house. I own it free and clear."
If you'd like to make that homeowner's dream come true, please listen carefully in about 11 minutes for full information on the equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, Fiesta Fugitives.
After decades of being referred to as cops, flat feet, bulls, and many other uncomplimentary names, law enforcement officers today are regarded as members of a highly respected profession. Cases which a few years ago would have remained mysteries are now solved through the use of the scientific crime laboratory, the basic improvement in personnel, and the specialized training law enforcement officers throughout the nation receive. The policemen of years gone by would hardly recognize today's FBI special agents as they go about their jobs. The only familiar element would be hard work. Despite technical aids and increased knowledge, today's law enforcement officer must still contribute labor, the relentless hour-after-hour effort for which there is no substitute. Tonight's FBI file opens on the streets of a southern Gulf Coast city. It is fiesta time, and on every side street people dance in gay costumes. Certain streets are closed to traffic, and block parties are held. The litter of confetti and discarded noisemakers doesn't bother the dancing couples, for these are people in a holiday mood. Even a gaudily dressed couple trying to push their way through the crowd can only laugh at their lack of success.
Well, I thought the football season was over.
At this rate, we'll never make it.
We got to.
You tell them.
We got the costumes and the places to go. All we need is the money.
Let's try again. Come on, follow me.
The girl is dressed as a pirate, her hair covered by a large red scarf, one eye hidden by a patch, her face heavily painted. The man is wearing a dragon's head mask over his head and shoulders. And as he pushes his way through the other couples, he suddenly stops.
What's the matter?
My tooth, the filling came out.
But does it hurt bad?
Well, not yet, but it will.
You want to forget about it today?
No, we're this close. Let's go.
The dragon's head and the lady pirate had to stop a few more times as they made their way through the crowd. But finally, they reached the sidewalk in front of the Federal Savings and Loan Association, occupying the corner store. After catching their breath, they entered.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
How much can I get on this ring?
The diamond's real.
I can see that. But we don't make loans on rings.
After explaining the rules, the woman behind the counter was to learn that the company did make loans on rings when the request was made by a man with a gun in his hand. The robbery of a Federal Savings and Loan Association is a federal violation. So the local field office of your FBI was immediately notified of the robbery. A witness was found who saw the dragon's head and the lady pirate run to a car and speed away. The description was broadcast. 2 hours later, the car was located in another part of the city. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is examining it when Agent Frank Jackson approaches.
Hello, Jim. Oh, hi, Frank. Find anything yet? Yeah, a few things. Might be significant.
What are they?
Here's the eye patch the girl was wearing.
Any chance of tracing it?
No, Frank, that's the kind they sell in every drugstore. Here's the dragon's head.
There must be 100 stores carrying those.
Yeah, but maybe we can get some help. There are quite a few red hairs in the mask there.
Well, that all we've got to go on?
Yeah, that's all so far.
Well, how about prints?
There's none on the steering wheel, the rear view mirror, or the door handles.
You look through the glove compartment?
Yeah, I just finished. Oh, Frank, come here. Help me lift these cushions, will you? Get her. There.
Nothing but dirt.
No, wait a minute. There's something wedged under here. Some kind of a card.
What is it?
I can't tell yet. There. That's a card from a scale. 230 pounds. Hey, it's stamped with today's date. This car was stolen yesterday. This could belong to whoever stole the car.
Yeah, it could be.
Come on, Frank. Let's dust this for prints.
FBI special agents are trained to work with the material at hand. To start the chain of evidence, as they did in this case, with a car that turned out to have been stolen, an eye patch, a dragon's head mask, and a card from a penny weighing machine.
Frank, we got some reports from the lab. The hairs from the dragon's head mask were red, all right, but not originally. They'd been dyed.
But the mask was worn by a man.
Yeah. Washington thinks it might have been somebody named Howard Boone. He just finished a jail sentence for bank robbery.
Huh?
Yeah, they got his name out of modus operandi file. He's known to have dyed his hair while casing a job.
Well, how about pictures?
They're en route now. I think maybe he's the right man, Frank. This description here says Boone weighs 225 pounds.
Yeah, I checked that weighing machine card.
Oh, did you get anything?
Well, the scale is in a drugstore down the boardwalk.
Boardwalk, huh? That ties in with this other report from the lab. The dirt we vacuumed from the floor mats of the getaway car had a lot of sand in it.
From the beach?
Yeah.
Well, we might get something at the drugstore if we had Boone's pictures.
Well, they'll be here first thing in the morning.
Howard,
Huh?
haven't you gotten up yet?
Oh, this tooth was murder all night.
Why don't you go to a dentist?
It'll get better.
Haven't you had enough trouble with teeth to know they don't fix themselves?
Oh, you know I don't like dentists.
You seem to like a bed.
Grace, we got $3,500 on the loan company job. How much do you want to steal in 1 week?
As much as we can.
Please, Grace. My tooth hurts. I'm tired.
From what? You get up in the morning, go out and lay on the beach all day, and come back for dinner. Is that tough?
You think listening to you is easy? Oh, this tooth is murder.
Then get up. Come on. Get up and find a dentist.
FBI investigations are not a chain of hunches or lucky breaks, but of constant work and careful planning. After the woman at the loan company identified Howard Boone's picture as a red-headed man whom she had noticed hanging around the previous week, Agents Taylor and Jackson distributed his picture to every hotel and rooming house in the city, showed it to ticket sellers at every transportation terminal, but got no results. Then they received a copy of Boone's prison record and found he had continual trouble with his teeth. A list of every dentist in the city was prepared, and Agents Taylor and Jackson set out to interview them.
Pardon me. Are you Dr. Raymond?
Yes. What is it?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Sit down in booth 4. You'll get the usual discount for government employees.
Well, Doctor, that's
I'll be
not
with you in a minute.
Doctor, please. I didn't come in here for treatment.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, if you've got a minute, I'd like you to look at this picture. Here. Have you seen that man?
He was here this morning.
Oh?
I filled 3 cavities for him. Worst patient I've had in a year. Screamed like a Comanche.
Do you have his address?
I don't keep records. Takes too much time. I operate cash and carry.
I see. Well, do you expect this man back for any further treatment?
No reason for him to return, but if he does, I hope he brings a broom.
How's that?
I never saw a man leave a booth in such a mess. When I tilted the chair back to work on him, the sand ran out of his clothes like a waterfall.
Sand?
Haven't been able to use booth 5 since he was here. There's sand on the floor, in the chair,
Pardon
all
me,
over...
Doctor. Do you have a broom around the office here?
Yes. Why?
I'd like to sweep that sand up myself. Frank, we've definitely tied Howard Boone into the holdup.
Yeah, how?
The lab just reported on that sand from the dentist's office. Matches the sand that we found in the getaway car.
More progress, but no Boone.
Yeah. Oh, did you get any lead on the girl?
Not a thing.
I've been studying his record. He usually sits tight for a while after doing a job.
Ought to make him easier to find, but it doesn't.
Well, this report from the lab gives us a focal point.
And where?
That drugstore at the beach where Boone weighed himself.
Oh, I took his pictures to the store yesterday, Jim. None of the clerks recognize him.
He might still be hiding out down there, though. Look, let's each take his picture and go house to house along the beach.
Patience must be part of the equipment of every special agent. Patience to keep working every angle of an investigation until its possibilities are exhausted. To continue probing even when no progress seems to be made. One house after another at the beach was visited, and always the answer was the same. No one had seen Howard Boone. With each house visited, though, Agent Taylor was coming closer and closer to a small wooden cottage, a cottage occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Howard Boone.
It's a lazy day today.
How can you tell?
Oh, come off it.
Oh, Howard. When are you going to go back to work?
I don't know.
You'll be 40 on your next birthday.
Gracie, I'm a plain guy. I don't want to own the whole world. Let somebody else make a buck.
Oh, don't worry, they are. Did you see the paper?
Just the sports page.
3 men held up the National Bank and got $36,000.
Nice haul.
You could have been one of those 3 men. Then we'd have 15,000 instead of 3,500.
You still wouldn't be satisfied.
Oh, that's right, I wouldn't be.
Then what difference does it make if I go to work or not?
Don't you ever stop and think about the men you grew up with? Whitey Miller has a piece of the numbers racket. Jack Adams is the enforcer for the bookmakers. Harry Bentley...
I know, and you could have married any one of them.
Oh, Howard, I'm not sorry I picked you. I still think you've got more on the ball than any of them. You just got to try a little harder, be a little more interested in advancing yourself.
What did I do with my cigarettes? I must have left them in the bedroom.
Well, I'm sorry I bored you. I'll answer it. Coming. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes?
I'm trying to locate a man named Howard Boone. I'd like you to look at his picture.
All right.
Have you seen this man?
Let me see.
I'll take as much time as you like.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I never saw this man in my life.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, a question for homeowners. What are the 3 most important security letters in the homeowner's alphabet?
That's easy. A-H-O.
A is for assured.
H is for home.
O is for ownership and the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society. It's America's finest plan of home ownership because it gives 3 special benefits not always found in other mortgage plans.
First benefit, an Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
That's good news for men who don't want their mortgage to drag on and on. One of the big objectives of this Equitable Society plan is to speed the day when you can proudly say,
"No mortgage on my house. I own it free and clear."
Here's the reason this can happen so fast. Every Equitable AHO plan teams up the low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. 1 monthly payment takes care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. This explains how hundreds of AHO families can pay off their 20-year mortgages in about 14 years. That's 6 years ahead of schedule.
Second benefit of an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. If the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home free and clear.
And what's more, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every cent her husband had paid to reduce the principal.
Lastly, this plan is a money saver at all times. The mortgage draws interest at 4%.
So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
"No mortgage on our home. We own it free and clear."
And now back to the FBI file, Fiesta Fugitives.
As you have seen in tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, 2 criminals, a man and a woman, used the circumstances of a local fiesta as a background for their crime. Other criminals have used different backgrounds, different circumstances, many of them planned in advance. but often improvised, for criminals tend to be opportunists. In too many cases, the victim directly contributes to the robbery by displaying a well-filled wallet in a public place, or leaving a note in a milk bottle revealing how long a house will be empty. A note thieves can read as easily as the milkman. By observing general rules of care and caution, rules which are not only crime prevention, but also self-preservation, you can make it extremely difficult for a criminal to make you the next victim on his list. Tonight's file continues the following morning at the local FBI field office.
Frank, the woman from the Savings and Loan Association called in. She remembered something else.
About Boone?
No, she said that when the girl was taking off the diamond ring just before the holdup, she noticed a band of white flesh, as if a wedding ring had kept that part of the finger from getting sunburned.
Ah. Well, Boone's record show anything about him being married?
Yeah, it did, but there's no address for his wife, and the mail charts from prison don't list any letters that he ever sent her or got from her.
Oh, well, you called the License Bureau.
Well, they don't show any record on a Howard Boone, but there's no telling what name he might have used.
Well, we don't even know he was married here.
No, but his first 3 arrests were here. This seems to have been his headquarters.
Oh, that's true.
Frank, I had a list made up of every church, preacher, and justice of the peace in town. Everybody who could have performed the ceremony.
Well, where do we start?
Well, I still think the beach is part of the answer, so let's fan out from there.
Grace, we got a job. That call was from a guy I did time with, and he's got a setup all ready to be knocked over. He's letting us have the whole deal for $300.
We don't want it.
Wait, how can you turn it down? You don't even know what the job is.
If it was any good, would he sell it for a flat $300, or would he want a percentage?
Well,
Besides, we don't have to buy jobs.
But this one sounded real good to me.
What was it?
An all-night supermarket. This guy said there's always about 2,000 in the till around midnight.
Job's got no class.
Grace, you're on my back all week to get a job, and I get one. Now it's not fancy enough for you.
And I'm right.
Okay. If you're such a genius, you go out and find the next job.
A man and woman rob a loan company office. Instead of fleeing after their crime, they settle down. Your FBI takes a common dragon's head mask, an eye patch, a few strands of hair, and the card from a penny weighing machine. Puts them together and learns the identity of the man. To the layman, that would seem to present the simplest kind of a case. To the law enforcement officer, it presents one of the most difficult. For in flight, the criminal must occasionally expose himself. But hiding out, he can stay under cover and out of sight.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Is Judge Crawford in?
Oh, I'm sorry. He passed away a few months ago.
Oh, I see. Well, ma'am, I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. I came here to ask for some help.
I'm Mrs. Crawford. Please come in.
Oh, thank you very much. Tell me, Mrs. Crawford, did you see many of the marriages that Judge Crawford performed?
Just about all.
Oh.
I used to be the witness, and I took wedding pictures of the couples. All those on the wall are mine.
Oh, well, then maybe you'll be able to help me. I'm looking for a man named Howard Boone. Here's a photograph of him. Have you ever seen him?
Well, I'm not sure, but let me look through my album.
All right.
Here we are, right over here. Let me see now. There. Don't they look happy? They were the first ones the judge ever married. Bentley was their name.
Ma'am, can we go through some more, please?
Oh, heavens, yes, forgive me. This is the Andersons. We get a Christmas card from them every year.
Uh-huh.
They were a lovely couple.
There, that's Boone.
Why, so it is. Here's a copy of their license.
Oh, may I see that, please? Howard Adams and Grace Larrabee. Use the name Adams. Well, this Hotel National that's written here under the license, is that the address they gave?
That's right. And here's the date, July 8th, 6 years ago.
July 8th. Well, thank you very much.
Don't you want to see any more of the pictures?
Well, not right now, but thanks again for your help.
Sometimes one piece of evidence dovetails smoothly into the next, and conducting the investigation is a simple matter. In most cases, though, an agent gets a lead, investigates, makes some progress, and then runs into a dead end. That happened at the Hotel National. No one remembered the couple, and they hadn't left any forwarding address. The added information that Mrs. Boone's maiden name had been Grace Larrabee set Agents Taylor and Jackson off on another avenue of investigation. There was a possibility she'd pawned the ring while her husband was in jail. They therefore began checking all pawn shops and loan companies.
Another shop just down the block, Jim. If we can make it through this mob. Pardon me, lady. I'm sorry. Excuse us, please. I'm coming through, please. How you doing? You know, we might take a week at this rate. Will you let us through, please? Pardon me. Sorry. Thank you. Here we are, Frank. Come on. Go ahead.
Good day, gentlemen.
Hello there.
We're special agents of the FBI.
What can I do for you?
We'd like to know if you ever loaned money on a diamond ring to a woman named Grace Boone or Grace Larrabee.
I can look it up.
Please.
Thanks.
A diamond ring, you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. It's about 1.5 carats, plain gold setting.
Well, if I did, it would be in this book.
Oh, we might as well look up Grace Larrabee first.
All right. Yes, here it is. 1.5 carats, plain gold setting.
That's it.
She borrowed $200 on March 18th, 1950. Redeemed the ring 2 months later.
Do you have her address there?
68 Chelsea Avenue.
Fine. Thanks very much. Chelsea Avenue's the next block.
We're quite away from the beach.
Yeah, that we are.
See, this is the 100 block.
There's 96, 90, 82, 74. Hey, hold it.
Huh?
Look, 68 is the police station.
Yeah, but that's the number the pawnbroker gave us.
Yeah, I know, but there's got to be a mistake someplace.
Oh, maybe she gave him the wrong address.
Oh, I doubt that, Frank. She only borrowed $200 on a ring worth $1,000, and she used her right name.
Yeah, but this police station's been here 20 years.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Frank. Look over there, those stores. Look in them.
Huh?
Hey, there isn't a clean window among them. But 3 of them have old faded lettering and new gold numbers.
Well, say, that's right.
Come on, let's go into the police station. We might still be on the right track.
Howard, we got a job.
What?
The toll gate on the bridge.
Oh, no.
You know that little restaurant by the approach?
Uh-huh.
I stopped in for coffee, and one of the bridge attendants was in the next booth with a girl, telling her about his job.
Uh-huh.
The last shift on the toll gate is 8 at night to 4 the next morning. And it's only one man. At midnight, an armored car comes by for the day's receipts. Honey, have you got any idea how much money they take in on that bridge?
I don't know. A couple of G's?
On good days, from 8 to 10,000. And all we do is pick up the money before the armored car gets there.
That's the whole deal?
Uh-huh.
I don't like it.
Why not?
The guy at the toll gate has a gun.
Yours will be out first.
How about traffic? Suppose somebody drives up while we're sticking up the joint.
It's due to rain tonight. The traffic will be light. Look, let's drive over there and you can see the layout for yourself.
Well,
Come on.
Okay.
Now, this is what I meant by something big. Nobody's ever stuck up the bridge.
Maybe there's a reason. Go ahead.
Just a minute.
Huh?
FBI.
All right, Boone, put your hands
Wait
behind
a
your
minute.
back.
As soon as you put the cuffs on him, Frank, we'll take them both to the county jail.
Howard and Grace Boone were convicted of bank robbery and sentenced to federal penitentiaries. The faded lettering and the new gold leaf numbers on some of the plate glass windows across from the police station suggested to Agent Taylor that perhaps the street had recently been rezoned and the addresses changed. A check at the police station revealed that to be the case, after which it was a simple matter to learn the number to which Mrs. Boone's old address had been changed. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. It may have occurred to some listeners that the file could have been closed earlier if, instead of merely asking homeowners along the beach whether or not they recognized Howard Boone's picture, your FBI had gone into the houses and searched for Boone. That, however, would have violated the constitutional rights of privacy enjoyed by those homeowners. And while your FBI puts every effort into fighting crime, it does so within the strict confines of the law, because that's the way special agents are trained to operate, because that's the American way.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Campus Crime Wave.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Caruso, Helen Klebe, Marta Mitrovich, Vernon Rich, Charles Smith, and Theodore Von Eltz. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Campus Crime Wave on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O. Those three letters have meant good news to thousands of homeowners. AHO stands for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a money-saving, home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you say,
our mortgage is all paid off. We own our home free and clear.
It can happen to you. So please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for full information on the Equitable Society's AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, armed robbery. Its title, The Campus Crime Wave.
Tonight's case from the files of your Federal Bureau of Investigation deals with young criminals, of superior intelligence, of good family background. The file shows that because of previous escapades, they had already received some psychiatric help. But it was too little and too late. Psychiatry cannot wipe out overnight years of short-sighted and unintelligent parental handling. Psychiatrists themselves know that parents who give their normal children genuine love rarely rear criminals. That's a strong statement, but a true one. The catch is, of course, in the word genuine. Harsh and unfair discipline or pampering often parade under the name of love. Parents who really give of themselves to their children, who put their children's welfare above their own interests, usually find they have brought up good citizens. Your FBI cannot stress this fact too often. Tonight's FBI file opens on the campus of a Midwestern university. It is Big Game Week, and near a statue of the college's first president, a group of students cluster in front of a makeshift platform.
Team comes out, let them hear you. Let them know you're behind them 100%. This is the year we can do it. This is the year we'll win. We'll beat state. All right, light those torches and start at that bonfire. And as it burns, we'll hear the song that's in every heart. The Clayton Fight Song!
A young man and an attractive girl stand on the outskirts of the crowd watching the festivities.
What's the joke?
Wait till the gasoline cans catch.
Where are they?
In the middle of the bonfire.
How do you know?
My sorority put them there.
Why, you sweet little pyromaniac.
Well, Johnny, aren't you going to ask me to snake dance?
I'll set this one out.
Everybody else is dancing or snaking.
Oh, this is a new student's privilege.
Look, you've been here 8 weeks. You're an old grad.
Let's just say old.
Now, don't pull rank. Last year's batch of Bill of Rights characters had long gray beards. Come on.
Oh, wait, there's my brother. Carl! Hey, Carl, over here!
Okay.
Hey, I've been looking for you.
Hi, Carl.
Hi, Ann.
Come on, join the snake dance.
Oh, afraid I can't. Oh, Johnny, I just got a call at the dorm from Uncle Harry. Where is he? Here in town.
Got a visiting relative?
Yeah, we didn't expect him until next week. Yeah. He took a room at Mrs. Kern's boarding house.
Sounds like he's going to stay a while.
Well, we invited him up to see the campus. John, we better get over there. Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Am I being stood up?
Honey, the man's my own flesh and blood.
Well, bring him over here.
He can't dance. Now, if you'll be a nice, forgiving girl, I'll give you all the answers tomorrow in lit. Bye, honey.
So long.
What made the old boy come here so soon? He's got a bank lined up. We take it day after tomorrow.
That same evening, at the FBI field office in a city a few hundred miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches a table where Agent Fred Colfax is thumbing through a large file.
Oh, Fred, is that the file of IOs?
Yeah, Jim.
I want to check a flyer, if you will.
Okay, what number?
38-597.
38-597.
Yeah. We just got a teletype on it from the resident in Bay City, Oregon.
Mm-hmm. Ah, here you are.
Great.
Baldwin Brothers, Carl and John, wanted for bank robbery in Bay City.
Yeah, they're believed to be headed here.
The teletype have any details on them?
Well, both boys are seniors at Western Tech, brilliant students.
And bank robbers?
Yeah, that's right.
How'd that happen?
Well, according to the teletype, they've been in trouble as far back as high school. Nothing as serious as robbing banks, of course. Let's see here, they're arrested on 3 occasions for driving over 90 miles an hour in downtown traffic.
Sure.
Stole an ice cream truck. They were apparently turned over to the psychiatrist of the county health office. Here's part of his report. John Baldwin's the leader of the two, but both boys are emotionally insecure.
Uh-huh.
Parents gave them everything they wanted except affection, so now they are determined to do things that will make them feel important.
How old are they?
22 and 23.
How were they identified with the bank job?
One of them lost a hat during the getaway. There were cleaning marks on the hat band. It was traced with those marks back to the college.
And you say they're believed to be headed here?
Yeah.
Any idea how they're traveling?
Yeah, by car.
Uh-huh. Any description on it?
No, not even a license number, but we do have a description of the brothers. Well, let's alert local police and all hotels and rooming houses to be on the lookout for them.
Who is it? Oh, come in, come in. Well, hello there, boys. Good to see you.
Hi, Harry. Hi.
You're both looking fine.
We didn't expect you this soon.
Well, now, you didn't think I'd desert my 2 best pupils, did you? Sit down, sit down.
Thanks. Right. Where's this bank you found?
Morgantown. 103 miles as the crow flies. Don't think that's the way we'll travel, though.
How are the roads between here and Morgantown?
I don't know, boy. I came by train.
Carl, you better call the auto club tomorrow.
Okay.
Tell me about the bank, Harry.
It's a small place. 2 lady tellers, 1 janitor, and a man who sits by a desk in front. I guess he's the president.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a diagram of the place.
Well, let's see.
Here's the 2 lady cashiers. Janitor sits on an old chair here.
Mm-hmm.
Desk is there, near the door.
What's the best time of day?
Around 3 o'clock, closing time. You got some paper?
Let's see. Here's an athletic schedule.
Is the cover blank?
Mm-hmm.
Well, tear it off and copy this diagram. Then you can study it tonight and figure out the assignments tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, what about a car?
Well, there are 3 all-night parking lots here in Claytonville. I'll give you the addresses.
Any particular kind of car you want?
No, as long as the tires are good.
When would you like it?
By tomorrow afternoon. Anything else to settle?
No.
All right, steal the car and we'll visit Morgantown on Thursday.
The development of the science of communication has aided many fields, but perhaps none more than law enforcement. As recently as 50 years ago, a criminal who fled to a city a few hundred miles from his crime enjoyed security. Today, the 52 FBI field offices are interconnected by telephone and teletype. And with this network, no special agent is further from the most distant field office than the nearest telephone. Across part of that web, there now came more information about the Baldwin brothers. Information that Agent Taylor checked and confirmed.
Fred, I found out that the Baldwins came here. The resident at Bay City sent another teletype. He learned they drove east with a salesman named Gordon who lives here.
Did you locate Gordon?
Yeah, I'm writing a report on the interview now. He drove the Baldwins here all right, dropped them off at the railroad station.
When was that?
Not quite 3 weeks ago. He knows they took a train, but has no idea where they went.
I see. Could he give you anything else?
Well, he says they kept talking about getting a lot of money and becoming important.
What happened to the money from the Stillwater robbery?
Well, they only got a few $1,000s. Split 3 ways, that wouldn't give each man very much.
Why 3 ways?
Oh, that last teletype said an old man drove the getaway car at Stillwater.
Oh.
That's the only description we have on him, incidentally, is that he was old.
Uh-huh. Well, what's your next move?
Well, the night shift of porters and ticket sellers comes on at the railroad station in just an hour. If anybody remembers the Baldwins, maybe we can find out where they went.
And now to another aspect of the subject. I'd like one of you to discuss the contribution of James Joyce to the contemporary novel. No volunteers? All right. Let's hear from Mr. Baldwin.
Johnny.
Mr. Baldwin.
Huh?
The floor is yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Mills. I didn't hear the question.
Please discuss the particular contribution made to the contemporary novel by James Joyce.
I can't. I don't know.
Oh, all right, class dismissed.
And you're the guy that was going to give me all the answers.
She snuck up on me.
Oh, sure. Hey, you been scouting?
What do you mean?
That notebook. The diagrams look like plays for tonight's game.
They're nothing.
Well, did I say something wrong?
Indeed you did. Those are plays, very secret plays, and I think you're a spy from dear old State.
Spy from State? Oh, look, if we don't beat them tonight, you better forget about dates for the next month.
Oh, why?
Our sorority house made a bet with the Chi Sigs at State. Whoever loses has to knit the other a sweater.
You knit a sweater? Honey, if we lose, I won't see you for a year.
How about buying me a soda?
Well, I guess so.
Hey, did you pick up the tickets?
Got them this morning.
Johnny.
Hi, Carl.
Hi. Hi, Ann.
Hi.
I just spoke to Uncle Harry. He's leaving tonight.
Why, that old coot. We haven't even shown him around the campus yet.
Hey, we better cut classes and do it now.
Yeah.
Hey, this Uncle Harry is becoming a menace.
Ann, you don't understand. He's
Your
not...
own flesh and blood, I know.
I just have to spend the day with him.
What about the game tonight?
Well, you better take your ticket.
You mean you're not going?
Oh, of course I'm going, but I might be late. Look, if I'm not at your place by 7:30, you head for the gym and I'll meet you there.
Well,
That's a good girl. See you later, honey. Come on, Carl.
Did you work on the diagram?
Mm-hmm. I just finished it. Harry get a car?
Yeah. He's waiting for us.
Good. That'll give us plenty of time to get there before the bank closes.
Oh, Fred, I left the Baldwin file on your desk.
Oh, how come?
Well, the SAC said to turn it over to you.
Anything new on it?
No, I checked at the railroad station. Showed their pictures to everyone. No one recognized them.
Yeah, they could be any place by now.
Oh, and, Fred, you'll see a memo in the file that I sent on to the SAC. I asked him whether he wanted distribution of pictures to newspapers, and the answer is no.
Are you off the case, Jim?
No, but I've got to leave for Morgantown. Police up there just reported a bank robbery.
State 23.
Come on, get that ball! Get it!
Hi, Ann.
Huh? Oh, hi. Where's Johnny?
Well, we took my uncle to the railroad station, and when the train left, we got separated.
Has he got his tickets?
Oh, yeah, he'll be here.
Foul ball on Jenkins, 1 free throw.
How's the game coming?
We're 1 point behind. He made it! He made it!
Score is now tied. State 23.
All right, take the lead. Come on, team, take the lead.
Hey, there's Johnny now. Hey, Johnny, over here.
Hi.
Come on up. Root us in.
Okay.
Hey, Johnny, you sit next to Ann.
Oh, thanks.
The score is tied.
No kidding. Well, yell, girl, yell.
What do you think I'm doing? Come on, team. Go, go.
When'd you get here?
Just a few minutes ago. Where's Harry?
I don't know.
Johnny, we got the ball.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Come on, team!
Come on, go.
What happened to Harry?
I haven't seen him since the roadblock.
Well, what about the money?
I got it.
You took it from the car.
Yeah.
Johnny, we're ahead.
Yeah. That's what I was just telling Carl.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. And now a special announcement to homeowners on the Equitable Society's famous AHO plan. You know what those letters stand for.
A is for assured.
H is for home.
O is for ownership.
Put these 3 words together and you have the assured home ownership plan of the Equitable Society. It's known as America's finest plan of home ownership because it includes 3 benefits not always found in other mortgage plans.
First benefit, an Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
Think what that means. The man with an AHO plan doesn't expect to spend most of his life making mortgage payments. In just a few years, he knows that he's going to be able to say,
my mortgage is paid off in full. I own my house free and clear.
How does this happen? Well, it's very simple. Equitable AHO gives you a low-cost first mortgage teamed up with life insurance. 1 monthly payment takes care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. Imagine paying off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. That's what hundreds of AHO owners have actually done.
Second benefit of an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, if the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home free and clear.
Not only that, in addition to canceling the mortgage, the Equitable Society also returns to the widow every cent her husband had paid to reduce the principal.
Last but not least, an AHO mortgage draws interest at 4%.
So, all in all, a man may count himself fortunate if his age, income, health, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
no mortgage on our home. We own it, free and clear.
And now back to the FBI file, The Campus Crime Wave.
The problem of crime is more than that merely of criminals. It is a widespread one of economics, political economy, of psychology, psychiatry, and of social investigation. Because it is so complex, and because of the subject matter of tonight's case from the files of your FBI, it is germane to mention that crime prevention could well be a course in our American colleges. Such a course could teach an understanding of crime, a knowledge of criminal psychology which would prove the falsehood of the outmoded belief that criminals are born, not made. It might have students go over the lives of men who have made crime a career and are rewarded with long years spent in penitentiaries. Those taking the course might visit well-run prisons as well as poorly run jails, could visit some inadequate reformatories which convert juvenile delinquents into potential public enemies. The number of things such a course could teach is endless, and the good it could do is beyond description. Tonight's file continues in an anteroom at police headquarters in Morgantown.
Come in.
Jim, I've been looking all over headquarters for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. They just assigned this room to us.
I suppose you know I'm on this case.
Yeah, I just got the wire from the SAC.
Well, what's been happening here?
Well, the Morgantown bank was robbed by two masked men. They had a Confederate waiting for them in a car outside.
Any descriptions?
Nothing on the Confederate, but the hold-up men were described as young, tall, and well-dressed.
Uh-huh. How about the car?
We've got a license number on it. I've sent out an alarm already.
Yeah, that should help.
Nobody's sure what road they took, but they appeared to be heading toward the main highway.
This sounds like the Baldwins, Jim.
Well, that's what I thought. Oh, pardon me, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Special Agent Taylor. Oh, hello, Captain. Yes. When? Yes, will you, please? Yeah, right away, Captain. Thanks. Fred, the police at Harvey Falls put up a roadblock and caught the getaway car for us.
They pick up all three men?
No, just the driver. The other two weren't in the car. They're holding the driver for us, so let's get over there. Fred, I just picked these up at the desk.
Those the driver's possessions?
Yeah. $4.30. This rent receipt.
Where's it from?
Doesn't name any city. Just says received of Mr. Harry Lake the sum of $6 for 3 nights' lodging. Signed, Mrs. Kern.
What's the date?
Monday. So his rent runs out tonight.
How about the car he was driving?
It's down in the police garage. They've wired the state license bureau to check the plate and motor numbers on it. Here we are.
Come in. I was afraid maybe you fellas forgot about me.
Lake, we're special agents of the FBI.
Good for you.
Where are the two men who robbed the Morgantown bank with you?
You mean those two young fellas were bank robbers?
Lake, you were caught driving the getaway car.
I didn't know what they were doing in the bank.
Well, why did you think they went in?
How should I know? Lots of folks go into banks. I've been in a couple myself.
What's the name of the two men who were in the car with you?
I don't know.
Whose car is it?
Well, theirs, I guess.
And you were driving it without knowing their names?
Uh-huh. I'll tell you how it happened.
We'd like to hear.
I was hitching a ride on the highway near Morgantown when these two young fellas picked me up. We ride in, they stop in front of the bank. They asked me to slide behind the wheel. In a couple of minutes, they come out and asked me to drive.
Did they call each other by name?
Can't say that they did.
Is the name Baldwin familiar to you?
No, it isn't.
Come on, Fred. Let's go out to the garage and examine the car. Maybe we'll find something in it that'll refresh his memory.
Hi, old girl.
Hi.
Been looking for you. Want to buy you that soda.
Oh, fine. Just when I have a class to go to.
No sale?
I'll take a rain check.
Well, you got your voice back anyway.
Oh, you should have heard me this morning. I whispered my way through a whole theme. Oh, but it was worth it. What a game.
I hear there's a dance tonight.
Yeah, a big victory deal at the gym.
You going?
I haven't been asked.
I'm asking you.
I'm accepting.
You kids in conference?
Oh, I'm just leaving. He wants to buy somebody a soda. Take him up.
Okay, I will.
What time will you call for me?
8:30.
Well, I'll try to be ready. See you later. So long.
So long.
I called the boarding house.
Any word from Harry?
The landlady hadn't seen him since early yesterday.
He must have been picked up.
Why do you think that?
Because we've got the money. He'd be here by now to get his cut.
You think he'll talk?
I doubt it, but you never can tell.
Oh. What do we do?
I think we ought to get out of here tomorrow.
The effectiveness of FBI special agents lies not only in their training, but in the facilities made available to them. Searching the getaway car in which Harry Lake had been apprehended, Agents Taylor and Colfax found a number of clear fingerprints and immediately had them wire photoed to FBI headquarters in Washington. The following morning, they received an answer.
Jim, I didn't work on those prints. The Baldwins were in that car.
Well, that's a help, but I'm afraid it won't get us anywhere with Lake.
Did you re-interview him?
Yeah, he just won't talk.
Did you ask him where Mrs. Kern's boarding house is?
Yeah, he says he doesn't remember. No, pardon me for this.
Yeah.
Taylor speaking. Yes, Captain. You have? Fine. Hold on just a minute, will you?
A paper, Jim?
Yeah, right over there, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks. All right, Captain, go ahead. Yeah. Claytonville. Yeah, all right. Is that E for Edward? Yeah. I got it. There, too, huh? Well, that's fine. Thanks very much, Captain. Fred, the getaway car was stolen 2 days ago in Claytonville. The plates were stolen from another car in Claytonville sometime yesterday morning.
Claytonville's about 70 miles from here.
Yeah, let's go there. And if there's a boarding house in town run by a Mrs. Kern, we might have something. Fred, there's an Agnes Kern on West 3rd Street.
Same spelling?
Yeah. How you doing with classified?
I'm looking under boarding houses now. Here are the K's. Hey, there's an Agnes Kern listed here, too.
What address?
87 West 3rd Street.
Come on. Mrs. Kern, did you sign this receipt?
Yes, if Mr. Lake ain't here.
We know.
Have you rented his room yet?
No, he has his things in there, so I thought I'd wait a day.
Well, may we see the room, please?
Surely. Right this way.
Find anything, Jim?
Just going through the wastebasket now. I've got a railroad ticket stub, liquor store receipt.
Hey, what's that?
It's a college athletic schedule. Back cover's torn off.
Where would he get that?
Let's check.
Johnny.
Oh, hi, Carl. I thought you were passing up the dance.
I was just in the coffee shop. A man at the counter was reading a paper from Harvey Falls. Harry's picture was on the front page.
What did it say about him?
I couldn't read the news story, just the caption. It said he'd been arrested for bank robbery. 2 other men were still being sought.
Why didn't you borrow the paper?
I couldn't think of a good enough reason. What do we do?
Well, that paper must have been published hours ago. If the old man talked, the cops would have been here early today.
Yeah, well, that's no guarantee that he hasn't talked since.
I know.
Well, don't you think we ought to get out of here? Tonight?
Well, I finally tracked you down.
Oh, hi, Ann.
According to my schedule, we've got this dance.
Oh, sure, I forgot.
Why, you gonna dance with her?
Yeah.
But shouldn't we be leaving?
Oh, not Uncle Harry again.
We'll leave right after this dance. Come on, Ann.
I don't think your brother likes me.
Of course he does.
Well, he's always coming up with some pretty good reasons to keep us apart.
Maybe he's jealous of me. We've always liked the same thing.
Oh, I don't believe that. I think he's really jealous of Uncle Harry.
Pardon me, please.
I'm sorry, no cutting in.
I'm a special agent of the FBI, Baldwin.
FBI?
And so is that man over there arresting your brother.
John and Carl Baldwin and Harry Lake were convicted of bank robbery and sentenced to a federal penitentiary. When Special Agent Taylor found the college basketball schedule in Harry Lake's room, he remembered that the Baldwin brothers committed their previous bank robbery while enrolled at a college. Knowing there was a large university in Claytonville, Agents Taylor and Colfax checked at the registrar's office and learned that the 2 brothers had become students at the school. At the dormitory to which they were assigned, the agents heard about the prom at the college gymnasium. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. Closed with not only the arrest of the trio of criminals, but also with the recovery of almost all the stolen money. The parents of the Baldwin brothers were shocked when they learned of the crimes committed by their children, as most parents are in that situation. Too many parents, when confronted with news of this kind, put the blame on society, bad friends their children kept, natural wildness, and a variety of other poor excuses. The truth is, they failed in their job as parents. Don't let that happen in your home.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, juvenile delinquency. Its title, The Face.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Mary Carr, Sam Edwards, Charles Maxwell, Ted Osborne, Steve Pendleton, and Lynn Stahlmaster. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Face on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.